Good morning, and welcome to the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. We are here in Prim Valley, Nevada, just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, and what a beautiful day it is. Today it's all about the big guns. It is all about the unlimited trucks. Yesterday we saw the limited classes racing, and what a day of action it was. We saw Brock Hager coming across the line to take a second win here in the limited classes. But today it's going to be about Adam Householder and whether he can take that three-peat. But let's have a look at the schedule right now. At 7 a.m. it started with the motorcycles. 8:30 a.m. it was the unlimited race staging. At 10:15 a.m. it was the grid walk and opening ceremonies. At 10:45 a.m. it will be the unlimited race start. And at 5:30 p.m. we're expecting our first finishers to be crossing the line. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Ricky Johnson, Bob Bauer, and of course Jim Beaver. Gentlemen, this is the one we've been waiting for. We've been waiting 12 months for this. How cool is this going to be? Well, the stage was set yesterday. We have some of the best off-road drivers in the world right outside of Las Vegas with some fire-breathing 1,000 horsepower beasts of trucks. The weather was perfect yesterday. The weather's looking on point today. I mean, if the stage hasn't been set for a better race, I don't know when that was.
This is the kind of a day that our drivers want to see. This is a great day for the race cars. Because it's windy, because it's dusty and nasty, it's not so much a spectator race today.
Yeah, it is going to be tough, but we had some drama yesterday. Robbie Gordon, they found out had a plugged radiator, so he didn't get to qualify. So him and Max Gordon have to start all the way in the back. Jimmy Johnson was running a burner of a lap, absolutely perfect. Everything was right. Flips, 2 turns to go. So now you have 2 of the biggest stars of the Mint this year starting in the back. But we have such opportunity for a three-peat with Adam Householder, who's qualified in the top 5. But I just want to mention one guy. Kyle Jurgensen is starting 8th in the trophy in the unlimited spec class. So he is such a threat, such an unbelievable driver that it's anybody's race. And I'm going to finish one more thing. Brett Serapis, who's been off for quite a while, is the pole sitter, and right behind him is Tracy Graff. So we got 2 4-wheel drives up front. What a bunch of hungry 2-wheel drives right behind him, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to see that. But speaking of yesterday, let's check out some of the highlights from qualifying. So this is Tracy Graff being driven by none other than Justin Bean Smith, and he was our pole sitter until later on in qualifying.
Well, as you can see, we had some issues out there. Bean was on point. That's what they call him because he looks like Mr. Bean. Jim, you might be familiar with that show over in Great Britain, but Tracy Graff and Justin Bean Smith set the pace. But we did see some drama out there with some of the guys actually seeing some crashes and also some of the people not quite finishing. Here we have Adam Householder as he takes off and was actually very, very aggressive in the two-wheel drive.
Incredibly impressive. Now, let's not forget he came to King of the Hammers with his new all-wheel drive Mason, but he said, I'm coming back to the Mint with my 2-wheel drive truck. This is the truck I've already won with twice, and I want to do it a 3rd time with this vehicle. Now, he's sitting in 4th position. Jim, is that a great place for him?
Well, you know, Adam's been one of those guys who's been very vocal. He doesn't want to be that lead truck. He wants to be a couple of spots back, let the race come to him. And, I mean, obviously, we've seen it happen 2 years in a row.
Yeah, so this is Nick Whetstone we're seeing now. Now, this is a man that qualified incredibly fast a couple of years ago, and we were expecting big things, and he's sitting up in 5th position for the start of this race.
Well, and Nick has matured quite a bit. I talked with Rick Geiser. Nick is very familiar, very comfortable, very fast, and I think he's going to look for big things today. But this is Jimmy Johnson as he went out for his lap. Welcome back to off-road racing.
He has got to be having a fantastic time in there. I know it's just like coming home until this kind of stuff happens.
Well, that happened quite a bit when we were racing the stadium trucks. Jimmy was comfortable with it. The good thing was they rolled it back over. Little body work, and he was able to cross the finish line, but way down on time. So we will see him out there coming from the back with Robbie Gordon.
But he finished his qualifying lap. That's key because he didn't have to go out there again. That's the kind of spirit that Jimmy has, is you don't quit.
That's right.
And here we are. We're now setting up for our grid walk And let's just have a look at our starting order. In first position is Brett Serapis. In second place is Tracy Graff. In third, it's Adam Householder, our current champion. In fifth is Nick Whetstone. In sixth is Dale Dondell, the local man. In seventh is the nearly man, Ryan Arciero. In eighth is Carl Jurgensen in the first ever unlimited specs. In ninth, it's Michael Scavuto in the all-wheel drive. In 10th, it's Vaughn Gittin Jr. in a vehicle that's more akin to seeing action at the King of the Hammers. And then in 11th, it is Tracy Paul. This is a heavy-hitting top 10 we're looking at. And what I really like about this, we have a mix of so many different unlimited class cars. We have two-wheel drives, we have four-wheel drives, we have 4,400 class cars racing in the unlimited class 1 section. I can't wait to see this car kick off.
Well, we see Brett Fox, always a threat. We saw Tim Herbst up there as well. So Thor Herbst is going to do the starting because Thor had a pretty good crash in Parker, but now he's back. Go ahead, Bob.
You know, this is the largest unlimited truck field that I think I can remember seeing at one time. 62 entries, right? That's astounding. There's going to be some money spent in the desert today.
A little bit spent yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Ricky, you know my definition of racing, don't you?
What's that?
It is the process of converting money to noise.
Exactly. You know what they say? You want to know how to make $2 million in racing? Start with 5.
Yeah.
All right, going down the line, we see a lot of great guys out there. And also, we're going to have some unbelievable celebrities in the booth throughout the day. We got Paul Wheel, and also Toby Price is going to come up and give it a little chat. We might talk to a couple of guys as well. But here we see Troy Herbst out there. That's with Jimmy Johnson. Eric Harden is not racing. Eric had a big crash yesterday. His son Cole is going to be racing the spec truck. But Eric, who is a past winner here, is not going to be racing. As well as looking down the line, some of the guys, I think Robbie Gordon, definitely somebody got to talk about, Bob.
Well, you know, that guy's got a lot of experience, and everybody thinks he's just going to go like Stink, but he's actually pretty cagey out there. He knows when to go and he knows when to slow.
Well, Stink and cagey.
Yeah,
I got to look those up.
Well, I will say there's been, it was about 10 years ago, but Robbie Gordon at Vegas Torino started dead last in class. He was about 68 deep. He ended up winning the overall at Vegas Torino. There's a guy that knows how to drive from the back. It's Robbie Gordon.
There's no question about Robbie. The question is about the truck. They were having heating issues yesterday.
They changed the radiator. I talked to Rick Geiser and him. What happens, the radiator got plugged. They put some bars leak in there to fix a couple things, but they got it running. Jim?
Yeah, absolutely. But we've got a young lady sitting down there in this grid lineup right now who has some answers to this to these questions. So good morning, Tiffany Stone, and what have you got for us?
All right, guys, thank you so much. It feels great to be back. It's race day, and as you can tell, the win is definitely going to play a factor in today's race. Now, when I had a chance to talk to some of the guys during the limited race yesterday, and of course before qualifying, they said that this is a little bit too much wind. That one moment you'll be driving straight down the course, and the next minute you've got to make a 180 and you're driving straight into the wind. But this is where it's all going to come down to. This is the battle. Everybody is getting ready. We've got our P1 out there. Brett Serapis putting down a stellar qualifying time, but he's got a stacked field behind him, including Adam Householder, who's going for that three-peat. But like we keep talking about, the win is definitely going to play a factor. So not only is it about being the course being brutal and being all about attrition, they're throwing in another factor that we talk about, but hardly talk about too much wind. So I'm going to be here all day long. I'm going to get some interviews with the drivers in just a little bit, and I'll see you guys soon. Back up to the booth.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always good to get info from you. Now, let's just talk about this weather, because we're running around about 57 degrees at the moment. For those people who are watching home, that's about 14 Celsius.
Nice conversion. I like that.
Did you like that? Quick math.
Yes. I have an app. I'm going to check on you.
Right, but let's also talk about the wind, because this is going to be a key player to this out here. We also know there's a lot of dust. And dust can play a huge factor, so wind is required for these races to be able to carry out those overtakes. And that's going to be important for those guys at the back. Robbie Gordon and, of course, Jimmy Johnson.
I can't agree with you more. You love the wind, but if you like it right now, you watch that flag blowing towards us. The worst thing you can do is have a tailwind. So when you're going, the dust is moving with you. So if it's moving at 20 miles an hour and you're in an area, sometimes you could get stuck in a cloud and it makes it even worse. But that side wind, that is truly a blessing, huh, Jim Beaver?
Oh, absolutely. The side wind, and depending on the direction, and we're going to be going all kinds of directions out here and all kinds of different terrain changes and things like that. But there's going to be spots like we saw yesterday with the limited race where that wind is definitely in the driver's favor and allows for a lot of passing opportunities.
Yeah, now it's going to be really interesting because this year, of course, we're going counterclockwise. Now, let's just talk about that because we were talking about the fast guys sitting at the back of this course. The very first 10 miles of this course is going to be through that wash going the opposite way. Have they got the room to make those passing maneuvers on those slower trucks?
Well, I want to lean on Jim on this because he brought it up yesterday about you're going uphill. I'm not going to give it away. Talk about going up Joshua Tree Highway.
Well, you the first 10 miles of the race, you're up this nasty sand wash. Lots of boulders on both sides of the course. It gets really washboard and chattery. Obviously, for the unlimited trucks, that's not as big a deal as it was for the limited class cars. But the big thing is it's a grade, and it's a constant grade all the way up this wash for 10 miles. And it really just abuses the equipment, abuses the powertrain. There are a few spots where you can get around somebody or somebody can pull over. But, man, we're going to be the first 10 miles of the Mint 400 in the unlimited class. Nobody's going to give anyway.
Exactly, and I think we were talking earlier about Jimmy Johnson and Robbie Gordon starting in the back. If they get to a certain place, and we have the technology with push to pass, but there's some places you just can't get out of the way unless you drive through the rocks. So they'll do the best to get out of the way for these faster guys that are coming from the back. But I think, in my mind, for Jimmy, needs to be patient. Get through there because there's lots of room for passing as soon as we get to the top. We saw that yesterday with Brock Hager.
Well, you know, this very first lap's going to be full of folks just hustling to get around each other. So they're going to want to get track position while they can, while they're close enough to beat somebody. So I think they're going to have a lot of close racing here. And you talk about that pass. How far is it down if you go off the edge? How far is that?
Well, there's some spots, especially beer bottle pass. Yeah, about 100 foot in some spots, 50
I think
in
they
others.
should call it sphincter clinch pass myself.
There we go. He was setting that one up. All right, Bob, Grandpa joke number one. Boom.
There you go.
Okay, well, while we get ready for the action to continue here, we're going to pop out, pay a few bills, and we'll be back shortly to get this race underway here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. The 2026 Mint 400 is brought to you by BF Goodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road, explore the Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy, unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. And by MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Rugged Radios, stay connected and go further. Bilstein, way ahead. And by Can-Am. Can-Am ATVs and UTVs are the proud sponsor of the Mint 400. Ford Racing, America's race team. Okay, and welcome back. Here we are and getting ready for the start of the unlimited race. Look at these incredible vehicles lining up down there. Well, this is one of my favorite parts of the race, Ricky. I mean, talk to me a little bit about this. How many places do you get to actually be able to walk through these unlimited class cars and see them before the start of the race?
Well, you don't. I mean, if you have the very, very, very elite pass at an INDYCAR race, you definitely can't do it at a Formula One. In NASCAR, they let you get close, but don't get up by the cars. But here, we're going to see the spectators come down, meet the drivers, get autographs, and also look at the trucks up close. So I think that's pretty unique. We used to do that back in the Mickey Thompson days, Bob.
Well, we did, and you know, the people that go down there and watch are really interested in it. But what I saw when I went down there, kids, lots and lots of kids looking up at tires taller than the kid. You know, Mickey Thompson days, it was all about the audience. It was a total show. And this is like bringing this thing right to the folks. They can touch it, they can see it, they can smell it, and the drivers are down there being drivers. I love it.
Oh, you want to know what $75 million looks like? We're looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's a lot of horsepower today. Yesterday's limited class, limited, not unlimited, limited class was unbelievable with Brock Hager bringing home the win again. This guy has done everything under the sun. Dakar multiple times, won the Mint, won the 1,000, won the 500, you name it. And him and Polaris have to be so excited. They had a little bit of drama at the beginning of the day, which Travis Clark has been giving me a hard time for talking about, but we had to have something to talk about. The spare tire fell off. They were able to fix that. They also changed an axle in 3 minutes. That was quite impressive. And that's where the team comes in to help you win these kind of races. It's not just the driver and co-driver.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see lots of teams today working as teams to make sure that these vehicles stay on point. Now, let's just talk a little bit about this, because these cars aren't like the cars we saw yesterday. These cars are hungry monsters and they burn through a lot of fuel. So fueling strategy is going to be part of this race. And yesterday we saw that these the cars that were running couldn't use the Fuel Pros, but these guys are using Fuel Pros. That means they can take on 60 gallons of fuel and 2 rear tires in around about 30-40 seconds, correct?
Yeah, correct. And that's where, if you look in the past, a guy named Jeremy Johnson with Team C brought in INDYCAR guys and had the nitrogen bottles on their backs, and they practiced and they worked at it, and they could do the tires so fast. They could do the tires with 40-inch tires. All right, now these are not NASCAR tires. These are not one-handed Formula One tires. 40-inch tall, a couple hundred pounds. They were able to do it, and we had to still wait for that. Now, everybody has taken that on. Everybody has watched their work, how they're getting it done, how they're working together to get that big 40-inch tire up on there. And that is what's making the difference. You can win and lose the race in the pit, and it's not a pace race. Remember, Bob, back in the day, you pace yourself and keep moving forward and this and that. There is a little bit of that, but honestly, equipment is so good, it's 100% sprint.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk to a guy, or Tiffany is talking to a guy who's got his team on point, and that's none other than our current reigning champion, and that is Adam Householder. Tiffany, what do you got?
Adam Householder, you've got that big target on your back-to-back already, going for that three-peat. Obviously, you got Brett Serapis, whose lineage just goes deep in off-road racing, so he probably has a few tricks up his sleeve. What do you think it's going to take to get that top spot today?
You know, it's going to be keeping clear, having no flats, having no issues. It's rocky out here, and on that 4th lap, it gets so rough. So my goal today is, when we start, we'll just set a pace. We'll just kind of follow each other's dust and then pick it up from there and see where we end up after the end of lap 4.
Well, we keep talking about counterclockwise for the course. Are you somebody who enjoys that?
Oh, yeah. I've been around this place so many times. I know it well, both ways, either direction. So I like this place. As you can see, we've done very well here. So this is my type of desert racing. I like it rough, you know, technical, fast, all that. I love all of it about it, and it suits my style.
Well, we do know that you had a different truck. You presented it a few weeks ago when there was another race going on. This is your home pretty much back in here. How does it feel to be back in this truck?
I've driven this truck quite some time, you know, so this is like putting on a glove. So when I hopped in this thing, as you can see, our qualifying run was awesome. You know, this thing doesn't skip a beat. So we're looking forward to be back in the 2-wheel drive.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to Adam Householder.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Now, this is a man who's looking laser focused. This is a man who we've seen do great things in the last few years, but he's asking to take on a 3-peat. Can he make that happen, Jim Beaver?
I think he can make that happen. Will he make that happen is another story. You know, there's a lot of luck involved with off-road racing. It's not just skill. There's a lot of luck. And you know what? Luck's been in his favor for 2 years, and odds are luck generally isn't in your favor for 3 years straight, but I would not bet against him.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that as well. We were talking about Bet Online yesterday, and we were looking at the odds this morning,
man, yeah.
and it looks like the public are really favoring that Adam has a chance of that 3-peat for sure.
Yeah, he's at a plus 250 right now, which means the odds are definitely in his favor that he's going to be able to pull it off. And surprisingly enough, I think second in the betting right now is Troy Herbst and Jimmy Johnson. So a lot of people are feeling that program, Ricky.
Yeah, yesterday the numbers were against him finishing. But I think everyone got on board after watching how fast Jimmy was running in qualifying. Yes, he flipped right before the finish, but that's just part of racing. But he's a champion. Obviously, 19 Industries is really good. They prepped that truck and ready to go.
Yeah, so here we go. This is the Bet Online stuff at the moment. You can see Adam Householder is actually our firm favorite right there with a plus 250, with Troy and Jimmy Johnson at 300, Robbie Gordon at 500, which I love to see, and Ryan Arciero, the nearly man, at 750. Now, I believe that these are the final odds and that betting is now closed on this. But you can go on to Bet Online and you can make changes as you require. But this is something new for off-road racing and something very interesting to see that coming on in as we look now at the Unlimited Spec class. Carl Jurgensen, of course, sitting right there at the top as you would expect. Then Conor McMullen, of course, who came second last year. Then Brent Fox, Dustin Grabowski and Cole Hardin. So this is a new development for off-road racing and it's very interesting to see.
Well, I love it because if you put skin in the game, you put a couple dollars, you put a couple ducats, you put some money down, it gets you emotionally involved. And how many times besides this is way longer than the Super Bowl that your nerves are up and down and up and down and up and down throughout the day.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely. And I think, you know, it increases the fan engagement. It's got people, you know, excited. Like you said, you got a little skin in the game. And I want to talk a little bit, you know, I'm looking at that, and a lot of people are probably going, Robbie Gordon, you know, he's starting all the way in the back, you know, and he's got those odds that are, you know, favored to win. And I was thinking about it as we were talking about the opening part. Robbie's starting in the back with an all-wheel drive truck, and he's going up that uphill sand wash. He's going to be very, very fast the first 10 miles, and I think he's going to pick off a lot of vehicles.
I think he's going to be very frustrated for the first 10 miles.
Well, let's speaking about frustrations and speaking about starting from the back. Tiffany Stone caught up with Jimmy Johnson down on the track only a few moments ago.
Jimmy Johnson, it's so good to see you back here in the desert. I know, unfortunately, you didn't get the qualifying session you've seen, but pretty much everywhere on the internet, Ricky was saying that, you know what, doesn't matter. He knows how to drive. He can come back from the back. What are your thoughts today for the Mint 400?
Just fired up to be here. I mean, this has been such an experience. Just a little too much sauce yesterday and that little hairpin, and caught a big soft, you know, berm, and over we went. But you know, this experience has just been so great. I've seen so many old friends. I've always wanted to come back to the off-road and just get dirty again and drive one of these vehicles. And then I never expected to have the success I did in the world of NASCAR, but to bring you know, hopefully new eyeballs to the sport and help shine the light on how incredible this community is and this racing is, it's been a big goal of mine, and I'm glad everybody's been enjoying it.
Well, we always talk about co-drivers being an important factor, especially in desert racing and off-road. You've got Duncan over there. He's a great one, you know. Jason knows exactly what it takes. He's won this before with Luke McMillan. He is a seasoned co-driver. What are your thoughts on his skills for the day?
He's been incredible. Since I've been back in a truck, he's been in that right seat, just really helping me understand how the vehicles work, the suspension. He obviously knows a lot about the suspension with his background. And he's ridden with so many great drivers. From a technique standpoint, he's been really able to help me kind of close the gap with the 30 years of being away from driving these things. But there's only one time I haven't listened to him yet, and that's when we flipped over. He was, you know, screaming easy, 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 and I'm like, nah, I got this. And there we went.
Well, best of luck to you today. I know you've got a stacked field, but you're a seasoned driver. You know exactly what to do, and everybody in the booth knows that the desert roots are still there, and we're so excited to have you here.
Thank you. Appreciate being here.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Okay, and thank you very much, Tiffany. Now, it's great to hear from Jimmy Johnson. I mean, what do you think he's thinking right at this moment?
Well, he's thinking, I got a lot of work ahead of me, but the thing when you're racing in NASCAR, when you take a pit and you go to the back and you got to work, you got to be patient. He knows about the 500, so he knows about the Mint 400. Go.
Yeah, no, I was just about to say, Tiffany Stone's down there, and we've got 60-plus riders, but one of the people that she did catch up with is none other than Kyle Jurgensen, who, of course, is our highest place in unlimited specs. Now, let's see what he had to say about this race.
Kyle Jurgensen, now you know exactly what it takes to win this. Second overall in 2024. You won this in 2022. Obviously, stack fields in front of you. We were just talking about the wash being the first thing you got to come to and then drive straight up. Obviously, it's probably beat up from yesterday. How do you think you're going to tackle this course today?
Well, I think we're going to tackle the course. The first lap, we're going to lay out a good lap. That way, everybody's got to chase us. But now that we have mixed starting positions, we're right here with the fast guys. I mean, we're 6th overall from qualifying and first spec. We're happy where we're at. I think flats are going to be a problem today. And all the trucks that are in front of us have a bunch of horsepower and a bunch of moving parts, and we're super consistent. So we're just going to play that game and let them take themselves out. If they make any mistakes, flat tires, pulling the pits for too long, we're going to be there to capitalize on it. If they have a perfect day, we can't beat them. They have more horsepower than us, and they have faster trucks. But one hiccup, and we're there.
Well, you've always mentioned that you enjoy that the classes are mixed, especially for this. So as a person who wants that, how excited are you?
Well, it's going to make it a lot, I think, easier for us, because now everybody up here, we're up here where we belong. Everybody moves at a quick pace. I don't have to push my way through slower traffic and honestly make enemies. Nobody wants to get hit, and we would be punting people all the time. And now I don't foresee us doing any of that. I think we're just going to run our race.
I love that. Well, best of luck to you, Kyle Jurgensen. Like we said, he knows what it takes to win this, and he's looking forward to today.
Thank you very much. It's so good to hear from Tiffany down there with Kyle Jurgensen. But just check this out. This is Brett Serappa sitting here on the start line. And Tiffany got a chance to catch up with Brett earlier on. Let's see what our pole setter has to say about this race today.
Nice job, P1 Brett Serapis. Now, we're standing on top of this. It is incredibly windy out here. We always talk to drivers about wanting to have that because you have a lot of clean air, but this wind is a little bit different than what we've seen in the past. Gusts are supposed to be 32 miles per hour. How's that going to play for the rest of the field?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some gnarly headwinds, especially on the dry lake bed, and going down the thumpers. We're going to get a nice tailwind, so that's going to help, but not going to help me up here with all the dust. I'm not going to leave a trail, but you think at the end of the race with all the lap traffic that we're going to see, it will play into at least my advantage, hopefully, at the end.
Well, last time you said you were driver of record was 2019, so you're coming back right now for this. What does it feel like to be here, P1, for the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400?
It feels really good. This is only my second pole ever, so not used to leading the way, but you know, I feel pretty comfortable in this truck, this team, and we can only control what we do. I'm not going to worry about what's happening behind me, and we're just going to put a solid pace down and see if it's good enough at the end.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, Brett Serapis. He's looking for that win. Like he said, this is his second top qualifier ever, so we're going to see what happens.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Now, it's always great to hear from our pole sitters. And earlier we heard from Adam Householder, but lining up next to him is none other than Tracy Graff, and that's going to be headed out by Justin Bean Smith. And guess what? Tiffany got a chance to catch up with him earlier as well.
Justin Bean Smith, good to see you over here. Now, coming off of a second overall at the Parker 400, we're into the second race of the season here at the Mint 400. You know, you've got two great guys ahead of you. How are you going to tackle the day?
Yeah, we're going to start next to Householder and see what we can do. We had a good run in qualifying going. We had to pass a little slower vehicle in the infield, cost us some time, and we had the option to go again, but you never know. You go another time, you push too hard, you make a mistake, you hurt the truck. So we ended up second in qualifying. We'll take it, but hopefully we can get the jump on Householder out of the gate and then play it smart. Keep Serapis in hunting range and wait for him to maybe make a mistake and capitalize it and go from there. So, yeah, Tracy will hop in and do, you know, finish out lap 2, 3, and 4, and then co-rider Frankie, he's going to do the whole thing. So.
Well, let's talk about yesterday in the limited race. Brock Hager finished 6 hours, 57 minutes. What do you think of the predictions for the trucks today?
I'd like to think we'd be significantly faster than that, but you know, it's the course got a lot more beat up. You know, those guys went. You saw their lap times getting slower throughout the day, and then it's going to do the same with us. And especially with the 40-inch tires out here, we're going to beat this course up pretty bad. So I think you'll see the lap time slow down. You know, about 5 to 7% each lap, and get a little bit slower for the most part. But hopefully we can crush his time. But he did good yesterday. Those guys were battling up front.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to Justin Bean Smith and Tracy Graff.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Now, I find this absolutely fascinating. We've got Brett Serapis, all-wheel drive, sitting on the front row of the grid. On the second row of the grid, we've got Justin Bean Smith in that Tracy Graff track. And next to him is the highest placed two-wheel drive, Adam Householder. It's just about to go live here. Oh, here we go. We are off the line here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. Gentlemen, we have a race on our hands.
Well, I think Brett's going to be very patient. He knows that he's to finish first, you first must finish. And I think he's not going to make any mistakes. As you can see, there's a lot of rain, there's a lot of water. But right here, when he takes off out of the corner, that's where that all-wheel drive really capitalizes and puts a lot of time on the two-wheel drive trucks.
Yeah, so here's Brett Serapis making his way through the short course right now. And as you were saying, he just wants to keep it nice and clean. This is the man who will be wishing that there was no wind today, so they'll be hampering the people behind him. But he's got to put those thoughts out of his mind as he makes his way into the desert, Bob.
A little squirrely right there. Look at that. There's still a lot of water. You know, for not being in the desert for a long, long time, he sure does making it look smooth right off the start. Let's see how it goes for the rest of the day.
Well, you know, anybody with last name Serapis, you're not going to count out. You know, Brett, his brother Christian, both have won a lot of races. Obviously, their dad is an absolute legend of the sport, so definitely going to be the one to beat as he, you know, is going to pace this field. If you get a glimpse here of looks like Bean Smith and Householder.
Householder looks to the inside, going to try to put a fender on him, run him up the berm a little bit. Robbins racing. Here we go. Now, does that all-wheel drive? See, that's what I was talking about.
Out of the turn.
Oh, a little bump in there.
Adam wants to do everything he can.
Let's watch this road crossing. He's going to set
There's your answer right there.
That was that short course background of Bean. He said it, kind of gave it the blip.
Oh, Adam, go after it, buddy. I guess he didn't like that.
Well, I mean, he's trying to push him up over the berm, but with that all-wheel drive, you can see even though Adam is looking to the inside, but then B gets a little bit of drive. But Adam is, I mean, the fact that he's staying this close, and what I like is that he's staying to the inside to not get roosted. So see, he's trying to stay out of that roost. See how he's wiping off? Some of the guys will run tear-offs, but he's just got a rag in his hand.
Okay, so next off the line right now, it is Nick Whetstone and, of course, local man Dale Dondell.
Dale's looking to the outside, got some short course experience, probably going to try to square that, shoot across the inside.
Oh, it looked like it came to a stop there.
It does. It did.
Looks like he's got a little bit of a problem. He's way off the pace there.
Honestly, it looks like he got roosted so hard it probably blacked out his shield.
Yeah, look at the front of that truck. I mean, it was blasted.
So Nick Whetstone takes advantage and makes his way out into the desert, chasing down the lead 3 cars, and Dale Dondale's back up to pace again, having had a face full of mud. That's not a nice way to start your day, is it?
No.
Horrible.
Okay, right now, this is a very interesting race off the start. Of course, this is Carl Jurgensen in our highest place. Unlimited spec, and right next to him is the monster car of Ryan Arciero from 19 Industries. Ryan Arciero has nearly won this race on so many occasions. Carl Jurgensen has won this race on a couple of occasions.
Carl Jurgensen to the outside. He looks like he's going to try to go high and then just use the berm and try to use him up. We'll actually stop, square him up, and stay out of the roost. And that's the maturity of Kyle Jurgensen. He's not going to sit there and eat a handful of dirt. He gave it a go off the first couple. Probably watch him sit back and stay just out of that roost. Probably like a lion and send it right here.
As he does, but you know, Ryan Arciero got about 400 horsepower on him, so you would think you'd be able to pull Jurgensen there. But Jurgensen, that truck, those Camberg trucks, man, there's a lot of proprietary stuff going on with the brakes and the shocks, and they've got quite a different package than anybody else. And obviously, with a guy like Jurgensen behind the wheel, it's proved beneficial.
All right, now here's an interesting story.
Yeah,
Jim?
now this is absolutely fantastic. So it's Michael Scafuto there in the Brenthal car, but alongside him, check this out, 4400 class lovers, running in the Class 1 all-wheel drive is none other than Vaughan Gittin Jr. from RTR. In a car that we would normally see racing at King of the Hammers, it's Brocky, or Brocky 2, should I say, making his way out onto the course right now. So, unlimited truck versus unlimited 4400, racing in Class 1 four-wheel drive.
Michael Scafuto, I got to give it to him, going down. This guy's a music promoter, now he's a driver.
Whoa! He got away with that one.
I believe I can fly.
So he can
that again.
That's a full send right there.
That
Come on,
was
Michael.
Well, he won the road crossing so far. Looks like he caused some damage. He did land pretty hard on the front.
He's just overdriving it a little bit. We talked about it, so we're going to take another look at that. He hits so hard. He just full send, doesn't let off. Starts to come over, and watch the back. Boom, full of gas, full tires.
So what do you call that, Bob? What is that?
I'm not supposed to say that on this thing.
Clinch, right? Cinch.
Oh, sphincter clinch. Yes, sirree.
All right.
Okay, now this is somebody we need to talk about. This is Conor McMullen here, who came second last year.
Well, I want to throw it to Jim, because last time I made a huge mistake. It was actually a misspelling on Kyle McMullen. So, Jim, can you clarify and help me out there?
So I've had 3 different people in the McMullen family reach out to me. So it's Ricky, and my apologies. So Kyle McMullen is Connor is his older cousin. So Connor is the older cousin. Kyle's father is Albert McMullen, and then Kevin McMullen is his dad's youngest brother.
Wow. That's a mouthful. So
Sounds like a West Virginia family.
And I'm not just making it up. They didn't have the second M in the spelling on the sheet, so that's what screwed us all up. So my apologies, and thank you, Jim, for clarifying that.
A great family out of Arizona. They've been racing for a long time. A lot of victories, and just good people.
Yeah, now this is a local man, so talk to me about this. Is
Steve August and Grabowski. Now these two guys know how to drive and drive really hard. The orange truck. Right there. Oh, stalled out a little bit. Oh, and then
went over the berm.
Grabowski up and over the berm. So there's a lot of water in there, and that's where we saw Dale Dondell get roosted so hard. But Steve Owen gets off to a clean start here. Sends it. Landed great. That's that Geyser G6, big horsepower. Now look at that wing on the back of Grabowski. Some people don't understand it, but they've done a lot of work. And what that does when he throws it sideways, it's like a sprint car. That thing grabs the air, also puts a little bit more downforce on the back of the truck, which honestly, I'm surprised more trucks aren't trying to do that. That way, I've heard there's a lot of work that they did in the wind tunnel to really learn about that.
Okay, next off the line is Todd Wiley, and next to him is Cole Hardin.
Cole Hardin is in the unlimited spec class. His father had a big crash yesterday. Eric, he's not going to be running, a past winner here. So I want to thank Andrew Myers for clarifying that. But Cole is in a great position, and hopefully he can continue that legacy.
Now, I was just noticing that corner behind. Everybody seems to be taking that outside line. He's finding it very soft and very wet.
Yeah, so what they got to do, especially with this wind, if it was dusty, the poor spectators are going to get killed. And also, it makes for viewing. Like, I think they should water the whole track. It makes it so much easier for us.
I'll let Matt know that he needs to water on 95 miles of track. He'll love you for that.
Exactly. There's not a water shortage. We're going to drop Lake Mead a couple of feet water in this place.
But we'll have a race.
Okay, so this is Joseph Hurling and, of course, Tim Herbst going off the line. Now, is that Troy that's going to be, sorry, not Troy, Thor that's going to be sitting in there?
This is a different group. This is that is Dane Miller.
Sorry, no,
Joseph
that is,
Hurling.
yes, sorry. I got
No.
picked it up wrong.
Teamwork, buddy. So you're going to
I just looked up and I was like, that's not a Herbst car.
Yeah, no, you'll be helping me a lot today, trust me. So, Bob, talk about it. You just start off, you're taking off, you got a short course track. What's the driver thinking at this point?
I'm thinking that first I got to deal with the short course and get the guy behind me to stay behind me. Next, I got this 10 miles ahead of me. I know I'm going to get jammed up in there. I know it's going to be dusty. I need to work on myself. My truck's fine. I got to work on myself to stay patient, keep my plan, remember what I'm supposed to do.
Now we can have this. Yes, so now we've got Tim Herbst. Now, I believe that might be Thor sitting in the driver's seat, and we've got Kyle McMullen in the Class 1, and it's the Class 1 that gets the whole shot.
Yep, and that is Connor's cousin. So
yes.
Kyle, Connor's cousin, and yes, that is Thor behind the wheel. Oh, look at their little bump in there, but yeah, so Thor will be doing the first 2 laps, and then it'll be Tim doing the final 2 laps.
So let's see if he can square the. See, everyone's having a little bit of trouble right there. It looks like the angle's a little bit tough, but McMullen with the Class 1 getting on the run, and then Thor. So if you want to see a highlight, Thor had a terrible crash in and so that's the thing.
You know where you said you might need some help later? We got that one covered straight away.
There we go. So now we're even. We got to get these guys next to us to make a couple mistakes. But anyway, so getting Thor back out there, as a father does, get back on the horse and get driving. We want you out there. So Thor's out there doing the first 2 laps. He's an established young driver. He's a past score champion. So definitely somebody who can throw it down. Now driving 1,000 horsepower truck versus the spec truck is a little bit different. So we have an issue there holding somebody. Somebody might have crashed on the course. We're going to get more information as we go. There it is right there. So we can't see who that is. It looks like the driver is out.
That's got to be one of the group before Thor,
yes.
I would have thought.
That wouldn't be Hardin, would it?
It looks like a Hardin.
Yeah, it could be a Hardin.
It looks like a white truck. That could be Cole Hardin.
This is not a Hardin weekend. Boy,
It's a very Hardin weekend.
Wow,
We'll soon find out. No, that definitely does look like the Hardin truck.
Yipper.
Is this a game of if you can do it, I can do it?
Yeah, that is Cole. That's not a comfortable dinner conversation that they're going to have.
You know, the truck looks like it's all right, though. I mean, obviously we haven't seen the rollover, but the truck looks intact. There's no shrapnel. There's no fenders anywhere. Maybe just hooked a rut. And
now that was interesting. Did you see that? That was Thor was ahead
he got
of
ahead
Kyle.
of him.
So, yeah.
You know, it's a straight line right there. Oh, no,
he came around the corner.
Left.
Yeah, he came around the corner, swap back, swap right.
Yeah.
And now they got the other cars going, and that's what they got to do. They just got to take their time. See, what I love, they got the officials out there showing them how to go around.
But you know that I tell you, Ricky, this is why I was saying I'm going to work on myself for the first 10 miles. That's all that matters. I got to work on myself.
You got to settle in. You got in that, get in that groove.
Yeah.
And it's like I like to say, Ricky, when things finally sink as a driver, you and the race truck are one.
Yep.
And you're not driving the race truck. You become a part of the race truck. And a lot of people, they don't understand that until you actually physically feel it.
Okay, now check this out. This is why we love coming here to the Mint. This is Adam Householder, our current champion, and he's hunting. Look at that thick dust in front of him, helicopters in front of him, and he knows just where that helicopter is the car that he is chasing.
Well, and I'm looking at the tracker now, and it looks like Nick Whetstone has stopped on course.
And then on the right is Kyle McMullen. He's on. You can see in front of him, Thor Herbst has gotten in front of them. They're in the speed zone. What that means is that they have to, I think it's 35 miles an hour that they have to maintain, and they're on a GPS. Good co-driver wiping off the camera on Adam Householder, but you can see Adam is definitely trying to go after Justin Bean Smith. He's definitely keeping him in tow, but we are not. He's just starting up the Joshua Tree Highway, so a lot's going to be happening.
Yeah, Nick Whetstone has definitely stopped at race mile 4, so maybe a flat tire. That's at start of that Rocky Wash area.
Oh.
Now, the interesting thing is I'm just looking at my tracker right now. I can see, obviously, Adam Householder is chasing dust, but I can't see who is actually in front of it at the moment. So I'm guessing he is hunting down Brett Serapis. So if you want to keep up with the action, don't forget you can cross over to the mint400.com where you can find live scoring and, of course, our live course map with tracking so you can follow all of your heroes.
Well, right now it is showing Adam Householder in front, but definitely he is not. He is in Brett Serapis's dust.
Absolutely.
And so we do not have Brett Serapis's tracker up. That was Nick Whetstone at race mile 4. You can see his co-driver puts the lap belts on. Then once Nick gets going, after he clears him, he says, I'm good to go. Then Nick goes full tilt. But you got to get back on track, and you have to hold that track position.
Now, this looks to me like Adam Householder's truck looking backwards.
So, Ricky, after this has just happened to you, this early in a race, now what are you thinking when you're behind the wheel?
Now I struggle sometimes because anyone that knows me, I'm massive ADD. I'm all over the place. But when I race, I can get focused. And so what happens is sometimes I start thinking about the finish. Like, man, I got to make sure that I get to the finish. I got to make sure I get to the finish. But what I found is that if you break it down like the Bible, if you New Testament, Old Testament, you break it in half. Then you do Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, you work on the different books. It's not so intimidating. And for a race like this, each lap you got to go, I need to make it to the top of Joshua Tree Highway. I need to make it to Gonzo Pit. I need to make it to there. But then narrow your focus back even more to go every berm, hit every berm, feel every berm. And when you get into that zone, next thing you know, you're like, I'm at the finish?
Yeah, the zone.
Like life passes, and it's a beautiful place, and that's what racers are addicted to. Obviously, all of us have been bit by that drug. And Jim Beaver, you know what it's like. When you get in the zone, there's no better feeling.
No, there's no better feeling, and you're one with the truck. You feel every creak, every crack, but in a positive way. You can feel the tires grip in the rear. You can feel the tires grab when you steer. It really is an awesome feeling.
Yes, and this looks like this is Bill Apgood going off the line next with Brent Fox.
Now, Brent and his son, so this is Brent's son. Oh, we see Apgood push a little bit up over the top.
That corner is causing everybody problems. Everything's just pushing really hard. It's like they can't get the trucks rotated in that corner, Ricky.
Yeah, so Brent's son is out there at the time, and he has done a phenomenal job. I think he's doing the first 2 laps and Brent doing the second 2. These two have won, and they race so much. So hats off to their pit crew. They do a great job. Race after race, they're always right there.
So here we go. This is the start of the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. And we've got more cars going off the line right now. That is the 241 of Stephen Beal.
I believe Colton Holstead as well. Look at all the way outside, inside. They're going to make the pass.
Now, what happens on this corner? Watch this. We've already seen people having troubles. And again, that ground's really soft into that corner. These two-wheel drives really fighting to get that rotation.
Yep.
And then over-rotating. remember seeing Jenson Button doing that, pinballing all the way around the short course a few years ago?
You know, I feel so for those guys when that happens to you right in the stadium, right in the beginning. It's like, oh man, my day is supposed to go better than this.
It's still a lot of racing.
It really is.
But it's about feeling that truck. You don't drive these trucks. You got to put these trucks on. You got to feel them, get in touch with them, understand them, and that's what you were saying a moment ago, Bob. You got to get into that groove.
First priority, no question.
You know, I just got a text from my buddy Roger Hickey saying, do the guys have to pit at race mile 95? And that got me to thinking, you know, we go 170 miles in these trophy trucks. Is somebody going to go a lap and a half? So the pit strategy is, do they have pressure pros at Gonzo pit, at Gene Hurst pit, and obviously they have them at the main pit, but that could be a key factor of getting by somebody or staying on the course and not utilizing it. Or is somebody going to say, I don't need a full tank of gas, the truck's going to handle better because I know I'm going to stop every 95 miles. So it's going to, I'm curious what the plans are.
Yeah, and I would say most of the unlimited trucks, kind of like we talked yesterday, obviously the budgets are bigger. They're probably going to have pressure pros, I would say, at every single pit, because I think pit strategy will definitely become a very fluid concept today. Depending on track position, where you're at, I think you can see them pull the trigger and pit just about anywhere on the track.
Well, and I think that might be what we see from the Camper guys with Kyle Jurgensen, that he's not going to be able to drive up and pass Reiner's here. Like he said, he doesn't think there's any of that, and Ryan's going to have such an unbelievable pace. But if he can out-pit strategy him, there's a good chance he can get by him.
Plus, I think that him taking that steadier pace, I'm going to let this happen, let this go forward. That's a win pace. You know, that kind of stuff together keeps mistakes from happening, and you got a whole day's worth.
blue left 4. Good. Blue right 4. Just keep those eyes peeled for rocks. You're good. Left 4. Tight right 3. Rocking the left berm. Left berm. Caution.
Race gate 4. You got a car behind you. Same distance.
Left 4. Left 4. There's right 4.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, there's a car behind us. Rocking the right line. Left 5. Check up left 3. Rocking the left line. Come back. Left 3. Stay right 3. Rocks inside. Rocking the right. Big rock right. Nice and easy. Rocking the left. Right 4. Left 4. Pick up, right 3, keep going. Right 3, you're up in the road. Good. Right 3, rock inside. Narrow rock. Good, straight through. Left 3. Blue left 3, good. Little twisty, rocking the left berm. And then check up, pay right 4, rock inside. Rock on the left. Right 5. And then rock the right line. Right 4, rock outside. Right 3, and then left 4, rocks inside. Right 4, rocking the right line. Check up, stay right 4 and left 4. And then check up, right 4, rock outside. Right left 4, narrow rocks in the berm. Doing good, just stay patient. Big rocks on the right. You got it. Yep. Left 4, still good. Alright. Right 4, rock inside. Left 4, it's time to go. Big rocks, good. Alright, go ahead. Get up to him. Left 5, rock inside. Left rock inside. Airplane, car. 2 of them. Bump him, just easy. Oh, he's letting us go. Go. Like check up right 4. A little tighter left 4, rock inside. Run the berm. Yep, moving. Good, right 5. Let you go. Left 4, rock inside. Left 4. left 3. Left 3, get up to him. Easy right here. Don't want it easy. Just get him the bump. Right 4. Here, a little easy. Good. Let him go a little bit, let him go. You're clear. Go. Shoot left 3. Perfect. Right 3, then left 4. Right 3, then left 4. You're good. Check up, right 3, rocking the left line. Just don't have too much in this. I don't know where it went. Over there. Perfect. Check up, kick rock on the left. Perfect. Left 3, right 3. A little gap. Yep. Just a little. left 4. Keep coming down the jet. Go, go, go. Straight over, slow. All right, up, go. 5 off the road. Left right here. That's good, that's good. Turn left. It's going to tighten right here. Left. Good. Stay right, 5. We're going to come up on it fast. Nice and easy. Good. You're good. Left 6. Right 6. Keep your eye on this line. Keep your eye on this line. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Now, check up, check up, check up. Big rollers right here. Nice and easy. There's a big one. Good. Check up over. Tight right 3. Tight right 3. Easy, easy. Left 5 and check up. Tight left 2. Check up. Good. Good. And then left 3. Keep going. Left 3. Right 3. Rock inside. Good. Go quick. Yep, that's good. Now check up over. Tight left 3, then right 3. Yep, and just kind of keep a little bit of momentum. Just like barely on the gas, but not if it's pushing. Left 4, then right 4. Yep, just keep momentum. Good. Tight left 3. And then check. Keep going. And then tight right 2. Just be easy grabbing that on here because you don't want it to slide out. It's got a little rut for you to hold on to. Tight right 2. Good. And then left 2. Right 4. That's good. That's good. Right 4. Right 3. Left 3. Rock outside. It's all good. Good. And then check up. Tight left 2. Hairpin. Yep. Going left. Going left. Good. 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 Go. 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 And then you're going left 4 into a right 2 hairpin. This one, if you can, you gotta run. Just try and keep that momentum going around. Right 2. I can't see. Yeah, no problem. Perfect. Left 4, then right 6 over. Right 6. Let's see what's rock on the right. Good. Left 4. Good. Right 2 hairpin. And then sweeping left 3, rock inside, and rock on the right, rock inside, good. Right here, going left and then right. Perfect. Take this saddle rock and then cut left straight through. Going right and then stay left. Stay right here, left. Yep. Good. Left 6, narrow rock, and then check up over, tight left 2. Perfect, just get in those ruts. Yep. Easy, just keep it up. Right 3. Much as you can hold. Rock. Good. Right 6 over. Right 4 over. Sorry, right 4. Go. Cut right 2 off the road. Good job. Get in there, little gas, just little. Just keep that momentum and then go. good, you're good. Keep going. Rock on the right, narrow rock, high. Yep. Left 5, then right 4 after. Left 5, right 4 after. Right 4. Ooh. Good, good. Left 4, rock inside. Drop off at left 4. Left 4, drop off. Good. Small dip. Right 4, then a left 5 over. Right 4, then left 5 over. Keep going. Tight. Go. Got the wind going with us. We're doing good. Check up and right 4 up. And right 4. Left 5. Let's go. Straight over. Don't knock it. That one. Good. Straight. Go. Right 4 off the road. That's good. Stand third. Go right. Yep. Keep going. Rock on the right. Rock. Left 4. Right 4. Good. Perfect. Left 5 airplane. Left 5 airplane, rock on the right. Rock on the right, curve. Rock on the left, curve, and caution right 4. A little bit. Right 4. Left 4, rock on the left arm. Top you. Left 5 airplane. Right 4, start. Right 4. You guys want to let him go or keep him back there? Right here.
84 has a flat and changing tire right now.
How come this thing isn't going up?
Hey, how we doing? Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2026 Biff Goodrich Tires Mint 400. Let's not forget we are in the middle of a desert out here, so we're having a few technical issues, but we are pleased to say that we are back and up and running. Now, Ricky, this is your good friend Jimmy Johnson down there. What's going on?
Well, right now you see him sitting there thinking about, I don't want to get a flat. Why did I get a flat? And he's thinking about that. But he's got one of the best in the business, Jason Duncan, out there. So now what he'll do is he's got the jacks on the side. So what he's waiting for is for Duncan to has already unracked the tire, set it to the side, and then he'll lift the side of the truck up, and then Duncan will smack on the side of the truck, let him know when the tire's on, and he can start putting it down. Now, it's a little bit different here in America than it is in Mexico. In Mexico, a lot of times they'll just discard the wheel and leave it there. Here, you have to re-rack the tire because you'll get penalized if you leave it on the side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to put a massive apology out to everybody who's watching today. As I say, these things do happen. We are in the middle of a desert, and unfortunately we do have technical issues. But we have a wonderful team here. They rallied, they got things working, they settled down, and they managed to get us these fantastic images, and we are back here for a full days of racing in the unlimited class at the 2026 BF Goodrich Mint 400. So apologies once again, but let's get this race back underway.
So right there, you see the jack open down. Jason Duncan doing. He looks. He sees there's nobody coming. And go. Let Jimmy know it's clear. Then what Duncan will do is, we talked about this, Bob. Window net up first. Then the radio. Then the window net to keep you contained in the truck. Then lap belts and then shoulder belts. And then the driver will run about 40 to 50%. And then when they say you're good and ready to go, then take off. I know that when I have my co-driver Victor, he's coming in, he's going,
Yeah.
I'm like, breathe, get your air back.
You make it sound so easy, but you know, you got the helmet on, you got the shield down, you aren't even plugged into the pumper yet, and you're getting hot and stinky.
Yeah.
Nasty.
So obviously everything looks good. Body panels are still on. Got a flat, which Jim Beavers, there is that one rock out there, right?
Well, there's always that one rock out there. It looks like this is our leader, Brett Serapis, I believe, coming through.
So this is through Gene Hurst pit, so obviously still up to good. And we do not see anybody right behind him. If we see a little zoom back, I got Jim Marsden looking on the counter there, and we can see it looks like Adam Householder is just getting into Gene Hurst.
Yeah, I'm just looking down at my list right now. So we should be Brett Serapis. Behind him is Tracy Graff, of course, being driven by Justin Bean Smith. And there are two fastest cars on course at the moment, both all-wheel drive vehicles. And then behind them is last year's winner and the man going for the three-peat. It's none other than Adam Householder. Now, just looking at the scores right now, Brett Serapis crossed that last timing loop in a 1 hour, 7 minutes, 24 seconds. Tracy Graff in a 1 hour, 8 minutes, 38 seconds. And Adam Householder, 1 hour, 9 minutes and 11 seconds. So that truck of Brett Serapis is just starting to pull away a little bit from the three behind.
Well, just to clarify, if you're just joining us, the two up front are all-wheel drive. So this is the Tosh boys out there. I've had the opportunity to work with them. They're just learning. Two young drivers, 16 and 18 years old, obviously out there ripping it. They are part of the 1-9 industry team, and they grew up together. The dad, Joe, grew up with Ed Herbst. So here we're watching the current race leader. Now watch the difference from yesterday's limited race to these unlimited trucks getting down through these thumpers.
Just about 2/3 of the way through the first lap. But what Brett's been able to do, he got out front obviously because he had a pole, but he's been able to control the pace of the race. He's been able to keep Justin Bean Smith behind him. He's starting to stretch out a little bit of a lead, but every time you look at him, it doesn't look like he's abusing the truck. He's leading, but that truck is not being abused. He set himself up for a really good race, you know, because I think here as we get into lap number 3 and lap number 4 later on, he's going to have a lot of truck left if he keeps this up.
I'm sorry, Jim, but he is hauling butt. Like he's leaving the helicopter behind. He's going so fast. And here we see Justin Bean Smith with Tracy Graff as he is now exiting Gene Hurst pit. So Brett's not just keeping them at bay, but he is slightly pulling away. As you said, I saw a little bit of a body, loose on the side, but that happens with the trees and the bushes and stuff like that. But right now, he's well in control of this race, but now we see Bean starting to go after him.
Yeah, we've only got 3 cars at the moment that have tripped that timing loop. And I'm just getting news again that Jimmy Johnson has pulled back over again. So this is a really tough break for the 84 car.
So here's what I'm thinking. This happened to me, is that I hit a rock in the Baja 400 last year, and what happened was I dinged both tires. They changed my rear tire, and then my front tire exploded. So I was down to no spares at all. So probably what happened is he might have bubbled a tire hitting something on both sides, but now he has to be careful because you cannot drive these things on the wheel. Jim?
Yeah, he's around about 5 miles from the Gonzo pit, so if he can just keep it together, 5 miles to pits, get a re-rack, and he's back in this race. He's already overtaken a substantial number of vehicles, so he was doing really well until he wasn't.
Well, Jimmy's got to be, this is trial by fire. Welcome back to off-road Jimmy Johnson. We're 40 miles, not even 40 miles in. He's had a couple of flats, and, he's getting it all out of his system, Ricky.
Okay. All right, this is Adam Householder as we're watching him approaching Gene Hurst-Pit, and I think this, Jim, this is one of the most dynamic sections of the race course. The dirt is so hard, the rocks are exposed, but these unlimited trucks really handle it well.
He's going to pop over this, and he's going to go down. Absolutely flying, and there's Graf is just look at him just bounce through there as fast as we saw Brock Hager yesterday and thought he was flying. I mean you got Bean Smith just on rails.
Okay, I've got some interesting stuff here. So we've had the top 5 cars pass through our secondary timing loop, and we've got 3 cars sitting in first place in their respective classes. So what do I mean? So in 5th position overall, but first in unlimited spec, it's the man himself, Carl Jurgensen, of course, in that Canberra Kinetic truck. Then in 3rd position and first in class is Adam Householder, two-wheel drive unlimited truck, and it's Brett Sarapas in first overall in his class in that unlimited 4-wheel drive truck. And that's how close these classes are together, but we'll start to see a little bit of stretching as this race continues.
And as we're watching Householder in Thumpers, and I'll be honest with you, in some cases, Jim Beaver, you can testify to this, that the 2-wheel drive versus the 4-wheel drive is sometimes easier to drive at these higher speeds once it's going, because you don't, when you go to see when he does that small corrections with the hands, he doesn't have the front wheels pulling him left and right. So there he just shifts into another gear or down, I'm not exactly sure, to get a little bit more RPM in the truck so he can jump it, because now you see he has to time them.
Well, I like to say when you're driving a 2-wheel drive truck versus an all-wheel drive truck, a 2-wheel drive truck likes to dance a little bit more. There's a little bit more of a dance because you don't have those front wheels biting.
Yeah, but one of the things when I'm coaching guys is that you're so used to having quick hands with the 2-wheel drive. Watch how he does that side to side. If you do that big of turns in a straight line with an all-wheel drive and you're under throttle, what happens now, it pulls your wheels to the right and to the left. You have to have little micro turns, and then also you can see on that MPI wheel with that patented orange strap there that you want to make sure you keep that looking as straight as possible.
The thing I'm looking, though, Adam is making movements, but look at, he's never taking both hands. He's never, in all the rally driving training that I've done, you never want to cross over. A fast and efficient driver when he's just really working between, 9 and 3 o'clock or even 10 and 2, really.
We call it shuffle steer. And it's the other thing that I'm seeing as an old driving instructor. Look at his thumbs. They're wrapped around the wheel inside.
Yeah.
That's a bad idea. Bad idea. You can lose the thumb real quick just with one big kick of that wheel.
Yep. So one of the things that if you're watching, he always keeps track of one or the other. So we see Arciero, now he is starting down Thumpers. So Ryan Arciero, obviously a guy that this race has eluded him, but everything looks strong, everything looks clean. And that 19 Industries truck he's chasing down Adam Householder.
Yes, and this is an iconic image. Ryan Arciero absolutely hauling here at the Mint. What can he do? Now, this is an unusual position for Ryan. Ryan's usually leading this race at about this point.
Well, I guarantee he's leading it in his mind.
But this is also interesting. So the tactics change. Where's he going to be towards the end? where those cars in front going to be more importantly. And just looking down now at the scoring, I can tell you that Ryan crossed the over our last timing loop with a 109.41, which means that he's around about 2 minutes behind our current race leader's pace.
So now I'm watching the attitude of the two different trucks, and if you do rewind it, look at it. Householder's truck is more old school, low in the back, but there's a little bit higher in the rear for Ryan Arciero, which it looks like really smooth actually. You don't see him butting him up as much, and that is Kyle Jurgensen, your leader of Unlimited Spec, in quite a bit smaller motor, but he is definitely keeping those guys in tow. And what Kyle said before the race, I truly believe. He says, what I love about this, I don't have to push people out of the way. The guys that I'm running with are very fast, and they're just going to keep going. But if they make a mistake, I'm going to be there to pounce. And we see that Kyle Jurgensen is less than a minute behind Ryan Arciero. So if Ryan does get a flat, he could take over that position.
Yeah, let's just go think about that for a moment. They're over 50 miles around this first lap.
Spit it out.
I will get there eventually. And they're over 50 miles into this first lap, and there is literally only a few seconds dividing him and a truck in front that's carrying probably 400 more horsepower.
Fire breather.
You know, I tell you guys, it looks like it's a lot less windy out there than it is right here.
Okay, Rob, we have a top 11 so far. Dale Dondell in 11th. In 10th is Nick Whetstone. In 9th is Tracy Paul. In 8th is Conor McMullen. In 7th is Michael Scafuto. In 6th is Dustin Grabowski. In 5th, Kyle Jurgensen. In 4th is Ryan Arciero. 3rd, Adam Householder. 2nd, Tracy Graff, driven by Dustin Bean Smith. And, of course, right now, it is our pole setter, Brett Serapis, who's leading this Min 400.
Brett flying there. That's looks like he's getting into a choke, which is going to send him down towards that Ryan Baker. This looks like we've got Michael Scafuto here, who I got to tell you, he's been putting on a pretty strong race here to start this race.
Well, and how much he's improved over the years. Last year, he just kept driving, and we did a little bit of work. We did some work on his training. I'm definitely not going to take all the credit for that. But what he's done and his pace at this point and the setup of the truck, he looks really, really good right now. He works with Wayne Isherson over at Alltech, and that truck looks really good.
Yeah, so this is Nick Whetstone, man from Australia, putting it down. Oh, we saw another man from Australia earlier today, none other than Toby Price is out here with Paul Wheel, checking out the Min 400, and we're going to be chatting to him a little bit later.
I did talk with him, and I talked to Paul. I did my homework. I went over there to the VIP tent. I saw BJ Baldwin. He said that he was supposed to be here racing a spec truck with another driver, but his plan right now is to have his truck back and be back. So Ballistic BJ Baldwin wants to come back to the Min 400.
Oh, we would love to see that. It's always a good day when BJ's out there on track.
Always makes it exciting, that's for sure.
Oh, here's a great example of why
We've got a 3-truck race there.
Four
4 trucks now.
Yeah, but check out the pace of that 4th vehicle. Now, don't forget, we've got Jimmy Johnson, and somewhere around the back there, we've got Robbie Gordon trying to make their way through these fields.
Yeah, these are the sand whoops out between pit 1 and pit 2.
Is that Brett Fox?
No, is that Alex Wacker, actually, I think?
Yeah, that looked like
Twisted Monkey.
That looked like Twisted Monkey truck there, the green and the gray.
Yep, in that Camberg Kinetics truck. And Camberg and Magnaflow stepping up this year as sponsors of this year's Min 400. Just look how this dust is hanging. This is what you were saying, Bob, when it's blowing it down the course.
This is Grabowski here. You know those wings on the back, easy to spot. The Grabowski brothers, you got to give these kids a lot of credit. They actually haven't been racing desert racing for very long, really, in the big scheme of things. But last 5 or 6 years, they've really put a strong program together.
Yeah, and they have those auto-eject rear fenders. They tell me they're not, but every time I see that car, it never has them.
Auto-eject?
Auto-eject.
Yeah, I love that.
So when I talk about that wing, notice how much quieter his hands are. As soon as I say it, he swaps. But watch how Dustin Grabowski, gets in some big bumps, makes a small correction, but then his hands go back to pretty neutral because that wing, the way he's got it tapered in the back, pulls that truck in, so when it steps out to the side, the back starts to correct as well as the steering. So you're correcting the vehicle a couple different ways. One with your hands, the other with your feet, letting off the gas to get the tires to get traction again. But with him, he also has that wind. So that wind, that wing gets out to the side, it wants to knock it back straight.
Lebowski's, we got that glimpse there of them. Those guys, got to give them a shout. They've won in a lot of different stuff. Started out in 5 Unlimiteds with that Subaru Crosstrek 5 Unlimited car. They've done a little bit of Class 1 racing. Now they're, doing the spec truck thing, and really, really quick.
Yeah, you can never count them out of any race that they're in. Been on the podium here on many occasions. You wouldn't bet against them being on the podium again here this year. But right now they need to hunt down that male, Carl Jurgensen. And when you see Carl behind the wheel of that Camber Kinetics truck, it's incredible. It's a match made in heaven for sure.
Here's Ryan right here.
Ryan's running a little bit different race today than he has in the past. I think you'd said, normally he kind of steps out there pretty early and carries the lead. And I feel like Ryan, he's pushing, but I don't feel like he's in a real big hurry. He knows there's 3 or 4 laps, and he's led this so many times, and then we get to that 4th lap, and about midway through that 4th lap, and he's had issues. And I think maybe you think there's a little bit different strategy with Ryan today?
No. I think he's going to go after it. That's what he told me he's going to do. And frankly, right now, I'm looking at Travis, his co-drivers. He's messing with something up there. I wonder if they're going to have some comms issue or.
No, I think that's Dornets.
Oh,
that's
we might have a flat.
Yeah, that's what it is. I think.
No, I think he's just playing with the Dornets. I think what's happened is possibly they've had an issue or it's something, and now that Dornet won't reseat.
And I will say that trying to get a Dornet up at 100 miles an hour isn't real easy.
Thinking that little hole behind you where you can't see, you can't touch.
Exactly. This is Todd Wiley in the truck he dubs Frankenstein. Been around for a very long time. Todd won a lot of Class 8 races back in the day.
He did. One of Arizona's best.
There's Ryan Arciero once again, beneath the truck.
Hey, Jim, are we still on that Beneath sponsorship? Every time we say Beneath, like if I go Beneath, we get a free set of underwear?
I don't know. I think Ryan's still basket.
It's not beneath us to do that.
You're talking about dad.
There we go.
Come on.
I just got a free set of underwear for that. So if you're looking for the most comfortable underwear, grab a set of Beneath. There you go. Just like that.
Works for me. Now I know what the product is.
Ricky's up to 3 or 4 pairs of underwear now.
I'm working on it. But no, so I'm curious to what's going on with the window net. Oh, he's got it back up. Yeah, so don't know if something came undone, but he's still
messing with it.
Now, there's different types of clips for these window nets. Some of them have a physical clip. Some of them have almost like a seatbelt type latch.
Well, I'm pretty sure in this series you cannot have the seatbelt latch. They got Bill Savage, who is a complete savage if your car is not legal, and he's been around for a long time, and so he's very particular.
Some are spring loaded. You push it in and it pops out. Yeah, some have the
seatbelt latch.
But just check this out. I love watching these cars going to work.
This truck looks dialed.
Yeah, look how planted it is.
It's just stable.
That's Ryan Arciero in the Beneath truck.
Yes. He's had a long, great relationship with Kyle Washington, and that's one of Kyle's companies. Obviously working with Troy Lee as well. And I love that Bucko, because that was originally the Levi's truck, another company that Kyle works with, but the Buck Owens guitar look is a very, very clean, see it from a mile away.
It's pretty neat going live underneath the truck.
That's amazing.
That drive line looks just so vulnerable right now.
But, oh
my gracious.
Came too hot into the corner, just tipped it, went on the bicycle, went on its side.
Let's see who that is. Yeah.
We're all racing to our papers to see who 299 is.
You got another
Andrew
number?
Herdman.
Andrew Herdman, yeah.
Is 299.
Red Dog Racing.
And there's Jimmy Johnson. So another spot. So that's right at the, is that the end of Joshua Tree Highway?
No, he's already gone past that.
I was going to say that.
That's
He's
got to be
way
between,
past there.
that's between pit 1 and pit 2.
Yeah, no, I've got that. They're sitting at race mile, just past race mile 38.
Okay. Okay, I see right where it's at.
You got it. That's
Right
that
here.
back corner, yeah.
The back corner right here. So that's one of the new geysers. You could tell by the way they mount the tires. And I like the way they did that because it makes it easier to pull the tire off and get it back on. And sometimes stacking them, if you stack them on top of each other, getting the bottom one out is one thing, but getting the top one out is difficult. And trying to get the tire back up in the top mount is very difficult. So the way Rick Geiser and Jeff Geiser designed that, they got the tires off to the side so that the co-driver could just pull them off and then slide them back up in there.
And when a tire and wheel combination weighs 146 pounds, which is what these do, you got to look for ways to get it in and out a little bit easier.
Yep. Here on the right, we see Jimmy Johnson. He's in clear air. He's worked his way past quite a few different people. 2 separate flats. So obviously at the Gonzo pit, they put in new 2 tires because the pace that he's going, he is not thinking about conserving anything. He's just driving forward. So he's in a good spot. And I like the way we can see a little bit of dust as we're looking at where he's at. He is heading away from us, so he's done the top. That's about at race mile 40, he's coming about 42 miles an hour. Then he'll go through the sand whoops, which is at actually about 42, and then he'll go up into that far corner, which you can see up in the upper right-hand corner, race mile 45. So Jimmy Johnson is well on his way. Is about 2/3 on this first lap, and we're back with Michael Scafuto in the Falcon Real Racing livery.
We're just waiting for the timing loops. Now, I have got some news. From the first timing split, Robbie Gordon had made his way up to 4th position on adjusted time. So we need to keep an eye on that one for sure. But he hasn't actually come through our next timing loop. As soon as he does so, I will let you know. But I've looked on our tracker. Looks like he's quite a long way back. So I wonder if he's had a flat tyre.
It's been a blistering first lap for Brett Serapis as he comes into the speed zone, which means he's only a few miles from the main pit. But what a solid run that he's put in.
Well, let's talk about that, because at the moment he's running a 1 hour 29 pace as he comes into that speed control. I think he's going to put him somewhere around about that 1 hour 15 minutes maybe. First he did, but just looking back down where he started to stack up, and as we're expected, some of those top unlimited spec trucks are starting to make their way into that top 10. Carl Jurgensen, Dustin Grabowski.
You know, Brad was talking about this is the first time he's taking pole, taking top qualifier. There's a lot of speed in that Serapis family with the mid. His dad won first overall in Class 10 in 40, what was that, 1983, 4, 5?
Well, you started off with 40, and I went, oh, you're not going to age him that much, right?
No. His dad did.
No. Bob, 1,000 overall in Class 8 cars. Yes. One bad dude behind the wheel of the buggy.
Okay, I'm just looking down my list, and sitting in 5th position at the moment in the scoring is RJ Stidman. RJ Stidman is currently sitting first in the unlimited truck specs. That means he's actually right now ahead of Carl Jurgensen and Dustin Grabowski. So fantastic driving there from RJ.
A little piece of information on RJ Stidman. So we at Vildosa Racing run with the King Shocks. They now have live valve suspension. So it's not like the Fox live valve where it changes on the fly and it changes for you. But he has the ability to say, I'm just going to make a hypothetical situation. I want less rebound going through thumpers. I want more control, rebound, and compression going through the infield. So he can adjust his shocks At this point, there's 3 different settings: R1, R2, and R3. In each one, you have R1, 2, and 3, R2, 2, and 3, or that. So once the driver gets comfortable with it, he can actually do that. So Stedman is the only other driver besides us that has it at this point, but technology has really come a long way.
Now we've got to watch this car. This is Tracy Graff being driven by Justin Bean Smith. Now Justin said that he was getting out after lap 1, so he's going to have to come into main pit. They're going to have to make that driver change. We know that that bleeds time. Unless they practice this, they could actually lose anything up to a minute, maybe even a minute and a half on that driver swap. So we need to keep an eye on this. We could see Adam Householder move into 2nd position.
Well, and also that I talked with Steve Serapis this morning. We were all listening to that call, and a lot of times Brett and Christian will split the races, but Brett is lined up to do this whole race. Now Steve, as well as Christian, will be suited up ready to jump in if they need to. So they probably have those two split up on different sides of the track. So nobody is changing in that Coors Light race truck out in front. So these guys are doing a change right now.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing this at the Tracy Graff vehicle. We're going to be coming into the main pits, and they'll be making that driver change. Hopefully we'll be able to see that. You'll be able to put your unofficial stopwatch on it, Ricky.
I will have it ready and to go. As I said, I'm curious. We didn't see it, but I'm curious if Christian Serapis is stopping every lap and looking at tires and also changing. So he's not quite into the pit yet. So
I think the most you can make is a lap and a half, and you got to fuel.
Well, you could go quite a bit. You can go up to 170 miles, and with that. In this course, you know, here we see Adam Householders. He's getting into the speed section. So we watched Graff, aka Bean, out there, and now we see Householder getting back under speed, and there you see he's got that sequential gearbox because he just keeps pulling more gears.
Back up to that high-speed section, which is going to bring him in to the main pit area. It's a couple of miles out.
Hang on to it, Adam.
Oh, I love that. We're all sitting here as drivers watching this, and you can almost feel it. It's absolutely fantastic.
Rear end of the truck stepped out there for a second, but he was able to bring her back.
Now he's in the Holy Me gear. Back down into the power zone. Fantastic. So this is Jimmy Johnson on track there, and this is underneath his car, I believe. Rocks and dirt, rocks and dirt.
That's somebody else's underneath.
It looks like Jimmy's settling in now.
He's probably worn out.
Well, co-driver definitely is at this point, but I think they had to stop and get some spare tires on the truck.
One thing about Jimmy, though, with his racecraft and experience, he knows he's just got to settle himself down and leave it behind you. You know, you can't control what's behind you.
Well, I want to thank Remote Pit Tiff. She just sent a group text to us that Serapis is not pitting in the main pit. His main pit is an alternate, trying to find out where. So I'm thinking, so if he goes 100, he can make it to Gene Hurst pit because that'll put him right at 170 miles. And so, yeah, he can make it all the way to Gene Hurst pit, and that's where he can. If he does that, that means he could one pit this whole race, and that would help quite a bit.
So let's talk about fuel consumption at a race like this. So we've got great clean air, rough course, big trucks. Are they going to use more or less than they figured?
The Serapis is back. We're going to get back to that problem in just a sec. So Serapis is clean, has made it through. All All tires are on the racks. Everything is looking good. So Brett Serapis starting his lap 2. Now back to what you're saying, Bob.
Yeah.
The course is fast. This is typically you're going to use a lot of fuel. Like we were down in San Felipe, we're on the gas hard. We're in the sandy washes. We're using a lot of throttle, and so we're on and off. Using quite a bit. Where if we're in the the Baja 500 or up in the mountains and stuff like that, we're easier on the throttle. We're getting a little incremental gas mileage. These things are getting just over a mile a gallon.
I would say, something like the Baja 500 is more of a finesse race. The mid 400s, like San Felipe, it's a big smash mouth. Yeah, smash mouth.
It really is.
Yeah, this is a very violent race, and I think that's what makes the mid 400 special. It takes a lot to win here. Like we said, a lot of luck. I mean, a lot of grit.
Okay, this is on board with Tracy Graff right now, which means that he must have come in and made the stop, and I'm getting confirmation that he did make the stop. Now, this is interesting. Brett Serapis completed his first lap in 1 hour, 35 minutes and 7 seconds, 1.7 a second. Tracy Graff in 1 hour, 36 and 14. That's impressive if they made the driver swap.
Yeah.
So Justin Bean really put some work together there at the end of that lap. Now, Adam Householder has just crossed the line with a 1:36.53.
We need to store that Tracy Graff thing. That may be the difference.
Well, and Tracy has really come a long ways. He's from Canada, so he doesn't exactly live in the desert and get to play the desert and stuff like that. So we're watching Adam Householder as he works himself through that pit as well. So Adam is alternating what did he complete?
Yeah, he came through with a 1:36.53, so he's running around about 2 minutes off of Brett Serapis right now. And he's just around about 30 to 40 seconds behind Tracy Graff.
Well, but here's what could come into play later. Adam knows what it takes to win this race. He's done it 2 times in a row. He's also finished very strong. Now, Brett, even though he's young and aggressive, does he have the right program? Is he ready mentally? Is he ready physically? I think physically, yes, but the mental strain that it takes, Adam knows exactly where he's at in this race.
I'm going to call this, I'm going to say that the older generation of racers, or the older racers, you are mentally stronger. That's why we see people in Dakar, whether it be Stefan Petter Hansel, whether it be Nasser El-Attiyah, whether it be, I don't know, if we start looking back down at Baja winners, it's at the older generational drivers that tend to be more successful than the younger guns. And when I'm talking about young guns, I'm not talking about guys who are in their late 20s, early 30s. It is definitely
the Connor McMullins, the 20s.
Yes. Yeah. These are the guys that older heads tend to be, dare I say, stronger at these more endurance races.
Well, for Brett, even though he's, you describe him as young, I'll guarantee you he's got Steve Serapis in his ears to help him think things through.
Yep, that makes a big difference as well.
Your team makes it. Your team makes it.
So we've got 3 cars that have crossed the line and started into their second lap. That's Adam Householder, who crossed the line with a 1:36.53. Tracy Graff, driven by Justin Bean Smith, with a 1:36.14. And Brett Serapis, who's currently leading this race, with a 1 hour and 35 minutes. That's an astonishingly fast time. That's it. If he continues at that pace, that's going to put him just over the 6 hours mark.
Yep. Here we see Nick Whetstone as he's working, and it looks like his co-driver is going for either a drink. Yeah, it looks like he's going to drink water. That's what he told himself for that.
Now, this is interesting as well. So Nick Whetstone, we know he started this morning in 4th position. Now he stopped for he had a flat tyre as he made his way up through the first wash, which means he will have also had to have pitted, taken on a re-rack, and then come on back through, which is why we've got a little gap between these drivers. So it's going to be very interesting to see what his time is as he makes his way through.
As it looks like he's going into the main pit.
And that's Ryan Arciero punching through, and we will get to a time for him shortly. So yeah, Ryan Arciero is coming through with a 1:37.59. So he's around about he's 3 minutes behind our current race leader on adjusted time.
And maybe we're going against what Bob was saying. Bob was saying that he's just gonna go for it. But we've seen the pace of Ryan Arciero, and I think that he's conserving equipment, taking it easy. I mean, he's flying. So taking it easy for him. The average guy.
Well, let's be right. Again, Ryan Arciero has another gear. We know that he can step it up when he needs to.
Yes,
we know
absolutely.
that he can find that extra pace when he has to. So at the moment, he's just in touch. He's just letting that race play out for him. I'm sure that is game plan, and he's right on it now.
He's going to channel his inner Albert in the way he goes.
Not Albert, anybody but Albert.
I know Albert's a shoe, man. That dude flew.
How do we give him the nickname of Flipper then?
Oh, I ain't going there. Al's gonna come after you, boys.
Sorry,
Look out.
Butch.
No,
Sorry,
that's
Albert.
Butch. Yeah. Butch,
Please, sorry, Albert.
Butch might hold you, and Al's gonna take you out. So I heard they were having some great stories at the Jimmy Johnson function last night. Old Ivan and Butch were getting after each other.
Okay, so this is Carl Jurgensen, and he is currently lying in first position in unlimited spec. Just check out that Camber car.
Looks like he's got some new tires on the back. Obviously, the tires on the rack look dirty, so they've been there. They're good, but the back tires, notice how clean they are. So they just put on some new tires, and away they go. So what was his lap time, Jim?
So Carl crossed the line with a 1:39.23.
There we go.
But we do need to keep an eye on RJ Stidman when he crosses the line. RJ didn't start until way back into 22nd position, so a lot of adjusted time. Now, this truck is actually running new body panels this year. I think it looks a lot slicker.
Right now, Serapis and Traff are less than 1 minute apart.
They're just starting to build up a lead on this field. But how many times have we seen that before here in the past at the Mint 400? So here we go. This is Nick Whetstone. They'll be crossing the line now. Time. Bear in mind, we know that he's had to have stopped in the pits, and we know that he had a flat tyre. And he crosses the line with a 1:41.21. So just over 6 minutes behind our race leader, and it looks like he's got a tyre missing off the back. So has he just made a mistake there? Because he's just come through main pit. Did he not stop? Does he not have the facilities to be able to stop at main pit?
Well, I can't imagine, because they all look over the edge of it, so I can't imagine.
There's definitely a tyre missing off the rack there, so maybe a small mistake there from Nick Whetstone as he makes his way out onto the second lap.
Well, as we're watching Nick Whetstone as he navigates his way through the short course, I want to just give a quick moto update. Right now, here's the top four. Dalton Shuri is in first. Kieran Nanon in that on the Ducatis in second. Shane Logan in fourth, and Preston Campbell. Shane Logan third, and Preston Campbell in fourth. So right now, very, very tight race for the Pro Moto division, and I think they've been running since 7 o'clock, so we should be seeing the pictures soon.
Fantastic. Thank you for keeping us honest on that. Over 100 plus motos, and let's not forget, it's the first year we've got quads racing here with us at the Mint 400 as we watch Michael Scafuto currently lying third in class in the all-wheel drives. This is a Brenthal truck, and this is Conor McMullen. Now, this is a man who came second last year.
I think this is the one to watch. This is the one.
Well, Conor McMullen is currently running 6th overall with a 1:39.42 and second in class behind Carl Jurgensen, but he is only literally 21 seconds on adjusted time behind Carl. So a fantastic run here from Conor.
His co-driver's Janica, that's Kevin's lady. She rides every mile of every race. She ran the whole race yesterday in Class 10. She's a tough guy.
Oh, I've got an update on that. Dustin Grabowski, who we're just coming through right now, has moved up into second in class and is only 12 seconds behind Carl Jurgensen on adjusted time, and slots him between him and Conor McMullen. Wow, this racing is so close in unlimited spec. So they've been racing for an hour and a half, and there is literally 20 seconds dividing the top 3 cars in this class. And we haven't yet seen RJ Stidman come across the line yet either.
So, Jim, why do you think the 6100s are the spec trucks are so reliable? What makes that happen?
Well, let's not forget that they're mostly running that 6.2 LS engine package. It's a really very reliable, very bulletproof package, and these guys can drive it absolutely to the last horsepower. these guys have their suspension dialed. They're also technicians, they're wheelmen, they know what they're doing, and that gives us fantastic racing. They're all using different shock absorber packages. So we've got Carl Jurgensen using those Kinetics Camber shock absorbers. We've got the other guys using their various different brands. But isn't that what makes it fantastic? But they're controlled by the packaging of their class, and that makes it a real driver's class. And to see them so close, I love it.
Well, you know, that everybody thinks about the word spec is that they're all identical, and that is not the case in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but they have to run a sealed motor package, and that makes a massive difference. Right, so this is one of the Herbst cars coming in here.
And it looks like, is that a red coat?
Yeah, that's the 19, so that is Thor Herbst.
Who's in the pit?
So that there is going to be, I'm guessing, is Wiley, just looking at the colour scheme. And that looks like Dale Dondell, just making his way across the line. Now, Dale Dondell does crossing the line there, and he is in 11th overall and 5th in class, and crosses with a 1:45.15. Now, this is interesting. Now, we all know his old car was called Big Booty Judy. Yeah. He hasn't got a name for this car yet, so he said, if anyone's got a great name for his new car, hit him up.
Well, we might
He's all ears.
We'll have to call it Cheeks or something like that, because it looks like a much smaller.
You would
it's
think
very
he'd
much
want
more
to
narrow.
call it Finisher.
So just looking down at our current runners and riders, in first position is Brett Serapis, in second is Tracy Graff, in third it's Adam Householder, our current reigning champion, then behind him is Ryan Arciera, then first in the unlimited truck specs is Carl Jurgensen, sitting in 5th position. I'm going to be expecting RJ Stidman to be coming across the line very soon. Be interesting to see where he slots in. Now, I like cars like that. Easy to spot on the track.
Yeah, hard to miss.
Doesn't mean I know who it is, but it's just really different.
Gee, that's pretty.
So that is the 247 there.
So, and I've talked about it before, going down numbers can be wicked. I mean, you get up to speed really easy, as we're watching Vaughn Gittin Jr. as he works his way through.
Yeah, Vaughn qualified really well yesterday. He was right up there in the at the pointy end, in 10th position, well, 9th position, in fact. So that's the 251 there of Miller, Dane Miller crossing the line.
Love
Young driver, only 22
Miller
years of
time.
age.
Got a Miller time on the side. Are you aware of what that is? Coming
Miller
from
time?
England? Yeah.
Not a clue.
It's a beer commercial. Like they say, it's Miller time. But for him, it's driver time. All right. Here we see Steve Olegas coming in. Looks like, so he's in the main pit. Looks like they're ratcheting down. So they replaced the tire on the right rear. They got the strap back down. Looks like his fuel, getting them all set up. New tires on the rear. Resetting the guns. Sometimes the bottle wasn't open, so it ran out of gas.
What are the advantages of using the CO2 guns versus the electric guns?
It's like a turbo type of thing. And right there, this is where I disagree with the guys. I built a company called You See Me with gloves so that you have high vis orange and high vis yellow so that the guys can see. Here you got the cone on the hood, you got people holding up black gloves, and right now we got us a door banger going on in the race right now. Thor Herbst starting his second lap.
Yeah, that is
side
Wiley.
by side by Todd Wiley. Wiley looking back on the one side. Now who's going to send it? And Wiley gets the job done. Thor looking to the inside.
Yeah, you've got a super commit up the inside of that one, and he's not going to make that. Todd Wiley holds the line.
That's the part that blows your mind. They raced 100 miles through the most treacherous desert, and these guys are door to door. The Jim?
Yeah, so as we continue with the action here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400, we're going to pop out for a short ad break, but do not go anywhere. There is so much action. We've only just started the second lap of this 4-lap race, so we'll see you very soon.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. The ride's really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for the ride? We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. Well, fantastic action we've got here on track, and right now we are in car with none other than last year's winner and a 2-time winner at that, back-to-back, Adam Householder, as he's making his way out onto Joshua Tree Highway, and he can see the dust. He's just controlling his pace here. He's a few minutes off of the lead, but he won't mind that. He's playing his own race, he's playing his own game. He's sitting first in class in the 2-wheel drives and 3rd overall at the moment. Currently around about 2.5 to 3 minutes behind our race leader, who is, of course, Brett Serapis.
Well, and that's, you know, one of the things that, as I said, what he knows is what this beating feels like, meaning he's been through the fire before, so now he's aware of how he feels physically, how the truck feels underneath him, and how hard he can push. And I think Adam has been one of those guys that you can actually set your watch on. And he also has that ability to turn it up when he needs to as well. So he's doing the right thing, Bob.
Well, I just, you know, that relaxation of knowing you're in the groove, you're finally in the zone, everything's fine. That's what makes a happy race car and a happy driver. He's probably working less now that he's comfortable.
Well, I love the fact that his co-driver's actually got enough time to clean the cameras for us as well.
Well, that's a beautiful thing about this live stream that the Martelli brothers have put together. His crew's like, clean the camera. We're watching the TV show and it's dusty, but he is catching somebody's dust, so that's a good sign.
Let's just talk about technology, because while we're at that ad break a moment ago, you were speaking on the phone to none other than, of course, racing legend himself, Robbie Gordon.
Yes, so we're going to be calling Robbie here in just a little bit. He was going through Thumper, so give him a minute to catch his breath after that. So great kudos to the Geyser brothers, also Clyde Stacy, for putting that deal together. They had a plugged radiator. That's why he wasn't able to qualify. Started way in the back. I think he said he's passed 30 cars. So in a little bit, it'll be a little gobble. It'll be on my phone. But we're going to give Robbie Gordon a call in just a minute to talk to him. So amazing that he's like, hey, give me a call. I got Bluetooth in my helmet. I'll talk to you. So we'll hit it back in a minute.
Okay, so we're just watching here live on track right now.
Guys and our brothers, a little bit slightly different delivery. They always got Norris support heat wave, but also love to see them out there with Yokohama. Yokohama did so much with Cal Wells as well as Ivan Stewart back in the day. It's great to see them come back, Bob.
Yeah, they're currently lying in 10th position overall and 5th in class for Nick Eisenhower. Now, RJ Stidman, we were saying, was absolutely flying high earlier on, but he has obviously had a problem in that last sector and dropped back to 11th place and 6th in class. And that's the whole thing, is it can change so fast. 1 minute you're a superhero, the next minute you've got a flat tire and everything changes. And we are at that point in this race where, or this style of racing, one flat or two flats can make the difference on your day.
Exactly, and this, you know, when you come out and test, this is a lot of the area where people go to, because he's coming up to Gene Hirsch pit here in just a minute. We're very, very close to Las Vegas Boulevard and also Highway 15, so you're going to see here in just a moment how it opens up, as Jimmy has a great pace as he's rolling in, so this is going to feel like old home week for him.
Now, we've actually seen him obviously having problems out there. We've seen him at least have 2 flat tyres. Now, he's just got to put that out of his mind, hasn't he, and start driving his race and let that race come back to him.
Yep, and then I was watching Duncan kind of talking to him about keep your hands straight, look up, look further ahead, because I'm telling you, these bumps are so huge. You think this is going to rise up and forward. That you can see how comfortable he is right now with Jimmy.
Yeah, look at that. There's hardly anything going on in the wheel. No corrections, no nothing. Relaxed.
There's a reason why he's won so many championships.
Yeah. You think your way to the finish line. Duncan looks all relaxed over there.
Absolutely phenomenal. Truck looks great, very balanced. And Jimmy was telling me that him and Duncan were dialing in the truck, so it was what Jimmy wanted and what Jimmy was, Jimmy was liking. And then, but also the good news is that it's not two green guys trying to get something that's unachievable. Duncan can say, okay, we have to have a little compromise here, a little compromise there, but still, it's a very comfortable, very, very raceable racetrack. And you can see Jimmy not jerking at the wheel. Obviously, he's bouncing through loops that are 3 to 4 foot deep, but very, very smooth.
But you know, he's been testing for a couple of weeks, so he's got a fair amount of seat time to clear out the cobwebs from back then, you know. Yeah, and I think that the desert will get him lined up pretty quick. It comes back to you.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, he started as a mini bike rider, riding motorcycles, then got into what they think called the super lights in the stadium, and then he got into stadium trucks, and then also rode with Nelson. So and he was very, very strong at the short course when he raced for Herzog's, racing against Scott Taylor back in Crandon, and that was under the soda days before it went to core.
Oh, I'm loving this. Triple images here.
Oh, right.
The Jimmy Johnson card. Now, earlier on, actually, we just came back on air, and we can actually have the in-car. We could hear Duncan talking to Jimmy. We're just trying to get that again now, but sometimes the internet gods do not want to play.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to try Robbie Gordon. Let's give him a call.
What? 2 NASCAR legends all in the same shot?
Just legends, period.
Hey, Robbie, it's RJ. I'm doing fantastic. How about you? I know you had a hectic start. Yeah, we're just crossing under the dry lake there, so we're almost on round 123.
There you go. We're watching your in-car right now as you're going. Everything good? You said you got past about 30 cars in this first lap. So everything good? No temperature issues?
No problem.
Sounds good. Wait, I'm 141 I just heard.
145. 147. No, 133. That's all I'm telling you. You're good. That's all I'm telling you. Okay. You hit the Ricky? Can't see the dust here, bud. Got through here.
All righty, hey.
Water temps 180.
Absolutely awesome. Well, hey, I'm going to let you get back to work, buddy. You're doing awesome. I heard 147, so that thing is definitely moving.
This big thunders, you know. Mike Stacy had a dream team with this one, and pretty awesome that, you know, that he could put 2 engines in a truck, and guys are doing an amazing job. And we've really been able to dial this thing in like they said.
Well, hey, we're reading your sticker. Good luck, go fast, don't die. Go get him, buddy.
Oh, you like that, huh?
I love that. Go get him. See you at the finish.
All right, thank you.
See you, bye. Well, that's technology. I just talked to Robbie Gordon going 147 miles an hour across the dry lake bed. And so if someone wants to argue with me, you guys heard it. 135, 146,
yeah, he
147.
just counted us right up to it.
Yep. And what I liked is that you looked over there and you see Robbie looking over the GPS wanting to confirm. So,
yeah.
So I guarantee he was probably pushing the throttle through the floorboard.
No question about it. And relaxed.
Yep.
Just cruising.
You know who's smiling watching that right now is Baja Bob. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Bob, talk to us about that. You won the Baja 1000 with Robbie Gordon.
Yes.
How many years ago now?
Hey, how about elaborate just a little bit?
I was gonna say, I'll tee these up for you, but you got to run with it.
So hold on, I got to say that's what I love about when you win is like, how'd you do? I won.
Yeah.
But if you don't win, you're like, how'd you do? Well, I was winning, so you won. No, then I got a flat. Then I did. So.
Well, it was a couple of weeks ago, Ricky.
Yeah.
It was 1989. And actually, that year for Robbie and I were really good. We pulled off the Triple Crown. We won first overall Baja 500, first overall at the Nevada 500, first overall at the Baja 1000. And that Baja 1000 was a heck of a good time. I mean, it's just a plain good time. We were... No, I can't tell those stories, can I? That's what happened in the cockpit.
Yeah, you can. Why not?
Well, that's the thing today.
Statute of limitations, buddy.
Well,
you can say whatever you want.
Yeah. These guys have got to be careful of that now. With the ability for us to be able to collect that information from inside the cars, we can now actually hear what they're saying. I mean, don't forget in King of the Hammers this year, we had that incredible moment where Paul Wolf was on his live stream phoning his wife and saying, I'm done, honey, I've got nothing left. And she gave him the, come on, man, you can do this. Get back in that car and let's go. And it was incredible. It broke the internet, and we're going to see that with more and more racing, particularly desert and off-road.
Well, I love that Shane Lewis is starting his second lap, looking strong out there. So everything positive. All the tires are on there. Looks like full load of fuel. So starting his next lap. But one other thing I got to say, I saw Paul Wheel out there. He's lost some weight, so that tells me he took notes of getting beat up so hard, because I'm telling you, the courses are so rough now with all the fast pre-runners and stuff. So he said, well, how can I be better? What I'm going to do is get in better physical shape. So good for them. And also, obviously, Toby Price, that guy could drive anything. I mean, he's like Kyle Jurgensen. You put him in a school bus, I think he'd be in the top 5.
But you know, when you talk to him, it's like talking to a happy puppy. He's just excited
Toby?
to be here. Yeah.
Oh no, he's a racer.
He's awesome.
I mean, he's got I think he's got plates in his back. He broke his, I think, one or both femurs. I mean, he has been tore up from the floor up, but he just loves racing, and it doesn't matter what he gets in. He always is fast. I mean, he's one of those guys, when he wants to qualify up front, he's pretty phenomenal to watch.
Would have been nice to see him out here today, but they're having a new truck made, and it's just not ready yet.
Yep, so I was just talking to Rolf Holland about that, is that they're coming up with a couple different plans. They got the new Mason. Here we see Michael Scafuto and Beer Bottle Pass. As he goes through, and finish the thought is that they're coming up with plan A, B, and C to potentially just get something for San Felipe. Jim?
Yeah, I'm just loving this, watching Michael Scafuto making his way through Beer Bottle Pass. Currently running 3rd in the all-wheel drive class right now, and running 9th overall. And the improvement that we've seen in Michael in the last couple of years has been night and day. He really is. He kind of gets this car, puts it on, and gets out onto that race course, getting faster and faster. And as he said, I've been working the bugs out of this vehicle. This is one of the Brentford all-wheel drives, and he's really putting it together here today.
Well, and I've done some driving with that, and he's got the Danzio motor in there. It's very well balanced, very, I'm going to say, when I say easy to drive, it's very driver friendly. Now, when you're going as fast as they're going, and what they got to do, we got to battle on the infield as we're watching some of the drivers go through, but back to the right lane with Michael Scafuto, you can see if you're 6 inches off to the left or to the right, it doesn't matter how good your tires are. You blast that sidewall, because it's very rare that we take a puncture directly in the tread. It's always that sidewall that pinches between the rock and the rim, and that's what cuts the tire, Bob.
Well, a lot of times we have to train the drivers to hit things with the tread face. The tread face is the strongest part, and not hit it with the sidewall. When those sidewalls get hit and clopped and killed, if they do, it's because the driver is trying to avoid something,
exactly.
Not driving into it. He was trying to save it, but it didn't make it.
Got a race going, Jim?
Yeah, we have indeed. No, I'm loving this. Now, oh, we're back. We've changed cars just at the wrong moment. But here we go. Just check this out. Look at the pace of the car on the right-hand side. I mean, that's 100 mile an hour plus right there.
And I think that's Grabowski on the left. So Grabowski, who's not too far, because if you look at the view, it's very similar. It looks like he's coming down Beer Bottle Pass as well. So I think Scafuto is just in front of him. So we could see. So now looking at the map.
So yeah, it looks like we've just seen Scafuto coming off the left-hand side there. Oh, sorry, the right-hand side. And he will just go into that straight line. We saw him take that heavy right there, and he'll be hard on the throttle. And we can see Grabowski, who's working his way through Beer Bottle Pass, through that mountain pass. And there's drops there that are over 100 foot to one side of you, isn't there?
Yeah, there's no joke. So when I raced Pikes Peak one time, and Rod Millen says that, Rick, there's certain turns you just don't race. And the same thing here at Beer Bottle Pass.
Now, I think this might be Aaron Selico. If it is...
No, I don't think it is. I think that's Sam.
Is it Sam?
Sam Berry?
I'm pretty sure that's Sam. He's got that yellow and orange, just like it. Yep, that's Sam Berry.
It is Sam Berry. Yeah, well, there are no reasons, because Aaron has a very similar coloured car, but different livery.
Now, this guy...
Hammer down across the lake bed.
I'm talking tough. Sam Berry is, I mean, you look under badass in the dictionary, there's a picture of Sam Berry. He did
with
so
a smile.
Long. He had that single seat Class 1 car forever. And he's got to be like 28, 29 years old, right?
Yeah, just like somebody else I know.
Been around a while. So, Sam, keep doing what you're doing. You are, well, he's getting past on the left, but you're quite, I think that's Jimmy Johnson. There's Jimmy Johnson just passing Sam Berry. So, cutting off to the left, and with Jimmy putting it down. So, he's got the unlimited two-wheel drive truck, and he was able to get past Sam Berry going down that. As Buddy Baker would say, she handles down the straights. So that 19 Industry truck definitely's got some motor.
I would love to hear what his co-driver's saying to him right now. There's hands all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing is that, Jimmy obviously had a tough run yesterday. so that dings a driver's ego a little bit. They got 2 flats, that dings your ego a little bit more. So Dunk understands you got to keep the guy motivated. You got to keep him in the game. Everything's okay. Come on, man. Let's get past that. And so the tone and the cadence of your voice changes everything. So here we're watching them as they start to go down through the solar field. So if you're wondering what this big looks like a solar panel is, that's exactly what it is. So they're at race mile 85. So they're working their way back to the main pit.
So we're just looking now at I was looking at the tracker a minute ago, and I can see that our race leaders are now heading towards Gonzo Pit. They're probably around about 4 miles out as Sam Berry comes through and crosses the line.
No, that is not Sam Berry.
Oh, no, that is Aaron Silico.
Yes. There's the
Or is
flames we
it?
were
Hold
talking about.
on. I'm just going to check that. I'm not sure that is. That's car number 4. I will come back to you. I'll keep you honest on this. I don't want to make a mistake. It's Brent. It's Venstra Motorsports.
I like the way our producer says it better. Venstra. Venstra. I don't know if it's Italian, but hey, I'm going to go with it.
Let's roll with it. Well, it's not like us to get in trouble.
Exactly. Well, at least you can blame it on your British accent.
Well, this is true.
Okay.
It's a great looking car though. Any car that's got flames is a favourite for me. And he comes on through to complete his first lap.
So we're going to take a look at the map. We're going to scan around. But one thing we want to let you know, it's going to be a little while to get on that. But Serapis does not have a tracker for some reason. So obviously there's nothing fishy there. It's just sometimes they don't read. So it's not showing where he's at. We saw him go through. We saw Brett not take any tires and looking clean and did not stop at the main pit. So I'm going to assume, which you know what they say about that, is that he's going to stop at the Gene Hurst pit, and then that's what he'll do. As we see Jimmy Johnson as he's working his way down the speed section, and once again Duncan with his hands up, he's either praying or explaining something. I didn't know Duncan was
He's got the phone out now. He said, "I'm bored. I'm going to do some games and just like chill out for a bit here."
Yep.
Going to find out what restaurant we're at tonight. What do you fancy? Do a bit of Thai, Chinese? Yeah. What do you want? Do you want one of them Indian curry things?
Exactly. Nothing too spicy, you know. Could.
Yeah, he's got an airplane ride tomorrow.
Oh, okay, right. This is Nick Whetstone. Just changed the tire.
Another flat. This is not good for Nick Whetstone. So he obviously losing that, getting a flat at race mile 4, and now another one. So now when he stops in the main, he's actually past main pit.
Well, let's not forget he only had one tire in the rack as well. So he is he's running wounded now.
So that is not good. So now you have to really take care of yourself, because people think, oh, just drive on a flat. You cannot. No. What will happen is that tire will wrap around, rip the brake lines off, then it's just a catastrophic event, and the next thing you know, you're down to nothing.
Now here we got a guy's. The net is going to be last, Ricky.
Yep.
Going to be last. We could talk to the guy. Help him out a little.
Spin your belt around. Spin your belt around. Spin your belt around. Oh, you clipped it in. All right, we're going to take a look at the map here in a second, and so that you can see where 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are. So here we see Graf, and then we can see Householder. So as they're moving around, then you see back there Ryan Arciero, the green dot up there. So now you see them getting ready to go into the Gonzo pit. So we should see Serapis through Gonzo pit anytime now. But you can look and see the difference. Once they don't always update exactly at the same time, and now it shows Adam Householder in front. So
here we go. This is our race leader. It looks like our race leader coming into the Gonzo pit right now.
What's he going to do? Is he going to stop?
Well, this could be the place where he takes on fuel. I'm going to say...
But look in the background. Look in the background where he's already got dust. So that means that Householder is right up behind him. Now, if you were Householder's team, if you were Brett Serapis' team, you would have been... Oh, sorry. Adam Householder's team, you would have said, he has not taken on fuel. This could be the moment. Close the gap.
Yep.
In fact, that's going to actually be Tracy Graf behind him, I would have thought.
And look, there he is right there. So Graf is less than 20 seconds behind him. Yep.
Yeah, in fact, I've just got the timing loop come up.
And
Tracy
hold
Graff.
on, and here comes Householder. So we have 3 trucks you can throw a blanket over.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you something now that's very interesting indeed. Tracy Graff on adjusted time is first with 2 hours 14 minutes and 55 seconds. Adam Householder 2 hours 15 and 13, and Brett Serapis is currently sitting in third on adjusted time with 2:15:46. But look at this.
But you got to give it to Tracy Graff. He jumped in the truck and he put all that time on Brett Serapis.
Yeah, now I want to see if Serapis comes in and takes a tire, because that's a lot of time to suddenly lose.
I haven't
let's just
seen
see what happens.
That was where Graff was. So is he going to pit here, or is he going to pit at the next one?
Looks to me like they're both going to blow through, and we've got Householder just behind them as well.
Right there.
Oh my word, what a race. Now, if you're just joining or watching, this is a speed control as they make their way through the Gonzo pit. Oh, here we go, Graff's going in. So is this the drive? Was that Justin Bean in that case?
No. Well, the plan was not for Justin. The plan was Tracy gets in at the start-finish for
at the start-finish, right?
But
okay.
was it at the main pit, or is this where they're making the pit stop?
Is this where they're making the pit stop? That's what I'm wondering.
You know, we didn't see the pit happen, did we?
No, we didn't. And so this, why you can? Gosh, we can't quite see. But this is awesome for Adam Householder right now.
Yeah, track position is track position.
And you see the motorcycles now; they will be on the same pit, but then the motorcycles will cut off onto a different track. So, right now, if you're thinking, "Uh-oh, got a trophy truck down your tail," they will not be on a live racetrack at the same time, but they do share the same pits.
So Brett Serapis at the moment must be breathing hard. You need a little bit of luck in racing, and it looks like he just got it as we watch Adam Householder opening up the throttle. Just look at that car react. Absolutely unbelievable. Over 1,000 horsepower there. Laying down on those massive 40-inch tyres. And he's just pulling gears as he goes off chasing Brett Serapis.
So now that they've gone through the Gonzo pit, they're race mile 35. They're going to work their way all the way up into the top part of the course. Then they'll come down around the sand whoops. So in what Householder needs to do, and what he does so well, Bob, is just stay right where he's at. He's gotten past Justin Bean Smith and Tracy Graff, and so now he's leading overall. But the thing that he doesn't need to worry about is now Brett Serapis has to make up a bunch of time, has to push really hard.
Well, okay, let's just talk about this also, because we've got Ryan Arciero that's going to be coming up there somewhere. Can he take a track position on Tracy Graff? They were a couple of minutes behind. Don't forget, Arciero started back down in 6th position, whereas, of course, Tracy Graff left the line. So there was around about 3 minutes on adjusted time there. But this is all part of the gameplay, isn't it? This is all part of what we're talking about. And we've also got to start thinking about, where is Householder going to be taking on fuel? We've seen him go through main pit. We've seen him go through Gonzo, which means he's got to be stopping at Gene Hurst, surely.
Yes.
Unless he stops early.
Well, there's nowhere else to stop.
Unless you're out of fuel.
Oh, don't say that, Bob. I've been that guy. No one needs to go there. That's horrible.
After the conversation at breakfast with Toby, I got fuel on my mind.
Yeah, I feel for him. But it just goes to show that it can happen to absolutely anyone. And people at home might think, well, how do you run out of fuel? Surely, you know, it's $1 million truck. You must have a fuel gauge. It's really not that simple. Because of the technology inside of the fuel tanks, they had to have foams, they had to have baffles, etc. And also the fact that the car's being thrown around the entire time. To fit a fuel gauge and to actually make it work, it would only happen if you were on a dead flat road, and these are never on a dead flat road. So they don't have gauges. Everything is calculated.
Stokes, as he works his way through the infield.
Okay, I've got some news. We have got our current, this is all on adjusted time, of course. Adam Householder is currently leading with 2 hours and 15. Behind him, Brett Serapis, who's actually first on track with 2:15. Ryan Arciero with a 2 hours, 17 minutes and 1 second. And behind him, you've got to love this, Carl Jurgensen, of course, 2 hours, 17 and 15 seconds. Only 14 seconds behind Ryan Arciero as they make their way through the Gonzo pit.
Very, very tight races as now we're in Gonzo pit once again. This could be this should be Ryan Arciero or
I
Kyle
reckon that
Jurgensen.
can't be Kyle Jurgensen. I think the dust that you see just to your right there is Ryan Arciero, but that's just a guess. Yep, there it is.
Oh, you nailed it. So, but look at how close Kyle Jurgensen is. So Kyle's doing the right thing, waiting for the moment, which you could wait for centuries if you're waiting for Ryan Arciero to make that kind of mistake. But go ahead.
Can you imagine that? You're Ryan Arciero, okay? You're driving this 19 Industries monster truck, okay? All the horsepower in the world, and you look in your mirror and there's Kyle Jurgensen just behind you. I mean, like, you know, props to Kyle Jurgensen. The man is an absolute machine behind the wheel.
Well, and I was talking to Jerry from Camberg, and I asked, hey, what's new, what's going on? And what they're really stoked about is their shocks. So they've been building their new kinetic shocks. They had one issue last year, and right now, obviously, Jurgensen very, very happy with that truck and very comfortable. But I think the wind is working beautifully. Kyle is going to do what Kyle does. The first thing they want to win is their class. Okay, you want to win your class, so you have to maintain what you're doing there. But then, if the overall falls into place, you take it. So once again, Camberg with some new equipment out there, so much different stuff. As we see Jimmy getting ready to come in at the end of his first lap, what we were told is that Troy Herbst is going to be coming in the second lap.
Yeah, okay, so Jimmy Johnson is just coming in right now into the pits, and I believe we've got RPT down there, remote pit Tiff. Tiffany Stone will be walking us through this as Jimmy comes in. And in the background there, that is Aaron Silica's car that I was looking for earlier, that orange and sort of cream colour. So Jimmy Johnson making his way through the main pits here, under speed control. And he'll be peeling off at any moment. It feels like forever, doesn't it, Ricky, when you're coming through these things?
Man, yes.
That's Chad Hall that he's caught up, and so here he starts to work his way in. They're asking, "Is that our pit? Is that our pit? Is that our pit?"
No,
nope, that's not our pit.
There's the entrance.
Oh, yep, that is our pit.
Okay, so Jimmy Johnson coming in, and the Herbst crew go to work.
All right, guys, so it looks like the number 84 of Jimmy Johnson just made his way in here. Now, I had a chance to talk to the team. He did already have 2 flats, but they were able to do that, change them out, re-rack, and that was all done at Gene Hurst Pit. Now, I know that they are going to change the 2 rear tires that you guys can see right now as well. They were talking about possibly pulling off a body panel. Not sure if that's going to happen, but they are giving him 45 gallons of fuel and then going to send him back out into the desert. Now, I know right now we're seeing Anthony. Anthony is holding Jimmy off right now. He looks like he's super calm with everything. I'm going to see if I can take a look around the truck, see if there's anything going on right now. They are looking underneath the truck as well. Maybe I can get some insight on what is happening. But like we said, they are going to give him 45 gallons of fuel. They're going to send him back out there. But while we're talking about him, there are other drivers that have come in right now. We've seen RJ Stidham come in. He needed 2 new rears. We also saw Alex Wacker come in. He got some fuel. Kit Stokes, he needed a re-rack and a fuel as well. But now we're looking at the number 84 heading back out into the desert. Doesn't look like they pulled the body panel off. Oh, they did pull that body panel off right there. So he's back out there. Back up to you guys.
Well, great job. I put the stopwatch on it, just over 1 minute. 2 rear tires, fuel. They got to look around the truck. That's the thing. You want to be quick, but if you miss one thing, that leaves the driver and the co-driver out in the desert all day long. So Jimmy Johnson, Doug, getting in and out. 19 Industries doing a great job doing that. And I think now you're going to see what Jimmy can do. Meaning, he's settled in. He's made a couple mistakes. He's comfortable. He knows what's out there. Now he's going to go have fun. And Jimmy is a fanatic about fitness. He's cycling all the time. Hell, one of his friends that he rides with is Lance Armstrong. So that should tell you the level of fitness that this guy has. So running 2 laps in this race, he's going to be a little sore, neck a little sore, and this and that. But I think he's going to be fine. And as we see Jimmy Johnson start his second lap.
Yeah, fantastic pit stop there, but you wouldn't expect anything less from the Herbst guys. All hugely experienced. And I have got some more news. Dustin Grabowski has crossed the line in 6th position as he makes his way through the Gonzo pit and is sitting just behind Kyle Jurgensen. just around about a minute and a half. So a fantastic battle going on there in the unlimited spec. But let's not forget that those two cars are sitting in 5th and 6th position overall behind those monstrous unlimited trucks, which are running with over 1,000 horsepower. And joining us back in the booth is none other than Jim Beaver. How are we doing, Jim?
I am doing good. Just spent a little bit of time in VIP, seeing everybody kind of mingle around, and I got to tell you a couple takeaways. One, the food is amazing. Jim, you'll appreciate this. It's a mix of American, Italian, and we even have some fish and chips.
Oh, my word.
But no, you know, it's great. There's some legends of the sport, you know, walking around in VIP and things like that. But I got to tell you, one of the biggest things is I went outside, and I've been in this booth most of the morning. It is extremely windy, and it's extremely cold out there. And the wind is absolutely insane. And I think on areas of this course, as we're seeing kind of the dust blow around and things like that, it might even be stronger.
It'd be a good day to be planted in a race car with a pumper on.
It absolutely would. And, you know, when you're a driver, you don't really feel it behind the wheel unless you've got a big headwind, or as Ricky had said, when you got that tailwind that's pushing everything up, you know, up in front of you, and you're chasing your own dust trail.
I hate it when the dust trail chases you.
Yeah, that's
the worser part. Worser.
That is
That's
Adam Householder there.
Yeah.
Up through those sand whoops.
Uphill, too.
Uphill, and it looks like the dust is just lingering. That wind must be blowing.
It's blowing in some places.
Blowing
in some
down
places,
the course.
they wish they had wind. This will be a good one right here.
You know, it's funny, yesterday we talked about how there wasn't much dust and we had all that moisture in the ground, and we kept seeing that brown dirt come up and things like that. Well, you know, one of my takeaways here is one, I think we went through all the moisture and we got down to where there was no more moisture left. And two, I think all this wind has a tendency to dry the dirt out. And we've had so much wind out here, I think any of the moisture has now been, you know, dried out by the wind.
Yeah, it's over. It's over. Now we have dust.
On board with Ryan Arciero here.
See, some of those hits, don't they look sharp, like sharp hits?
They are just small, abusive hits.
Yeah.
It's like a bunch of jabs. You don't ever get that full-blown right hook, but you get a bunch of jabs.
Yeah.
When you get that right hook, watch out, because that's when you hit a G out.
That's when two guys don't say a word. They just look at each other. So, oh, and we both know what we're thinking.
Yeah, well, when you feel it, you feel it.
Yeah.
But it's also worth talking about as well, because we keep talking about the technology that's changing, you know, the engines, the suspension, the tires, the brakes, etc. But also the safety technology has moved on as well. Harnesses have improved, neck protection has improved immensely, and so have the helmets. The helmets are getting lighter, they're getting stronger, which means it's easier for your neck. And of course the hands devices, so your neck devices, they're becoming better and better each and every year, and so the levels of protection offered to the driver, that actually makes it more comfortable to be in the cars for longer periods. I mean, you think back to when Iron Man Stewart was there. Well, when you were racing, Bob, I mean, there were no neck supports. You know, people wore those foam rings, and they weren't to protect your neck. They was literally to hold the helmet on, keep the helmet off your shoulders.
Well, you know, we used to finish a race on Saturday, go to the awards on Sunday, so you felt tired, but you were all right. But by the time you got home that night, it was time for maybe a little ibuprofen. And then for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, it was ibuprofen cocktails every 4 hours. And then Thursday, you feel a little better. Friday, they say, you want to go racing again? Hell yeah.
Well, you know, it's interesting, too. I stopped by there, you know, down at the festival on Fremont Street. Impact had, and I've done a lot of development work with them over the years and things like that, but they've continually progressed trying to get lighter and lighter helmets, because when you're in an impact, when you're in a hard hit, that weight transfer is a whole lot less. But they have their new carbon fiber helmets in their FIA spec, and I got to tell you, these are the lightest things I've ever felt.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I love the technology, and I love the way these things change. So this is the 2026 B of Goodrich Tyres Mint 400. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but do not go anywhere, because you just saw that man, Carl Jurgensen, in hot pursuit after Ryan Arciero, and we've got a race in our hands. See you soon. The 2026 B of Goodrich Tyres Mint 400 is brought to you by Bet Online. Get in the action with Bet Online. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension made in the USA and engineered to win. By VP Racing, the brand you can trust for performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives and so much more. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. By Toyota Racing, your race, your story. Powerstore Pros, PSP, outfitting your off-road experience. And by King Shocks, performance racing products for utility vehicles and professional racing.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. Thought I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne in his knee. How you moving so on his speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear socket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. Still rides really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400. And here's some guys who want some BF Goodrich tyres right now. This is Brent Venstra. He's out there down on, this looks like it's Joshua Tree Highway. We saw him just coming through the start-finish line that long ago. Driver and co-driver out of the car. Now, Jim, when you're changing these tyres, these are heavy lumps, aren't they?
Listen what's going on. That jack isn't working. Do you see him clearing the tires, clearing the dirt out below it to try and get it back on? The jack isn't working right.
Yeah, so is it jack not working, or is he just run out of height?
Well, could be that, but they're trying everything. They are in trouble.
Yeah, anytime you're having to dig out underneath a tire, that is not a good situation. I mean, it happens once in a while in silt beds and things like that, but they're not in a silt bed. No. Like you said, this is Joshua Tree Highway. That's pretty hard-packed dirt, so they've got some kind of malfunction with the jack. You know, and you know, obviously they're a hydraulic pump in those pump jacks, and could have went away. I don't know, but they are definitely working double time right now.
Same thing happened to Robbie and me. I don't know what year it was, but we got the thing up. Then the jack broke, came down. We had to dig a hole under that truck to get that tire into the hole. We looked like two prairie dogs hiding from a chicken hog.
Yeah, I'm just looking here.
Everywhere.
They've run out of height. So what happens? So people at home are going, why does this happen? But what happens? Obviously, when you come to a stationary stop, the tire is flat. You position the jack thinking that it's in the right place, but you've now got to lift not only the height of the wheel that's flat, but the height of the wheel that actually still has air in as well. And they've just positioned the jack badly, unfortunately.
Yeah. And unfortunately enough, when you've got 40-inch tires now, it's a bigger hole you've got to dig.
That tire and wheel weighs, from what I'm told yesterday, 146 pounds.
Yeah, and of course these things always happen when you've got a drone with you. So anyway. Right, so as the action continues here, I'd like to introduce Tiffany Stone, who's joining us in the booth. Tiffany, how are you doing?
I am doing well. Just got back from main pit. It is dusty, it is windy, and I feel for every crew member out there right now, but it's a lot of action, so I've come back to let you guys know what's going on.
Now, you've got some stories for us. There's a lot of action going on down there, isn't there? So come on, tell us what's happening.
All right, so what we did see earlier, that Steve Oligas did get out of the car. Jack did get in. They did have to do a re-rack.
So Jack is Steve's son, isn't he?
Jack is Steve's son, but they're getting in there, which is really, really great, because if you've seen Jack and you saw him over at Parker 400 for the first race of the season, he just dominated. He was able to keep a truck together after he hit this little bump. You guys have all seen it out on social media, so that was one of them. I know Householder did stop for fuel. He did not get any tires. Dale Dondale, he did stop for fuel, did get another re-rack. Same thing with Whetstone, fuel, no tires. The big thing that we were talking about was Vaughn Gittin Jr. as well. Now, Vaughn did have a faulty sensor. They were thinking it was the rear diff wire. Sometimes it goes up to about 400 degrees, but that's just a faulty sensor, so they wanted to make sure that was all good. We saw a bunch of guys come through there. Obviously saw Jimmy Johnson come through. We're looking at number 280, RJ Stidham, changing some fuel caps. He did get some re-racks, some new fuel as well. So I guess at the end of the day, from the remote pit, what we were talking about is re-rack, fuel, and those two rear tires are getting beaten up completely.
Now, the interesting one for me is you just spoke about Adam Householder out there. He's taken fuel, but he didn't take tires. Now, that's a very brave move, Jim.
Well, I think it's definitely a brave move, especially if you're already stopping. I mean, if you're stopping and you're fueling, it's not going to take that much longer to put some tires on there. It's got to be really confident in, one, his driving ability not to get a flat, and two, you know, the wear and the life they're getting out of these, especially being that he's in a two-wheel drive. He's been running all-wheel drive. They traditionally get a little bit better tire wear. When you're in a two-wheel drive and you're putting all that power down to two wheels, it just spins them and eats them up. So I actually am very interested to see how this plays out for Adam Householder, to see if he can get another lap out of those rear tires.
Well, we call it a brave move at this moment. There might be another description in another moment.
Well, Bob, what I think might be a little bit different, and I didn't mention this earlier, so we're looking at Brett Serapis. I know that you guys have mentioned that some difficulties has happened since I've left main pit to come back here, but Brett Serapis is not at the main pit right now. He's actually at an alternate pit. So I went to go find them as he was coming through after lap 1, but they said no. If he does need to pit, the Fox pit of Brent Fox is going to be his pit for him. So when we first got out there, we saw him roll out a few tires, wasn't unsure what was kind of going on, but that is what is going to happen. So no Serapis at main pit. The Fox pit is going to help him if need be.
Wow. So, you know, as we talked about pit strategy, everybody moving their chess pieces. We're approaching that midway point of this race, and, you know, those chess pieces, we're going to see how it plays out over the next two laps.
We call this period of the race the belly of the beast. This is when it you really have to work on yourself to, not get distracted, not think about other stuff. You got to focus, because it's easy to lose right here. You're in the middle.
Yeah, and this is where you just need to be fast, consistent, click off those mile markers, have no mistakes. I mean, Tiffany, obviously we've still got about 2.5, laps-ish left in this. I mean, how do you think this is going to play out? Who's been some of the most impressive drivers so far through 2 laps that you've seen?
Well, obviously, we're still looking at everybody. When I first came through here, it was a Serapis, Graf, Householder, Arciero, Jurgensen, Whetstone, Scafuto, McMullen, Poole, Grabowski. That was the way that they came through the main pit right there. So if you're looking at that, those are stacked names right there. Serapis, obviously, he hasn't been here as a driver record since 19. But he's got a fast car. He knows what it is. He's a lineage of the Serapis family. Then we've got the Bean and the Graf truck, which I absolutely love. Now coming off of Parker 400, taking that second overall, it was great to see that, because we always talk about that. Once you get those, that kind of breeds confidence for you. Once you start winning, once you start understanding, and I really love that. Obviously, Adam Householder talked about how it was coming back home. It was like putting on the same type of glove when he was back in the 2-wheel drive. So maybe that is a reason why he didn't take those tires. Maybe he understands that truck so much that he's like, hey, I need to do that. Or was he just trying to make up some time?
I like to call it, and I watched that interview you did with him pre-race. He's got the swagger. He's won this thing twice. This is his baby, and he's telling everybody else, come play. You want to beat me? What was the whole Ric Flair thing? To be the man, you got to beat the man. Adam Householder's a man, and he's telling everybody, hey, I'm here for the taking. Bring it.
Well, I do have one question for you guys. I've never been a driver, haven't been in that seat. Obviously, all 3 of you could be able to attest to this. But with the wind being so much, and it just gradually keeps getting bigger, more wind. We're at 32 miles per hour out there, per hour out there or whatnot. But driving into the wind, does that change your fuel mileage? Does that have to change your drive style? Because obviously, you calculate for certain temperatures, certain wind regulations that are going out there, but does that change anything for drive style?
Let's just talk about this for a moment. So we've obviously seen Adam Householder coming in and taking fuel. Have we seen Brett Serapis stop for fuel yet?
And that's what I was mentioning. I did not see him at Maine, so I'm not sure.
My guess is he's got to stop at Genehurst. He hasn't got enough fuel to be able to get back to Maine. So this is a bit of a gamble, a bit of a calculated risk. And I'm just looking now. They're around about race mile 60, 61, and the Genehurst pit is at around about race mile 65 and a half, 66. So we've got a battle on our hands. Adam Householder, he will have had people watching the live show, also watching the trackers. They will know that Brett Serapis has not stopped for fuel, and so they'll be starting to lay this down. I have no doubt about this. This is a pivotal moment in this race.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. We're getting really, really close here.
Well, we have a Householder taking a risk. And you know what? Sometimes you got to take a risk to change things.
And it's also worth noting, we saw earlier on as they came through the Gonzo pit, Brett Serapis had actually dropped down into 3rd position on adjusted time. Yeah. However, let's not forget Tracy Graf also stopped at that pit. So that does mean that he'll be ahead of them as we watch Michael Scafuto heading through the whoops. So I love this because it is a chess game at this moment. We're seeing all the pieces of the board being moved around and shuffling and showing their hands. Right, so this is Brent Venstra. Yeah, he's got some wheels on his wagon and he's back on the track.
Well, that was a long pit stop, but and especially after you've done that digging and when you've got the co-driver and the driver both out digging like that, you're both exhausted. You get back in that seat and you take a deep breath. But now you got to collect yourself because you're driving this beast of a truck through the desert and you don't want to make a mistake. So you gotta settle back in and get focused very, very quick, and it's not easy to do.
Yeah, I also want to just have a quick shout out to RJ Stidman, who's running in 7th place but 3rd in class with the 2 hours 19 versus the Carl Jurgensen, the 2 hours 17. So this is interesting. Now here's a car, iconic looking vehicle here of Nick Eisenhower. What a shot.
And Eisenhower brothers have run very strong at the Mint in the past, and it looks like that was an easy in, easy out.
They seem to do that a lot. This team is just so together. They're not a high level team. They're not a big dollar guys. They're brothers that take care of that truck themselves. They built it themselves, and they built a darn nice truck.
They're highly efficient.
Yes,
I mean,
that's
they're
what he
highly
says.
efficient. That's what I like to say. But,
Yeah.
you know, was talking with them last night when we were sitting there, you know, at the hotel in the lobby. You know, they came up and we were talking with them, and, you know, and he says we got to drive a little bit different than everybody else. He goes, because we don't have those deep pockets. We don't come from a lot of money. And he goes, so every time we're hitting a bump or we're ripping a fender off, you know, they're counting the dollar signs up. And he goes, I wish I was in a position at some point in my life where I could just drive this truck and not care. But he goes, I have to care a little bit too much.
It's the only truck he's got.
Yep. They're not racing. They're not making money. They're not, you know, pleasing their sponsors. And so the boys are having to watch, but they're doing a great job. They carry themselves well.
So there,
Stephen Beal in the
Stephen
Sendero
Beal
truck.
making through.
He did not stop at pit, so that was quite interesting. Kind of rolled through there.
And he's running in the top 10 overall right now. You got to give him a lot of credit. They're putting together a sneaky good race.
And what oh, sorry, Jim.
No, go for it.
I was just going to say what I love, too, about it is that a few weeks ago we saw Connor McMullen in Stephen Beal's truck at one of the Legacy races, so it was kind of cool to see that and kind of see that Connor McMullen is kind of getting a lot of seat time, whether it's in his spec truck, whether it's in a different vehicle. Now we also see Stephen Beal.
Yeah, we were just looking at that a moment ago and just saying, you know, where is Connor McMullen right now? I do wonder if he's had an issue. He's dropped down to 22nd overall.
That's an issue.
Yeah, exactly. And his tracker hasn't blipped for a little while, so we'll keep an eye on that.
And what's quite interesting about Connor McMullen is he is a seasoned driver, even though, you know, Bob and I were talking about it yesterday. He may be in his mid-20s, but he's been driving for about 20 years. Last year, he took second overall in 2025. He was first in spec also in 2025 and 2024, so there's got to be something that's going on with him right now, and I don't necessarily think it's just his drive style. Maybe there's something going on with the truck.
So he's probably not happy right now?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've never been a driver, but I wouldn't be happy.
You don't need to be a driver to know about that.
That was Sam Berry we just saw go by, the wily veteran Sam Berry. Single seat guy for a long time, but you know, it's great to see him out here, and he's always fast.
Yeah.
Okay, right, I'm just getting confirmation looking at my tracker. It does look like the lead cars are going to be heading into the Gene Hurst pit very soon, so we should be seeing some action there. I can tell you now that Adam Householder has just crossed through. Now that's very interesting in itself, because that means he has track position, and he's flipped the clock at 2 hours and 46 minutes and 58 seconds. And that there is that Kyle McMullen?
It does look
in the
like
Class
it.
1.
Yeah, that'd be Kyle McMullen, cousin of Connor McMullen.
Yeah. Not going very fast.
No. The buggy dorks are going to be crying right now.
It's a beautiful car, too. Got a chance to take a look at it yesterday, or 2 days ago, excuse me, on Fremont Street. Beautiful car.
Very much so. Going back to the buggy dorks, I bet you Cameron Steele is, he always loved to still call himself the buggy dork. When I talked to him at Hammers a few weeks ago, he's like, no matter what it is, I will be the buggy dork at heart. So.
Cameron's just an off-road dork at this point. And I love Cameron Steele, but Cameron will drive anything. We were talking about that. He's no longer a buggy dork. He's just an off-road dork. He likes everything.
My favorite thing, though, that I absolutely love talking to Cameron about is, hey, I always talk about the driver's perspective, and then I ask him about the commentator's perspective, because those are completely two different perspectives. There's something you'll do when you're in the driver's seat, and then, of course, when you're on the desk and not in that position.
Now we got a shot here of the Herbst truck, and he is moving.
Yeah, look at this thing.
I believe that is
literally on home turf.
Yeah.
I believe that is Thor.
It's nicely done.
In the 19 truck.
Looks like it's just eating the dirt, doesn't it?
Yeah, the 19 Industries car really putting it down.
Yeah, so Thor is slated to get out after this lap. His dad, Tim, will be getting in, and he'll be doing the final 2 laps. So right now, Thor behind the wheel, and it'll be Tim that takes over for the second half of the race.
Now, this is very interesting, because Adam Householder has actually physically passed Brett Serapis, unless Brett isn't pinging on my timing. So this is very interesting indeed. I'm going to try and find that out from Race Ops and see if Brett Serapis is still physically in the lead. But right now, I'm showing Adam Householder as being ahead of Brett Serapis.
And that was the proving grounds that we saw Brett Serapis going through. So Proving Grounds will lead you to Thumpers, which is one of our favorite places, of course. Really get to see these trucks work.
And that's, of course, when they drop down into the Gene Hurst pit, isn't it?
Right. Gene Hurst is right previously.
Yeah, so I'm getting information right now that Householder is actually in the pits right now. Yes, okay, Brett Serapis has just passed through our timing loop. So Adam Householder is physically in first right now on course. So I can only surmise that Brett Serapis has had a problem out on course. So here we go. This could be a pivotal moment in this race. I think he's going to be... no, we've already seen Householder stop, haven't we? So this is going to be very interesting indeed. So Adam Householder making his way through the Gene Hurst pit on lap 2. He crossed our timing loop with a 2 hours, 46 and 58 seconds, whereas Brett Serapis passed through nearly 4 minutes behind him.
Look at how rough that is, just ragdolling around on the inside of the truck.
He won't be minding that right now. He will know that he has the lead in this race, and look at that in front of him, clear air.
All right, gentlemen, I have been gone. I've got to have a little lunch. Get me up to speed.
Right, I can do that. Adam Householder, 2-time winner previously, looking for that three-peat. Right now, he has the lead.
What about physically? Has he passed
physically,
Brett?
yeah, he's passed Brett Serapis. He's currently leading. He has a time right now of 2 hours, 46 minutes and 58 seconds. And Brett Serapis, who we think is actually stopping in the pits as well, so this time could actually stretch out further, is 2 hours, 50 minutes and 25 seconds.
So this is Adam Householder as he works his way down through thumpers, physically leading.
And he's got
corrected time leading.
And corrected time leading. I've just seen that Tracy Graff has actually just passed through our timing loop at 2 hours 50 seconds. 2 hours 50 minutes and 53 seconds. Currently running around about 30 seconds behind. Oh my word! There's a change again. Ryan Arciero is now charging 2 hours 49 minutes 14 seconds and moves into second on adjusted time behind.
Adam Householder.
Out of Householder, but he's running fourth on track at the moment behind Tracy Graff and Brett Serapis. However, I believe that Brett Serapis is going to be stopping at the Gene Hurst pit. So can Ryan Arciero actually make a physical pass?
At this point, pretty quick, because we're watching Adam Householder as he's going through the thumpers. We should see him in the Gene Hurst pit.
Well, I've got some more news because there's another man on a charge right now. That's none other than Carl Jurgensen, who's just come through our timing loop, and he is running around about 20, in fact, exactly 20 seconds behind Ryan Arciero, and he's running ahead now of Brett Serapis and Tracy Graff on adjusted time. Oh my word, what a race we have, gentlemen.
This is unreal.
I was able to catch up with Jerry Zayden when I went into the tent, and we'll tell that story here in a minute, but we got Ryan Arciero pulling in.
Yeah, no, keep going. We're just making sure that this is Ryan Arciero as he's gone through, as he's pulling into the Gene Hurst pit.
Yeah, now this is the bit I love, right? We talk about this before. Do your housekeeping. When you're under speed control, clean your helmet, start cleaning your gauges, make sure your GPS is nice and clean, take on some fluids, as you would say, Ricky. Yep. Maybe take on a little bit of food as well, if that's what you need. But you're doing all your bits that you need to do. So as soon as you get to that area where you can hit the go pedal, you are ready.
Well, and some of those guys aren't real comfortable with urinating during the race, and so this is a good time to relieve yourself. You're wondering how a driver does that.
I'm going to let you take this one.
I'm going to take it because there's an external catheter that the guys run, and with the hose that goes down on the floor and obviously runs out onto the ground. Because obviously very, very, very unhealthy.
You're going to have to explain this a little bit more, because the guys and girls at home, we don't get those in Europe. So it's basically it's a condom, isn't it, with a tube attached to it?
At the end,
yeah,
so a sticky condom at that. So you can imagine trying to. How can I say this?
This broadcast just jumped the shark.
It has. It's gone down the tube, but
literally.
Ricky, I don't understand any of that.
I bet you don't. All right, we got Tiff back in, so we'll leave.
We'll get it back to PG rated.
Back to the point is that the drivers do have to relieve themselves during the race, and so they have an external catheter and they're able to go. Here we're watching Ryan Arciero. Make sure that, as Jim said, do his keeping, have a little food, a little drink, also get ready to go. And now he is in pursuit of Adam Householder, because we just saw Adam Householder
here goes the heavy metal.
minutes ahead of him.
Yeah, you see that little green sign off to the left he just went past. It says resume race speed. That means you're good to hit the gas pedal.
Now I'm loving this. At the moment we've got 3 first places in our top 4. So Adam Householder is currently lying first overall and first on track and first in 2-wheel drive. Ryan Arciero is currently lying second overall and is in a two-wheel drive. Then Carl Jurgensen in the unlimited spec, and then behind him is Serapis, who's currently on screen right now.
And watching Brett as he works his way down through Thumpers, that Mason all-wheel drive is just on point. Very, very fast. I'm curious if I would love to at some point have a speed gun down there to see what these guys are doing, because you have two different lanes. You got the one to the left and to the right, and everyone takes something a little different. And now we see Tracy Graff coming down right behind him as well. So let's keep an eye on that hood. Looks like they're starting to get loose. A little air gets under there that starts to work the clips a little bit, and sometimes it self-ejects.
It does indeed.
And you hope it self-ejects if it starts flapping, because if it doesn't, then you've got it up and it's in your visibility, and it causes all kinds of problems. So looks like they're probably going about 125, I would say, down through there, Ricky.
I'm going to say about $120, $125. You're right on point. And right behind him is Ryan Arciero going 198 miles an hour in hot pursuit.
With thumpers beneath him.
And exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Ryan, there's another free pair of underwear, buddy.
Right, and then here we got it, but I was like, oh no, he stopped, but it froze.
And look at this, there's Carl Jurgensen in that Camberg's Kinetics spec truck, absolutely hauling the mail down here. Let's just put this in perspective. The cars in front of him are packing nearly, almost certainly, over 1,000 horsepower. He's running with what, 525?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I talked to team principal Jerry Zayden there at Camberg and Magnaflow here during my little break in the VIP lounge, and I asked Jerry, I said, how's things going? He goes, well, Kyle's on rails doing Kyle things, but he says he's really wanting that overall. I think he wants to prove a point, but he says there's a lot of racing yet to go.
Now, look at that silt.
This
looks like one of the Brentford cars.
Yeah, you get out of that race line and it gets nasty in a hurry.
Just trying to pick up the number on that. Is this Troy Grabowski?
That's the Brenthill truck.
Yeah, I know that, but I believe
let
it's
me give
Troy
you guys a
driving
quick
there.
little update on the Pro Moto bikes. Still out front, N46, Dalton Sheary, and also 2N. Kieran Anand is in second, and then Shane Logan. Something happened to the N1 and broke. That puts Preston Campbell into the top three. We also got a thing, top bike, the top speeds of the motorcycles across the dry lake bed, 116 miles an hour.
Wow.
Tiffany, what do you got?
Well, there's Jimmy Johnson right there with the panel that I didn't see because I was on the other side, and I was like, I think, are they taking the panel off? Everybody saw it here, and I was like, yep, they did take that
You
panel.
had me on the edge of my seat. You're pointing when you say, there's Jimmy Johnson right there. Yes, it is.
I know.
Yes, it is. No, so when you're down on, Tiff, you're down on the pit. What's the general mode? Because with the 19 Industries, are they excited? Are they edgy, calm? Did you see Troy down there? Is he getting ready to go? What's happening?
Well, down at the pits, especially when we saw that Jimmy Johnson was coming in, Anthony, the guy that talks to everybody, lets me kind of know what's going on. I mean, this is going to be their hometown race, so it is stacked right now. They've got 4 or 5 different pits that they're helping out. We got Arciero, a few down from there. We saw Stokes stop in as well. Then we've also seen that Jimmy Johnson, all the Herbst kids, they were there. So the energy that is happening over there is, you get it, is hurry, 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 hurry up, wait.
Yes.
Do about 45 seconds. Hopefully that's all that you need to at your pit, and then head back out, and that's exactly how it feels down there. And I get just as excited because I've got one shot to make this work.
Well, and you got 1, 2, and 3 is the 19 Industry in the unlimited two-wheel drive, with Adam Householder and Ryan Arciero, and then also we see Thor out there with Tim Herbst. So 19 Industries local boys obviously having a very, very strong run as we're watching Jimmy Johnson as he rolls through. Now, you're looking at, if you're just joining us, you're saying, what happened to the body panels? Well, Jimmy had a little altercation yesterday with the dirt, and so what happens is that loosens up some of the spots and stuff of the mounting spots, and so with the Carvana sponsorship on there and all the different stuff, they had to patch that body up. Well, it starts to get loose. What you don't want is it affecting the driver or him thinking about it coming off during it, so they pulled the door and the bedside off at the main pit when they did the tire change.
Yeah, and he had a couple of tire changes out early too, and sometimes those can hit the rear fenders and things like that and cause all kinds of shrapnel and carnage as we get a glimpse here across the dry lake, one of the fastest areas of this course. Looks like the onboard
that was Troy Grabowski as he was going across the dry lake bed in the Brenthill entry.
And I did talk to Troy Grabowski this morning at the grid walk, and he wasn't sure yesterday during qualifying or if him and Jordan were going to split off, but he did say today that he is definitely going to do that. And, you know, he's taken, you know,
Ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
I might have to pay the rear sprocket.
Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one?
Wow, this is beautiful. Still rides really good.
They'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride?
We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Welcome back to the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. Jim Beaver, Ricky Johnson, and Tiffany Stone here in the booth. We're just outside of Primm, Nevada, as we are approaching the midway point of this race. Our leaders are about 3 to 4 miles outside here of our main pit in Primm. Setting the stage, we've got our top 5 on corrected time: Adam Householder, Ryan Arciero, Kyle Jurgensen, Brett Serapis, and Tracy Groff. Ricky Johnson, we're approaching this midway point. I mean, what are some of the things you're looking at here at that midway pit stop?
I think it's going to be time for Ryan Arciero to pull the trigger. I think he's been maybe riding, saving his equipment, not taking anything away from Adam Householder. He's done an absolute perfect job getting past the 2 all-wheel drive trucks, getting himself into the physical lead. Now he has to, what Rob McCackern says, watch the back door. Here we see Robbie Gordon continue to move forward. I think he passed 30-some trucks as he works his way down the course. But I want to give a quick update on the motorcycles. At this point, Nanan and Snodgrass in the Hits Energy Ducati are first place now, with Dalton Shuri is in second, with Preston Campbell and Nolan Cate have worked their way up into the 3rd place. So right now a close battle for that, but it's great to see, we got some door-to-door action here as they work their way through.
Yeah, Grabowski and Miller there getting into it, little bumping and banging through the whoops at 80 miles an hour. Well,
Dustin Grabowski, I mean, he is always on the gas. If you ever want to see something that's unbelievably close, was him and Kyle Jurgensen at the Laughlin race, where they looked like he was his trailer pushing him down there. They were both going over 100 miles an hour. But to finish my thought about the motorcycles, it's awesome to see Ducati being in the mix, and also another player in the energy drink, and that is Hits Energy. So there's still a lot more racing to go, but right now 1, 2, and 3 is Nanan, Siri, and Campbell. So let's see how that ends up.
Well, and Tiffany, I know we've got Adam Householder just a few minutes outside here of Primm Valley in the main pit. We know he opted not to take tires at the end of the first lap. We've also got the storyline here. We've got Thor Herbst continuing to push. He's into the top 10 overall, right outside of the top 5. I know we're going to have a driver change with Tim Herbst. What are you looking for here at the midway point in these pits? Because you've been hanging out at the pits most of the day.
Well, I'm wondering what's going to happen with Brett Serapis, like we were talking about, because he's not at main pit. So I'm wondering what's going to happen when he's there. But with Adam Householder, I know we talked to him earlier. He said no matter what, he feels like it's going to be under 7 hours. So I'm wondering if he's playing that into his pit strategy as well, because him not opting there and then trying to do it somewhere else, maybe that's a lead that he wants to be able to take. I've never been into that situation, so I don't know how quickly or how different you have to change those pit strategies.
So now we see Jimmy Johnson pulling into Gonzo pit. He's being passed by one of the other drivers, and they're looking. So there might, I don't want to say this, because a lot of times when they look in the back, is there a bubble on the tire? Is there something? And a lot of times, if you start to get a click in the rear end, Jim, you know this, it's a ring and pinion. And this course is so hard on ring and pinions with a 2-wheel drive and that much horsepower. So now they got the jack out, they're looking underneath, seeing if they can see anything. Is it a ding drive shaft? What is causing either a vibration or a noise in the vehicle? But they definitely went right to the rear wheels first, so they're trying to diagnose that problem.
Well, you know, we saw those amazing live footage from underneath that specific truck earlier today, and you saw how that drive shaft, that ring of pinion just hangs down in the dirt. The rocks are flying underneath you. They're pitting things up, and it just takes one to gouge something just right, and it can knock everything out of whack, Ricky.
Well, when you're watching, see, now you're watching the guys as they work their way through. Jimmy is still stopped, and then Troy Herbst is on the other side going, come on, man, you got another half a lap, get me that truck. But I was talking with Doug Fortin, and what's great is that all the different players, and we see that Adam Householder, he's in the speed section, working his way back. You can see Prim right there, so he's getting ready to finish his second lap. He's got that sequential shift. I'm not sure if that's an X track or what's underneath that vehicle, but a lot of the guys with these bigger motors have gone to the 4 or the 5-speed transmissions. They do run a converter, but it gives them a much stronger ring and pinion, a much stronger transmission. But talking with Doug Fortin, a lot of the guys are running it. Almost all the geysers and the Brenthels are running his converter. His Whetstone is running a transmission and differential. The Mason Trophy truck runs the underdrive as well, so in all the Tisco trucks. So Doug Fortin, who is obviously an animal, won the Baja 1000, very, very great driver in his own right, is now taking over the reins from his father at Fortin Transmission. So a lot of good players underneath those hoods.
Well, right here, the storyline will be the one to watch here with Adam Householder. He is about 2 miles from the main pit. We expect him to stop, and I would say at this point he has to take rear tires.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen how hard he's been driving, and you watch his hands get busier and busier because you're losing more and more traction. And once you lose the edge on a dirt tire, that takes about, I'm going to say, about 3 to 4% off the performance. If you're doing just lap times, especially in the sand, you want as much of an edge as possible. So, but these tires are set up so that you can get a lot of miles out of it. But here we see him getting ready to turn into the main pit here in just a moment. And as you said, I'm pretty sure he'll be taking fuel and tires.
Yeah, according to the tracker, he's a little over a mile out from that main pit, so he's going to...
Oh, he's back up to speed.
He's going to get back up to speed. He's going to have about a mile, which should take him a little under a minute, and we're going to see him come through that main pit. That is the big storyline, but really the top 5 overall is storyline. Ryan Arciero starting his push towards the end of this lap, moving into 2nd overall on corrected time. Kyle Jurgensen and in his unlimited spec truck continue to push hard. He is in 3rd. Brett Serapis leading the all-wheel drive class, unlimited truck 4-wheel drive, but he wants that overall. And then we've got Tracy Groff and Justin Bean Smith also sitting there inside the top 5.
So Tiff, does Householder use the 19 Industry pit, or do they do their own?
They do their own. If you coming into the pit, he's actually probably about 5 or 6 pits down from that first stop where they have to have that speed zone. So he'll come in, and then Robbie and all them are right down below that. So he's right there as soon as he comes in, but he does have that speed zone all the way towards the end. If you look at everybody else, like the Herbst pit and the 19 Industry pits that we were talking about, they're all the way towards the end. And I think that's a strategic thing that they wanted to do. When I've actually talked to some other drivers and pit strategy, they said by the reason that they want to have it as at the exit is that gives them enough time to have them put the steering wheel back and forth, check the steering rack, see what's going on. So if they don't have to stop in, that gives them enough time to look over the trucks or the vehicles before.
And the opposite, the opposite in NASCAR. Typically the winner on the pole always takes the very last stall. So when he takes off, he doesn't have to swerve out. He just goes straight into the lane and right back up to speed. So you can see Householder is right at the beginning.
There he is into the pit. We're going to see how things shape up here. He looks like they're going to wipe their visors, get a good clean wipe. Going to get a little water there.
And then you've got Jonathan right there. He's got the headset on. He's the guy who usually tells us everything that's what's going on.
Yep.
Obviously, he's just out there. We haven't seen anything else happen to him. But looking at his time for Adam Householder, that first lap, he was putting it down a 1:36.53. So I'm curious to see what the second lap is going to be, because Arciero did the 1:37.59, and then Jurgensen did 1:39.22.
That was a very quick pit.
30 seconds.
Yeah, a little shaka there.
That was awesome. So as you saw there, now look at the co-driver. What I tell you, my coach was right on point. He grabbed a Crustable. Perfect. Now, it's not something you want to eat every day because it does turn into sugar immediately, but as hard as these guys are working, as I said, pre-running, I was burning over 4,000 calories. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I was close to doubling that when it came to race time. So these guys are burning a lot of energy, thinking as well as physically getting bounced around. But a 30-second tire change with fuel, that was awesome. And you can see Adam is feeling right in the zone.
Well, and, you know, and as we talk about this, a lot of people at home might be wondering, you know, you guys keep talking about fitness and you're talking about, you know, continuing to put fuel into your body. I know there was one race, a score race a long time ago. I was racing. I weighed myself before and after the race. It was a July race. I lost 14 pounds in one race.
Yep, and I've gone up to 20. And you don't realize it. A lot of it's dehydration, but you are burning so many calories when you're out there driving, and you feel it's like, oh, how hard could it be? You know, you're just sitting there, but you're doing sometimes 2, 3, 4 G's on some of these hits and stuff, and especially this last lap, it can get unbelievably hard on your body. As you're going through some of these big dips.
And you know what I'm seeing from Adam Householder? He's cool, calm, collected. He's shotgunning at everybody. He's mellow. You didn't see a lot of chaos when he pulled in the pit. It was very wipe the shield, take a drink of water. He is very comfortable in the cockpit right now.
Well, and you know, like they say that at the beginning of the race, I think it was Jim said the odds of him three-peating is very, very difficult. As we see here, we see Ryan Arciero, who's physically second, I think, coming into the pit. So these last laps are going to be key.
Yeah, Ryan Arciero, we're going to see if he can get in and out. Wants to get a good, quick, clean pit. And I got to tell you, that pit stop of Adam Householder, fueling a couple of tires under 30 seconds. That's lightning fast as he starts his way through this infield.
Well, when I had a chance to talk to their team, and something that was very important to them is that everybody has a position, everybody has a job when they do come into the pit. So a 30-second pit for the Householder team is pretty normal. I mean, last year we saw Trevor Ellingham, which is Adam Householder's co-driver, change a tire out in the desert in about 36 seconds. So that's very standard for the Householder team.
Well, and that's, so for Jim, you know, when I first started with the geysers and stuff, they had me, Luke and I were running together, and they made us work out. We're out in the desert, getting out, changing tires, putting them back on, changing tires, putting them back on. And we started out literally 3 minutes. When we were done, a minute and a half. So in just practicing, as you said, going through the motions and knowing what to do and not just stumbling all over the top of each other, and knowing, well, you need to help me do this, and then I need to help you do that, or you know what, I got this on my own.
And I like to call it a ballet. It's a bit of a dance. And a lot of the good teams and pit crews, just like NASCAR here in off-road, they train, they practice. They'll run through, you know, pit stops, you know, at their shop and continue to practice repetition, so they get where they can do an entire fuel stop and 2 tires in under 30 seconds.
Yep. I just don't want to see you in a tutu. I really, really don't.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that anytime soon, Ricky. I don't know. Maybe if we're in a fantasy football league together, that'll be the that'll be the penalty.
That will be it. Hey, if you lose this, but talking about some of the others, like, were you down there with the Gordons? Here we see. It looks like this Eisenhower. No. I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, the window nets are covering the side of the truck, so it's a bit hard to see there. Now that as we're zooming out, but this is Gonzo Pit.
It could have been the Fox truck. It kind of looks like that, Brent Fox. They have that kind of red and white design, but, you know.
Well, I think Adam Householder, his first lap was a 1:36, and that puts him about the same lap time to get what he has for lap 2. So he's still on pace, and here we see Brett Serapis as he works his way around through the main pit. So, but that puts him second physically. So Ryan Arciero has to work his way past Brett to get towards Adam Householder. And right now, Adam's sitting in a good spot. Welcome back, Jim.
Good afternoon.
Well, if you look at it right here on the times that we're looking at, you know, our physical 1 and 2 and on corrected time, Adam Householder, that last lap for his second lap, 1:38.57, but Brett Serapis was down to a 1:44.02. So Brett lost a lot of time considering his first lap was 1:35.
Yep, so we're probably looking at potentially a flat. You don't know. But it looks like everything is underway. He's had that flopping left bedside since the beginning of the race, so really that's just cosmetic. And right now, Brett still looks strong.
Yeah, and as you look, that was a good glimpse there. A lot of people might be wondering, what's that dragging underneath his truck? Those are mud flaps because, as Ricky and I were talking about, all the rocks that ping the third member and they ping the drive shaft and things like that. Those mud flaps, they drag down and they're supposed to help prevent a lot of the rocks and things to go up and ding a drive shaft or ding that ring and pinion.
Yep. It just, when it hits it, knocks it back to the ground. It just saves it a little bit because you can see the roost coming off those front wheels.
Sounds like we're moments away from Kyle Jurgensen possibly entering the pits.
Well, that'll be very interesting if it is Jurgensen, because that means that he's got round Arciero. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. But that looks like, is that Graf?
Well, Arciero is currently in the pit.
That's Mikey Lawrence.
Yeah, Arciero currently is in the pit. He has not crossed the timing loop yet. Looks like Tracy Groff just cleared the timing loop. So I'm wondering if Ryan Arciero has been in the pit for quite a while.
There's Tracy Graff right there, and that was. And here we have Ryan Arciero, so he's right behind Tracy Graff. So Arciero's got 2 cars between him and Adam Householder, which that is going to be a tough order. Trying to catch four-wheel drives is one thing, but to pass them is another. Jim?
Yeah, it is indeed. But Ryan Arciero moves into second on adjusted time ahead of Brett Serapis. So Ryan Arciero, he does his pit stop. He's come out on a 3:18.13. He's behind Adam Householder, who's on a 3:15.51. So it's just over 2 minutes apart from these two. It's the two-wheel drive trucks right now that are leading this pack, and just behind them, of course, is Brett Serapis and Tracy Graff in the all-wheel drives.
Well, looking down the list here, another guy we really haven't talked about a whole lot today, though, is Stephen Beal. He's currently sitting in 6th overall, having a phenomenal race in his spec truck.
Yeah, and also Brent Fox is coming through in 3rd position, 7th overall, doing great things.
We know Thor Herbst in the 1919 Industries truck. He will be pulling in his dad. Tim Herbst will be taking over for the second half of his race.
And we've been talking about the chess game, and this is the chess game right now. This is where all the pieces start to play out. We start to see pit strategies. We start to see what people are doing. I love the way this car handles. It's absolutely silk, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and obviously Ryan knows he wears it like a glove. You know, the balance, everything he's got going, but you know, we can't take anything away also from our current leader, Adam Householder. See what starts, you know, this is 279.
Cole Harden.
Yeah, this is Cole Harden.
Obviously,
so we saw him. Yeah, so we saw him take a tumble earlier today. What's that? I can see 118. Is that 119?
Yep.
Yeah, some a little interesting I'm spotting. You see that full halo wraparound Sparco seat. I never really cared for those, Ricky, because you get in that chatter bump and it kind of toss your head back and forth between them. Did you like those?
No, I didn't like them even in short course or stadium, because you said you get bouncing back and forth. So we're looking at the speed 121, 120. And it was great. And you can see, obviously, the truck his hands are very relaxed on the wheel, very calm, so there's nothing bent from that crash. Jim?
Well, I was just thinking, right, you've got to remember, when we see the unlimited trucks going across here, they're hitting speeds of over 140 mile an hour, and that's where they can really pull out a little bit of time on these spec limited trucks, where these are literally pushing as hard as they can with that little LS3, singing its heart out at around 120 mile an hour.
So now Kyle Jurgensen has worked his way into the infield, so he's actually working his way out already. So Kyle Jurgensen on point when it comes to the unlimited spec, but he definitely wants the overall as well.
You're gonna love this. Tracy Graff, 3 hours 19, 36 seconds, 0.6. Kyle Jurgensen, 3 hours 19, 36 seconds, 0.8.
Wow.
0.02 of a second between them.
Kyle Jurgensen just, you know, it's amazing how fast this guy is in a spec truck.
Kyle.
I mean, he's working his way through the infield there in that Camberg truck, commanding lead over the rest of the spec field with that overall in sight.
Let's not forget, we did actually see some cars who were chasing down his times earlier. RJ Stidman was actually running ahead on adjusted time momentarily. Unfortunately, it looked like he had a flat tire, pushed him back down.
Well, once again, RJ is running that. Here we see Nick Whetstone as he works his way across. He's going to be he's got to do about 2 or 3 miles before he gets back to the main pit. Or this is Grabowski.
I was going to say, that's not Nick.
That's not Nick, that's Grabowski. Anyways, back to my thought is as far as the Grabowski brothers go, they're sitting in a very strong position. But back to RJ Stedham, as I said, he is running that active suspension with the King shocks. And once again, the co-driver can dial it up or down, compression, rebound. You have 9 settings, 3 different zones, but very, very capable and pretty unbelievable. What you can do, what you might want to run, whether it's side here through here going up Joshua Tree Highway, there's not a lot of bumps but the wall, so you might run more compression, more rebound to keep the vehicle from wanting to roll. But then once you get into the big bumps where you want the wheels to fall out, you want to run less rebound and also medium compression so that you get full wheel travel. So that's the great thing about this now. Not only Fox, but King shocks, you can dial the car in or the truck in to what you need on that part of the course. But it is not a complete active, so it's not reading the terrain and changing on the fly. It's driver operated.
Yeah, I'm loving that. I'm loving the technology that we see here. And right now we are in car with our current race leader on adjusted time and physically, and it's none other than the 2-time champion himself, Adam Householder, as we cut back, and I believe that is car 19. That is, and I believe that should be Tim Herbst now behind the wheel.
It looks like I don't know that they've come in yet, so that'll still be Thor. He's working his way in. So Thor working his way in, and he will be pitting, and his father Tim Herbst will be getting in the truck.
Is that, or are they already out? I think you're right.
They haven't tripped the timing loop yet, according to...
You're absolutely right, Jim.
But you got to give Thor a lot of credit. He's put together a very strong race right there inside the top 10 overall. They're definitely within reach. You know, getting his dad in, Tim. We've seen the last couple of years, Tim, I hate to call a Herbst a dark horse, but he's been very, very close to possibly, you know, taking an overall victory a few times in the last 5 years. So with Tim, the veteran that knows his track extremely well behind the wheel for 2 laps, you know, and a complete fresh body in there, I think that 19 truck might have a little something for this field.
Absolutely. I mean, they keep moving forward, and now they're back up to speed. They got to go down this long straightaway, hang a hard left, and then come back to the main pit. So, Tiffany, did anybody talk to you about other strategies? We talked about, you know, people stopping at other places on the track, or everyone just kind of, we're going to stop at the main pit?
The only one that mentioned it was Brett Serapis. He's not pitting at the main pit. We had mentioned it while you were out that if anything, the Brent Fox team is going to help them if they need anything at main pit, but it's going to be an alternate pit. They did not mention which one that's going to be, but other than that, all the big names that we've been talking about are at main pit.
Yep. Here's we're watching Mikey Lawrence as he works his way. He's in a great position. He's catching dust, which Jim Beaver, that motivates you when you see dust coming. I know when I pre-run it, I always think, well, that's Ivan Stewart. I'm catching him. I get up to it, and it's a Mexican farmer with a goat in the back of the truck, and it's taken me 45 minutes to catch him. But whenever you see dust, you do get motivated. We're looking at Nick Whetstone.
Well, I feel like that gas, you know, the foot on the gas just gets a little bit heavier and a little bit heavier. You see it, and it's like a shark. You taste the blood in the water, and you smell it. It's just like you want to go get it. And then when you can actually see who it is, and you slowly start reeling them in, it's that instant gratification when you finally get around them. It's that dopamine hit.
Once again, Nick Whetstone with 1 tire. I don't know if there's a problem. Watching that bounce up and down. If the strap broke and he lost a tire, but he was just in the pit, and this is the second time he's come out with 1 tire.
Yeah, he's got to have something broken on that car. That is not normal behavior at all. Let's just talk about that. Why do they have 2 spares? Well, not only because you can't race it, you could get a double flat, but also if you get a single flat, you then can't go to race pace because you've got to protect the car. So they always carry 2 tires. So if you get a flat, you can still go out at race pace, hopefully get round to your next pit. And unfortunately, sometimes you do get that double hit puncher, or that double flat, as we would say over here.
unless you're Brock Hager in the Polaris Razor Pro R, and you just say, I'm not going to get any flats anyways. I'm going to run at podium pace anyways. But, yeah, yesterday in the limited race, he did an unbelievable job. Lost his tire at the beginning of the race, but still continued to pull everybody in.
So we've seen Nick Whetstone. He's had 2 flat tires out on track for sure. For some reason, he's not running 2 spares in the back. We can only surmise there's a problem with the mounting. But Nick Whetstone crosses the line as he starts his 3rd lap with 3 hours 27 and 10, and he's currently lying in 6th position and 3rd in class.
The other thing that does concern me is that his co-driver's been holding his helmet the whole time, and you know, to give himself some added support. He does have, looks like, a next-gen neck support on there, but you're obviously you can move around. But notice how he has both hands right up on the chin mount, holding it. So hopefully he's okay, because he still has 2 more laps to go.
Yeah, that is a concern. We saw him earlier. We just surmised that he was actually taking on fluids, but definitely something going on there.
Yep. But it does puzzle me that whatever happened with Nick, that he's been out there, seemed like all day with just 1 tire.
I mean, it can't be strategy. There has to be something broken there, doesn't there?
No. You're not. I've been in that position, and anytime that we're down a tire, we stop and put one on the rack, because I have gotten double flats before.
Yeah. That is Grabowski.
Grabowski taking a little bit of a turn.
That's the 2nd time he's done that. He did that on the 1st lap as well. There's something about that corner that doesn't agree with that truck.
Well, with a few of the 2-wheel drive trucks, in fact, they just seem to be pushing into it and rather than around it.
Well, I will tell you this, when I was racing short course, we made some modified, I'm doing my air quotes here, my modified number plates that worked like wings. I ran them for the first 2 races, and then USAC said take them off. When you throw it sideways, notice how when the car goes sideways, it throws that big wing. And what that does, if he's wanting to rotate and that stops the rotation, that'll throw him into a push. So, you know, I think it's good 99% of the time, but if you're trying to flick it into a tight corner, which that 180 is, I think that wing comes out, catches him, and throws him into a push.
Do you really think that wing makes that much difference?
Oh, let me tell you, when I had those, all I had was number plates that extended back 3/4 of the way on my bedsides, and I could run up on the cushion where Rob McCacken was unable to, because I could throw it in and it would stop me from rotating. So if you didn't have them, you were sliding tail first into the wall, and I was able to run up against the wall. So I had very good results with them over the first 2 races, and then they took them away from me.
Well, and here's a question for you, Ricky, because you know what I mean, with a 2-wheel drive truck, there's a lot of using the weight transfer to rotate the truck at times. Does that affect you using the weight transfer to get the truck around?
Yes, because now notice that every time he comes into a tight corner and he tries to flick it, it seems to straighten him up. So notice how it's sticking out. So right now it's getting a little bit of air, kind of shoving it straight, plus that downforce. But then when he throws it out sideways, now you have basically a 6x8 sheet of plywood, like a wing, that wants to shove it back. So as I'm pushing on Tiffany's shoulder, as it wants to come out, it's pushing it back in and holding it. So if you drive it right, it will help you out. But in this tight stuff, I think it sometimes pulls him, you know, away from it, as well as he's got a full load of fuel, which makes the even lighter on the steering.
The other thing about this is another car with only 1 tire in the rack. Is Nick Whetstone starting a fashion? What's going on here?
It could be the Australian way.
Okay, now I do want to talk about this, because something has just happened. Carl Jurgensen is lying in 5th place and 1st in class, but in 6th place and 2nd in class right now is Dane Miller, who is absolutely smoking hot, and he's sitting at the moment 6 minutes behind Carl Jurgensen.
And we did see that. We saw him go by Grabowski. They were door to door, banging on each other. So Miller is on the move.
I do have a question, though, now that we've seen our top 10 physical leaders and based on corrected time come through. Looking at Kyle Jurgensen and looking at Dane Miller, they are about 50 to about 70 seconds the difference for their lap times, where everybody else is either 2 minutes plus. Is there a reason specifically for that we're seeing those in the spec trucks?
Jim?
I looked at Ricky first.
I know, but I wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, and well, the same here. I don't know the answer to your question. I wish I did, but I'd be lying if I did.
So, Tiffany, rephrase it, because I even got lost in the question. Give it to me one more time.
Okay, so we've seen our top 10 physical leaders come through also on corrected time, or I'm sorry, 10 leaders come through on corrected time.
Yep.
Looking at Kyle Jurgensen and looking at Dane Miller, both of them being in spec trucks. Right now, they're about 50 to 70 seconds difference from lap 1 to lap 2. The rest of the field is about 2 to 3, 4 minutes difference. Is there a reason those spec trucks are keeping the same type of lap times?
Yes, because when you drive now, here we're watching Steve Olias, and notice how it's the back wheel down. This is Jack. So Jack, the son, who's very aggressive. He's just getting into it. He's unbelievable in a spec truck. But notice how loose he's driving, and that's when we saw Kyle Jurgensen, Ryan Arciero, when they're going. If we took the wheel speed on the back, Ryan was probably 60, no, not 60, maybe 30, 40 miles an hour faster because he's spinning the wheels. So when I drive these trucks, I think they have a little too much horsepower. You're getting wheel spin. With the spec truck, you're getting more connected. You're driving more, let's say 70, 80 to 100% throttle. With these unlimited two-wheel drives, you rarely ever get to full throttle. Even when we're going down through thumpers, they're probably about half throttle because otherwise they're just spinning the tires and breaking everything loose. So that's where you see more consistency out of the specs.
Let's talk about that one again, because Adam Householder, who we're just coming to here, these cars have traction control to be able to deliver the power that they need at the right time, so they're not always breaking away. So you might then say, well, why bother having 1,200 horsepower or whatever you've got if you can't use it? It's because when you do need it, you got to be able to put it down, and that's what he's doing right now as he makes his way down the straight.
And he's definitely putting it down right now. Well, look at that.
So now, when James Lynn is the guru when it comes to the wiring and traction control and all the different stuff, and what it does is it limits power delivery. And when I first got with James, I'm like, of course I wanted all the power that I could get, and I said, well, I can correct it, and he made it very clear to me. He said, RJ, you have to break the wheels loose before you can correct it. It's too late. And I thought about it, and he's absolutely right. So here we see Adam Householder, 114 miles an hour, and that is not a lake bed, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. So back to it is that there's so much horsepower, and at a place like this is where you can let it be completely open because you're not starting and stopping. You want that motor to breathe and give you as much horsepower as possible, and definitely Adam's got it on wide open.
Right, while we're looking at this here, and Adam Householder, I just want to go through our current top 10. In 10th is Tracy Paul in unlimited spec. In fact, we've just seen a change there. In 10th, it goes Dustin Grabowski. In 9th is Tim Hurst. In 8th, it's Dane Miller. In 7th is Brent Fox. In 2nd is in 6th it's Stephen Bill, who's 2nd in unlimited spec. In 5th and 1st in unlimited spec is Kyle Jurgensen. Then in 4th it's Tracy Graff. In 3rd is Brett Serapis. In 2nd is Ryan Arciero. But the man right now is who we're traveling with. This is two-time champion Adam Householder, who's out in front, not only physically, but on adjusted time.
I really like seeing this, Jim. And then when we talk about certain decades, and obviously 2009 to 2019, and then going to 2020 to 2025, we see a lot of different things that are changing. We're seeing the difference in the tech levels. Obviously, in that first generation, we were talking about mechanical grit, but now for 2020 to 2025, and obviously...
Oh, hello. What's happened here?
He went off course. Adam Householder missed a turn, went off course, had to back up and get on. Big mistake by Adam Householder.
He'll be sitting there going,
this is down Beer Bottle, correct?
Yeah, right at the start of right at the entrance of Beer Bottle Pass. He blew the entrance to Beer Bottle Pass, went up and over, had to back up back onto the course, and he got back on it.
Well, that's when you're blessed, when you go off the course like that. We have no choice but to go off the course, and you don't hit anything. Because I've done it many times. I know all of us have. You get off course and bam, find a rock. So
yeah, but
luckily for him, he didn't hit anything.
Exactly, but this will also sharpen him up. He'll be having a word with himself right now. He'll be sitting there going, come on, so let's sort this out.
Alrighty, hey, I am going to... both of us. Oh, we're both stepping out for a minute. So we got Bob Bauer and Matt Martelli, because I'm going to go be a spectator. I want to listen to what Matt has to say, because there's a lot going on out there. I want to see if he thinks it's going to be a three-peat, or we're going to get Ryan Arciero to win his first Mid-400. So I'll be right back, folks.
Well, thank you very much, Ricky, and thank you very much to Tiffany Stone. Always fantastic to have you both in the booth. As we're watching our current race leader, this is, of course, Adam Householder. And Jim, we just saw him make an incredibly rare mistake.
Well, yeah, he's been pretty flawless today all the way through, and, you know, it was a mistake that thankfully didn't cost him but about 10, 15 seconds. But, yeah, right at the entrance of Beer Bottle Pass, there's a right, and he continued straight, kind of went up and over a berm, saw a big poof of dirt come over the top of the truck. Dust settled. He was on the brakes, was able to back up into the course and correct the ship and go right and get into Beer Bottle Pass. But mistake costing Animal Householder probably 10 to 15 seconds there. And as Ricky had said before he bounced out, thankfully there was a little bit of runoff room and it didn't do any damage to the truck.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of those key moments and a pivotal moment. So easy to get a flat tire in these vehicles. But joining us in the booth now, of course, is none other than Mr. Matt Martelli. Matt, how are we doing?
Fantastic. I just came from the, the VIP lounge, and I'm fed and relaxed and ready to talk about racing.
Fantastic.
I will tell you, Matt, the VIP lounge, I went in there for lunch. I was in there for about 30 minutes. It literally is a VIP lounge today. There's some legends of motorsport there, and I don't just mean desert racing, but motorsport in general hanging out in the VIP lounge.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool people in there having a good time and really watching desert racing the best way you can watch it, probably other than a helicopter, right?
Or the front seat.
This is true.
I mean,
but you don't get to see where everybody's at. Brett Serapis here ripping through the desert. He's such a good driver. I'm rooting for these guys. They qualified first and came out swinging. Looks like they've had a few issues today, but they're still back at it.
Oh, it's good to see the Serapis family back in the desert. I mean, it's not like they ever really left, but there's ebbs and flows and people take a few, some time off and things like that. But, with what, Christian's won some unlimited truck races. Obviously, Brett's won some races. Steve, we know the legendary career he's had.
Yeah.
It's just great to have that family in the dirt.
He's won a couple races actually here. One partnered with Andy McMillan and one back in the day. I don't remember who his.
Didn't he partner with Rob Mack one time?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So been doing this a long time, and it's cool to see his sons out racing, carrying that legacy forward.
Yeah, Christian Serapis got his big first unlimited truck win at Best in the Desert Laughlin a few years back.
It looks like Jurgensen. Yep, that is Jurgensen.
That is.
It's interesting because I can tell the truck by how it handles. And that Camberg truck it's different than a lot of the trucks out here and how it handles.
It just looks completely stable, doesn't it? It just seems to get very unruffled. I think another one along exactly the same is Ryan Arciero. Now, hold on. Did we just see Jurgensen ahead of Ryan Arciero?
Yeah, it looks like.
Wow. Now, that's big news indeed. So it does look like, I wonder if Ryan's actually had a flat tire there. I'm just trying to see if we can see anything on the back of that car.
Well, and I'm wondering the same thing because Ryan, it would have had to happen out on course, and getting around Ryan Arciero is not an easy task, even for Kyle Jurgensen.
You're not going past Ryan Arciero, not in a spec class truck. Horsepower for horsepower, it's not going to happen. So there has to have been a moment in time. Was there a mistake? Was there a flat tire? I'm going to guess flat tire.
I'm going to go with you on that. When I saw him leaving the pits, that spare tire was black and fresh and clean. Right front tire, black and fresh and clean. They've been doing some work on the truck.
Well, and Ryan was sitting in second overall, so after we see this time correction, when we go through the next timing loop, we'll see where that sets him back to, if it does.
Yeah, I can be able to tell you that in probably around about 10 to 15 minutes.
We're back with Graf.
That was a great shot right there. Starting to show exactly how deep those troughs are getting.
Yeah.
We're starting to see the decline big time. If we can see it here, can you imagine what they can see?
Oh, yeah, and feel. I mean, again, interesting, this is a four-wheel drive truck, so no four-wheel drive has ever won the Mint 400 before, and he's doing really well.
Well, in between, Serapis and Graf, we've got two of them right in the mix. But, Matt, let's talk a little bit about Tracy Graf. Obviously, saw him there moments ago. But, this is a program. Tracy's been around for a long time. Obviously, Justin Bean Smith, he's been a short course racer. He's driven pretty much everything you can drive in the desert. But talk about this program, because I feel like we've seen Tracy in the last year, that program really take a big step forward in terms of speed and things like that.
Well, I think the combo between Justin Bean Smith and Tracy Graf is a good marriage, right? And Tracy's he's one of those guys who a lot of people don't consider a top guy, I'd say, but he's always been right there. Very consistent driver, very risk adverse, so it plays perfectly on this course. And back to the fact that he's racing a four-wheel drive truck, I think that's good because he's going to be a little bit conservative and let the truck do the work for him.
Well, you know, I think desert racing is interesting, and Bob can probably chime into this. We're talking about Tracy and that team of Justin Bean Smith, and I look at a couple of programs the last few years. I mean, we've seen Adam Householder go from a guy that was just kind of showing up to a guy that's one of the most dominant drivers in the desert now. And we also saw it with a program with Harley Lettner and Kevin Thompson, you know, where Kevin, you know, he was always, you know, the B driver to Harley being the A driver, and we see Kevin take 3 steps forward now, and he's almost as quick as Harley.
Yeah.
You know, and it seems like these teams like Groff and Bean, it takes them a couple of years to gel and to figure things out and to really start putting it together.
Well, I think like any other form of motorsport, when you have a good partner, it helps you accelerate, right? Like you learn from each other, and I don't think the sport is any different. A great shot of the dry lake bed.
That's Skafu?
Connor.
No.
Connor McCullen.
Connor McMullen there.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw the green and the blue. It almost looked like Scafuto.
That's
there.
right. I bet on that. So
Yeah, Connor McMullen, I mean, just incredibly fast young man, has a bright future ahead of him. I see big things coming for him. You know, a win here would be massive for his career. You know, back to the statement that you were making about Adam Householder. I mean, when he got his win here, you could see the confidence change, and he got really comfortable with being up front, and it's been cool to see.
Well, it's like I said it earlier, you know, Tiffany did that interview before the race. We had Adam there, and he was talking, and he was very just calm, cool. You see him there. He's got, I call it the swagger, and he's got a swagger. He knows he's the guy. He knows I'm as good as anybody here, if not better, to bring it.
and he backs it up.
And he backs it up.
That's a fact.
This is a great shot. It really illustrates, you know, what it's like to be in somebody's dust. You know, and now you can see the person in the back, the racer in the back, stepping off to the side to try and clear dust. One of the great areas to pass right here, multiple lawns.
See,
Yep,
this is where I said if I was the driver in the front, I'm always taking that far line knowing the dust blows across the course, so it makes it harder to pass me.
Yeah, that was a great move.
And this is into those big sandy whoops that we've got out on the exterior portion of the course after you clear that first pit, Gonzo pit.
Yeah, Walton Mountain back there.
Those whoops are no joke. They are deep.
Yeah, I think that was Erdman who just got past. We saw him on his side earlier today. Red Dog Racing, yes it is. That's Erdman. So good to see that they got that car back up and running after its little fall over.
Yeah, that little tip over there, I think it was a lap 1.
Yes, it was.
That was really cool today at the start. His daughter got to start, wave the green flag for him. They did a little VIP plus package, and you too can start the Mint 400 if you are so inclined.
I did see that. They even got their special seating area, VIP plus, inside the VIP tent.
Yeah.
Was that the red bleachers?
No, it's another area. Red bleachers are GA, general audience. But no, it's a really cool thing we put together to get people out and get them interactive with the race and have them wave the green flag, because we've got a couple hundred of them to wave.
Yeah.
Right?
That is Pierce Herbst here, another one of the Herbst entries. Pierce having a strong run there, I believe in the top 15 overall. Top 17. He's currently running in 17th position overall. So said top 15. I was close, but a strong run there in the spec truck. Pierce Herbst.
I was talking to Pierce earlier, and one of the things that he was concerned with was the lack of seat time he's had this year. He said that getting in this truck at this race is a little cold, is a little bit much, but he's doing really well.
It's pretty amazing to see, you know, this new generation of Herbst kids. Obviously, you've seen Riley and what he's been able to accomplish in NASCAR, but you've got Thor, EJ, you know, we've got Pierce, and, you know, just a phenomenal group of talent that's coming up under the Herbst cam.
Yeah, EJ's doing really well as well, so.
Yeah, so we continued the action here, watching Pierce Herbst making his way out of the short course and back into the desert. We're going to take a short break here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400, but do not go anywhere. We are getting to the pointy end of this race. Adam Householder is out in front at the moment. Can he stay there? We'll see you soon and find out. The 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 is brought to you by Bet Online. Get in the action with Bet Online. IBAC. Springs, shocks and performance suspension made in the USA and engineered to win. By VP Racing, the brand you can trust for performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives and so much more. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. By Toyota Racing, your race, your story. Powerstalk Pros, PSP, outfitting your off-road experience. And by King Shocks, performance racing products for utility vehicles and professional racing.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne in his knee. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. Still rides really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for the ride? We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, they're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on four wheels, one wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
And welcome back to the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. What a fantastic day of racing it has been so far. But just check this out. This is literally just behind the start-finish line. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Jim Beaver, Bob Bauer, and of course Matt Martelli. Guys, how cool is this race today?
Well, I mean, intense. It's hard to not pay attention to it at all. You know, like every time I look away from the screen, something's happening. Family-friendly event here for sure.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic. But check this out. Speaking of families, they don't get any bigger in off-road racing than the Hearst family as we watched truck number 19, who seems to have exited the hood.
Yeah, is this one of those where, you know, obviously Tim behind the wheel now took over for Thor. He's probably about 10, 15 miles into this lap after taking over for his son Thor. Is this where he goes in, he gets a flat right off the bat, Thor's sitting there and face palming, "Oh, Dad."
Yeah. In answer to your question, yes, absolutely.
Dad, I did all that work and you got a flat 10 miles in.
But also, have you not noticed that that is the same place we've seen at least 4 cars stop there? We saw Nick Whetstone stop there. We saw Brent Verstander stop there. We saw somebody else stop there earlier as well. So there is a rock that is hanging out of that area of track and is causing issues.
Well, and, you know, Joshua Tree Highway, like I've said quite a few different times, there's no forgiveness there. You have all the Joshua trees, and you don't want to hit those, but there's a lot of big boulders and they get kicked into the course. They're sharp edges. They can cut a sidewall. You can run them over. I mean, it's not an easy section of the course. It's really unforgiving.
Technical, really.
It's very technical, highly technical.
Look at how burned in the track is now. So that was a good view of
Here's Ryan and Burn Travis.
Now, did you see dust in front of Ryan? We know that he was chasing Carl Jurgensen. Helicopter just over the top of his shoulder.
See when he makes his turn if there's any kind of dust. I have not seen any.
No, my prediction is that he's got past Carl Jurgensen again. He's put that 1,000+ horsepower to work and made that pass. Now, the interesting thing is our lead cars are going to be approaching the Gonzo pit very soon. So that is one of our timing loops. So we'll also be able to get some track data as to who is where and what on this course. But my prediction is that we're going to see Adam Householder taking a leap further ahead of the rest of these vehicles.
Yeah, we'll see. I was talking to Ryan at the start line, and he's been the bridesmaid at this one multiple times. He really wants this win.
Yeah. So Brent Fox there.
Brent Fox, you got to give that program a lot of credit. I mean, he runs here, but he runs all over. He racing
everywhere.
He's about every weekend, and I think they've got multiple trucks. I don't know how many they're up to. At one point, I think it's like 4 trucks, might be more at this point, but he races every single weekend. That guy's got more seat time than anybody in desert racing the last 2 years.
That means he's had more fun than anybody else.
Well, what I like about him is he does race some of the other classes as well, including Class 11.
He's just a driver. He likes being behind the wheel and off-road.
Absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that. We love that. Brent Fox currently lying 7th overall and 3rd in class. So he's really putting together a very strong race.
So I got a question, Matt, because you were talking about the burned-in course, and I know a couple changes this year. Obviously, we reversed the direction of the course. The quarry got cut out. We know why the quarry got cut out. And you also said there was a few areas of the course that you worked over. You didn't really smooth them completely out, but you worked them over. So what goes into the thought process when you guys are looking at the Mint year to year and you're looking at course changes to make? How do you decide on which changes to make?
Well, last year was a particularly rough year, and we got a lot of feedback from racers. We look at the lap times, we look at the attrition rate, and we try and balance everything out and make adjustments when they need to be made. And I think we, made a good call, had some help with the coursework as well.
Okay, this is our race leader making his way up towards the Gonzo pit right now. Now he is going to be tripping our timing loop very soon. Better get an eye, but just look at this. This car just looks completely dialed, doesn't it?
I believe that is his dad.
No, that's Terry.
Yeah, that's Terry. I saw the 2, and I go, that's Terry. I mean, it's hard to tell the trucks, the difference in the trucks.
Well, the thing that got me, I was thinking, how can he be going out to Gonzo Pit? Because that's the lake bed.
You are correct, though. Adam should be coming into Gonzo Pit any moment.
He should be, yeah.
Yeah, how cool is it?
Here we go.
As we go.
Yep.
Householder to Householder. Oh, it's a big thumbs up there from Adam as he makes his way through.
Oh, he's pulling in.
Yes, he is. Right, okay, here we go.
Just as
It looks like they're looking under the front of the truck. They're giving him the, nope, they're holding him. They're doing something to the back.
Hold.
Yeah, this is going to be scheduled. I'm guessing he's taking 2 tires. Although I haven't seen the car move up, so I'm guessing it's just fuel.
Or maybe they're just eyeballing it and pouring gas when they can.
Right, Adam's looking very calm.
Yeah, he's not stressed. He's not hurry. Sometimes you see drivers, they start thrashing around in the cockpit. Let's go, go, go. And he wasn't doing that. Very calm. I mean, I tell you what, he is like the Iceman. Look at that. Another Shaka.
Yeah.
Okay, so Adam has just crossed the line there in a 3:58.16.
It was a nice gentle lead when he left the pit, too. Didn't rock his guys.
No, he's taking care of his boys.
And he's still in the speed zone here, so.
What is the speed limit as they make their way through?
I think it's 25, if I remember that right.
Yeah. That's what we guessed.
Well, and I mean, Matt, over the years, we've seen some guys that go and have runs.
Look at this, Jim, in the distance. We can see dust. Now, is this going to be Tracy Graff or is that going to be Ryan Arciero? I'm guessing running around about 40 seconds behind Householder at this time.
Yeah, you know, and that was the thing. Adam stopped in the pit knowing he's got a big gap and he's got that clean air. It doesn't look like there's anybody in front of him, lap traffic or anything. So he knew, hey, if we got something going on, let's stop. I can make 10, 15 seconds up on the track really easy with clean air.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jim Marsden, I think that the dust behind him was actually Kyle.
Let's have a look in a moment. I'm just looking at my tracker. I can't see Ryan on my tracker at the minute.
Could that be a Brett Serapis possibly? Because he doesn't have his tracker running.
Oh, forgot about that.
So here we go. This is our current race leader, Adam Householder, and he's back on the hard money. Putting his car to work. We think he's just done a splash and dash, and that should be the last pit stop for Adam.
Hey, he's on a very different pit strategy today. Didn't take tires when we thought he was going to take tires.
Okay.
He's stopping at Gonzo pit.
I got some news. Adam Householder crosses the line for this timing check with a 3:58.16.8. In second place and first in unlimited truck spec is Carl Jurgensen with a 3:59.03, less than a minute behind Adam Householder. And behind them is Brett Serapis, who's first in the unlimited truck four-wheel drive with a 4 hours, 1 minute and 39. So 3 cars have crossed the line, 3 cars leading 3 different classes. That's remarkable.
This will be Jimmy Johnson. He will be bringing this home, I believe, to get out of the truck and hand it over to Troy Herbst.
You know, I'm curious to see if Troy gets in, because what they may opt to do is leave Jimmy in now that they're, back a ways and let him get some more seat time.
Yeah, because I know talking, or not talking with Jimmy, but hearing what Jimmy said, this isn't just a one-off. I think this is the first of coming back to off-road and doing a handful of races a year.
That would be great.
Yeah. No, we love to have him. He's been a huge benefit to the exposure of this race, although it wasn't planned the way it came out, but I'll take it.
You can't beat luck.
He's had a great sense of humor about it, though. He's been posting stuff on Instagram, been very active, and, you got to love it. He's just happy to be out here, and like I said, this was a coming home for him.
So I just want to talk about that again. So Adam Householder is leading this race at the moment with 3 hours, 58 and 16 seconds. And Carl Jurgensen is in second place right now with 3 hours, 59.03. That's less than a minute separating these two men after 4 hours of racing. One of them is running 1,000+ horsepower. The other one is running 525. That is remarkable.
Well, let's talk about this, Matt. I mean, we've seen spec trucks win races overall before, but they were smaller races. There wasn't a stacked field of entries, maybe very light on unlimited trucks. And I don't want to take anything away from drivers that did that, but here, when you've got the best of the best and stacked fields, if we actually saw a spec truck run away and actually win this thing, I mean, what does that mean, Matt?
I mean, it's a game changer, It was interesting. I was just talking about this in the VIP lounge with BJ Baldwin, and he was giving me his input as to why he thinks those trucks are doing so well and vice versa. And you can have all the horsepower you want, but if it's not translating to the ground, it doesn't mean anything. And so one of the byproducts that we have here to deal with constantly is wheel spin, and it's tire wear on the wheel spin, but also loss of traction. So one of the things that we've been able to do, because we're gathering data from each timing sector, is we've overlaid Kyle's previous races over all the other vehicles, and it's very interesting to look at to see where he's faster or where they're faster with more horsepower. And it's interesting because the dry lake beds, for sure, the higher speeds, but in a lot of the other areas that you'd expect, Kyle's right there in a half the horsepower. So it just speaks to the driving ability of Kyle and the racecraft.
Okay, I got some news. Rance Arciero has now tripped our timing loop with a 4 hours, 2 minutes and 9 seconds, which puts him approximately 4 minutes behind our current race leader, Adam Householder. And this is Ryan Arciero. So my guess is they're taking a re-rack on the tyres.
Well, and we thought he had a flat earlier. We couldn't confirm it because we didn't catch it on camera, but we had the theory that he did get a flat, so that'll explain why he was off the pace this last sector.
Yeah, so that would have cost him another minute, so I'm guessing right now that he's about 5 minutes behind Adam Householder, and Adam will be loving that. Ranstra.
Yeah, we saw him with that flat earlier that took a bit because they had to dig it out.
Yeah, so Brent putting it together there. Looking very smooth as he works his way through. So this is our current top 5. It's Householder, Jurgensen, Serapis, Arciero, and Tracy Graf. Now the thing that's really cool about that is we've got 3 different classes represented in there. Adam Householder in the unlimited 2-wheel drives, Carl Jurgensen in the unlimited specs, and Brett Serapis in the unlimited 4-wheel drives. So 3 first places in classes in our top 3. So I believe this is our lead cars. I think that is Adam Householder coming around the bottom of the Walden Mountain.
Great shot. Shows you the scale of the terrain that we're covering.
People say, you know, that it's very difficult for some people in Europe to actually even get a handle on this. We're doing 95-mile loops out here, just outside of Las Vegas. It's absolutely insane for a European perspective, and it's something we absolutely love to see.
Yeah, it looks like we're back in with Adam Householder, and he's pedaling that thing. Look at him. Look at that. I love these in-cars because it really shows you, how fast these guys are going.
We keep saying about it. It's only a few short years ago, we were having to get adventure cam footage, and it wasn't until the end of the race that we could actually download that footage and then realize that 10 minutes in, the lens was covered in dust and we couldn't see anything. And but now, this is live time. We are with Adam Householder right now as it's happening. Starlink really has changed the game.
I remember, my dad's race programs in the 80s, and when you would build a truck, sometimes if you knew you were going to have a TV camera in there, you had to build the roll cage to accommodate the television camera because you had this massive brick between you and the co-driver.
I remember the big tape decks that we used to have to carry under our feet, and I remember having to switch batteries in the middle of the race.
So it's go time for Ryan Arciero. He is about 5 minutes behind our current race leader on adjusted time, and about 4 positions behind. Just look at this car going to work.
Oh gosh, it's just eating that. But I mean, look how deep it is. That's the thing. When you've got that truck with that much wheel travel, and it's just, just wheeling out of those whoops, it is just, I mean, like we said, this is smash mouth off-road racing.
Exactly.
Now, was that lap traffic that was behind Ryan Arciero, or has he managed to get past one of the cars that was in front of him? Now, Bob, Ryan's got it all to do here. Can he make up 5 minutes in the lap and a half that he has left?
Yes, he can. He can't make up 5 minutes in half a lap, so he's got to start now. That's exactly what they're talking about as far as I can tell. How are we going to play this?
Yeah,
I'm
I
going
agree.
to sit back and watch.
Yeah, I think this is about to get exciting and get very interesting, but he's got very fast cars between him and Adam Householder.
I feel that spidey sense, Jim. It's gonna get crazy here. What are you doing?
No, that's all right. I was just asking for a bit of paper that Tiff stole earlier. There you go. That one underneath you, Bob. That one. No, that one.
Oh, I see it.
Perfect. Yep.
Go ahead and finish for me.
Oh, that's okay. I lent it to Tiff earlier.
Our partner Tiffany Stone, a.k.a. Klepto. It's the Detroit coming out in her gym. Watch it.
Yeah, you can take the woman out of Detroit, but
well, what I wanted to have a look at was where did Brian
here
start?
we go.
Where
We
did
got a
Adam
little
start?
pass happening here, Jim.
cooperative pass. Cooperative.
That push to pass is being in use right now. Looks like Terry Householder going to get around.
Does indeed. So
Nice.
Adam Householder started on the second row of the grid this morning, lining up alongside Tracy Graff. Ryan Arciero started on the third row of the grid. So there is a little bit of adjusted time in Ryan Arciero's back pocket.
But I don't think he wants to rely on that, Mr. Marston. I think he wants to, if he's going to do it, he wants to do it by over a minute.
This is very true, but in the words of BJ Baldwin, winning by a second is still winning.
Yes, it is.
It was great, you know, walking around the VIP area. I got to catch up with BJ for about 5 or 10 minutes, and he's just excited to get back in the desert. I know he's working on some stuff in a spec truck and things like that, but you could tell the stoke is back with BJ, and he's itching to get back behind the wheel.
Who could blame him?
Back in, flying through the desert with Adam Householder here. I mean, it's hard to beat this guy. You know, he's got a dialed-in truck. He's got a dialed-in team. He's got a dialed-in co-driver. Like, he's very confident, very comfortable right now in this vehicle. He is making the transition though to a four-wheel drive vehicle, so we'll see how that goes in the near future.
Yeah, we saw him at King of the Hammers earlier this year in his four-wheel drive. Unfortunately, he had some issues with the jacks deployed incorrectly and took him out of the race. Brett Serapis making moves past there.
Well, it was interesting, Matt, you know, that Adam, obviously, he's won this race 2 times in a row in a two-wheel drive. He's got that four-wheel drive in his quiver. He opted to take the two-wheel drive here because, one, he knew the truck, but two, he thought it would be the better choice for the Min 400.
I think that's smart. You know, I think that's very smart.
Well, at the moment, he's proving himself right now as he's leading this race.
So who's this?
It's not Jimmy. Nice looking truck. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Next.
Very little logos.
Privateer for sure.
I believe that was Paul Kraus.
Yes, that is Paul Kraus.
Yeah. And that's Carl Jurgensen.
Which, great to see Paul back out in the desert. Obviously, he had that side-by-side program for quite a while, but great to see him back.
Yeah, great guy, great racer.
So that Camber Kinetics truck really going to work here. Sitting second in class at the moment. And let's not forget, this is the vehicle, or that was the vehicle, that crossed the line in first place at the Parker only a few weeks ago.
So Jimmy Johnson is scheduled to get out of this truck. Troy Harp's scheduled to get in. As Matt said, will be interesting to see if they leave Jimmy in to get a little more seat time, or if in fact, nope, it looks like Jimmy is...
They're working on it.
He's undoing. So Troy Herbst will be getting behind the wheel of the Carvana truck.
I can just picture a camera at that pit when he takes that helmet off to see the size of the grin.
100%.
No way is he going to do anything but that. Okay, Jimmy, get ready to bail.
Still playing that team game, getting ready.
Co-driver helping him out. This is great in-car footage.
Yeah, and of course that's the notorious Mr. Duncan in there.
Now, if you actually look on the right-hand side, you can actually see they've got a gauge giving their speed. And when it went to 25, it turned red just to tell them that it was incorrect. But most of these vehicles now are running speed limiters and controllers.
Oh, they're going to pull the hood off.
Here goes Adam. Oh, maybe that's Terry, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been Terry Householder. Duncan there working on something. Trying to get the straps adjusted. We're going to have Troy Herbst getting in now. That is Troy.
And this is the difference, isn't it? Everybody has a different seating setup. Everybody has a different harness setup. And Tim is a slightly larger gentleman than Jimmy. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that.
That'd be Troy.
I laugh, and I want to watch the lap times that Troy Herbst throws down. They got nothing to lose now.
Yeah.
Troy is not getting behind the wheel of this truck to just bring it to the finish line. You're going to see fireworks out of Troy Herbst. And there's a lot of people saying, oh, Troy hadn't really been behind the wheel much. Like I said, that is one of the baddest dudes to ever put on an off-road helmet. There's only one guy on the planet that ever put a shark on his car because he ate the competition alive. That is Troy Herbst.
It will be interesting to see how he plays it because he's got, like you say, nothing to lose.
No, I mean, that's it. They're not in the points battle. This was just a fun race. Troy's getting behind the wheel, and I think you're going to see a burner at 2 laps.
And this is his backyard. This is where he comes to play.
I bet you can't count how many races Troy Herbst has won out here in this Las Vegas desert.
Oh, wow.
Quite a few.
Quite a few, right.
Well, and like I think I was talking about earlier, is like these guys didn't just jump into unlimited trucks. They came all the way up through 16 cars and buggies and the evolution of Class 1 and eventually into trucks. So a lot of driving experience with Troy and Tim.
Well, and the other thing about, you talk about the Herbst family, you talk about all the successes they've had, but you got to talk about what they've given back to the sport too, because there's been so many times they've sponsored events and they've sponsored things and given money financially, and a lot of it people don't even realize they donated it, but the Herbst family was doing that to keep things afloat. And, they've been a backbone of this sport for a very long time. We're very fortunate to have the Herbsts in off-road because, the Herbst family could have went and bid anything they wanted. They wanted to be an INDYCAR, they could have been an INDYCAR. They wanted to be a NASCAR, they could have been NASCAR, and they are now. But, they decided we want to be an off-road, and they've been just phenomenal.
It's a family deal. We're looking at fourth generation.
Third generation drivers. Yep.
We got to slow down when we get up there.
This is a very different setup. So this car is working with paddle shifts. If you just watch his right hand, it'll be tabbing through the gears. You can see the gear selector display just in front of the steering wheel there, saying he's in second gear.
Yeah, he's telling him there's a corner coming up here. You really want to take it easy around.
Yeah, just so his fingers flick out, just changing down to first. Watch that right hand. So you're going to see it change to second after he comes up around this corner.
This corner affectionately known as Jimmy's corner.
Drone in hot pursuit.
Easing his way into it.
He's probably thinking to himself, well, we got the Jimmy program sold. It's done. It's shipped. Now we can go have some fun.
I think the Jimmy program's just starting, personally. I think we're going to see him back a little bit more frequently.
Probably depends on a lot of what those 3 women back home say. I don't know if they like seeing Dad flying inverted.
Great in-car view.
But one of the things I really like about this is when you actually watch his hands, he never takes his hands off the steering wheel to change gear. That makes a massive difference.
We have a much bigger infield this year with a little bit more distance than we've had in the past, keeping the action close to all the spectators for as long as possible.
So how long does it take to set up this infield?
Just 2 weeks. So we have an amazing dirt crew. Matt McCall, his whole crew of guys, a lot of experience building motocross, building stuff for us, building stuff for X Games, a lot of stuff for Monster. But the thing I like about them is they know trucks, so all this stuff is designed around off-road vehicles, and it's not like a lot of other infield courses you see are they buck the cars really bad and are just too tight, too short. So
yeah. This is a superb course. Seen a few rollovers this weekend.
Well, yeah, you know, it's a smooth, easy-looking course, but it has teeth. What we saw happen.
Yeah, so this is Erdman making his way through Thumpers.
You know, I got to say, the people that signed up for the tickets for Thumpers this year, they're loving life because the wind is blowing the opposite direction.
Yes.
This has been the perfect day to have tickets at Thumpers.
Yeah, and it's uphill, so the trucks behave a little bit differently. It's really difficult to get on top of these whoops. I mean, you really have to be comfortable with your truck setup, and lots of the drivers look at it and they do what he's doing, which is dolphining a bit.
Oh, that was what was interesting to watch Brock Hager yesterday. He was flat out on top of it, and I've driven that in an unlimited truck, Matt. I mean, those are not small, and for him to do what he was doing in a side-by-side isn't supposed to be possible.
TNA guys working their way through.
Okay.
Yeah, so resetting the running order here, though. Well, let's circle back here. I know we've got Adam Householder currently leading, and this is all going to be on corrected time. We've got Kyle Jurgensen in the second spot, Brett Serapis in the third spot. So we've got a two-wheel drive, a spec, and a four-wheel drive 1, 2, 3. Then we go to Stephen Beal sneaking into the fourth spot, a guy we keep kind of loosely talking about, but putting together a burner of a race. Then we've got Ryan Arciero, Tracy Groff, Dane Miller, Brent Fox, and Dustin Grabowski in ninth, and then Tracy Poole rounding out the 10th spot.
The bit that I really love that is that in the top 6 vehicles, we have 2 from each class. That's awesome.
That's, you know, that's it. There's not one division that's emerging that's, you know, that's the fastest. And what blows my mind away is 2 unlimited truck specs.
Yep.
I think the finish line is going to make a big statement today. We're going to find out that maybe we don't need all these classes.
I'll try. You can explain that to all these guys who are racing at those classes.
Well, I think it's going to prove that you don't need all that horsepower. We're seeing these trophy truck specs throw down out here. And, I mean, you know, to see what Jurgensen's doing, and it's not just him because we keep talking about him, but you got Beal there. You know, they got Dane Miller, Brent Fox, Grabowski. I mean, the top 10 is littered with spec trucks.
It is indeed. In fact, there's more spec trucks in the top 10 right now than any other class. And this is in with Nick Whetstone.
And here we are halfway through lap 3.
Now, there's something going on with this co-driver. He's been holding his helmet the entire way, which is a little bit bizarre. So whether there's something uncomfortable inside the helmet that he doesn't like, but one thing's for sure, I get the impression that when he finishes this race, he'll be very happy to take that off.
You know, this could be a throwback to the old days when we used to borrow the guy's helmet who was already in the car. It didn't matter if your head fit in there or not. It was, you know.
Well, the only time I've ever seen that really happen is, you know, back before we had these great impact helmets and all the technology, we'd have head buffeting. And you'd get up to speed, you'd hit about 105 miles an hour, and your head would start shaking uncontrollably because they didn't have any aerodynamics on the helmet. So you'd have to hold the chin of the helmet to keep it from buffeting.
I used to have to take both hands and take my head and move it back forward like that, because when you get your head sideways a little bit, the wind takes it and smacks it sideways.
You know.
Who do we got here? Is that Brent Fox?
Yeah, it looks like Brent Fox possibly.
Yep.
It's hard to tell with the glare, but the colors look right.
So as we continue here, we're watching Brent Fox. We're going to step away from the action for a few short minutes, but don't go anywhere. This is the 2026 BF Goodrich Mint 400, and the action is about to get faster as we make our way towards that 4th lap. The 2026 Mint 400 is brought to you by BF Goodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road, explore the Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy, unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. And by MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. rugged radios, stay connected and go further. Bilstein, way ahead. And by Can-Am. Can-Am ATVs and UTVs are the proud sponsor of the Mint 400. Ford Racing, America's race team.
For more than 50 years, BF Goodrich Tires has defined what it means to win in the desert. Since the introduction of the radial all-terrain TA in 1976, BF Goodrich-equipped teams have won the Mint 400 more times than any other tire brand, a testament to the performance and durability of their products. Today, BF Goodrich is seeking their 14th consecutive overall victory after sweeping the 2025 Mint 400 Limited and Unlimited races. With desert racing woven into their DNA, BF Goodrich have used the Mint 400's endless whoops, rocks, and speed as a proving ground. And through it all, they delivered the grip, durability, and race-proven engineering built to win here and anywhere the terrain demands more. Enable any pursuit across any terrain with the race-proven, category-defying engineering that can only come from BF Goodrich Tires.
And welcome back to the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. We are here in Primm, Nevada, just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, for the biggest desert race in the United States of America. And what a day of racing it has been so far. We are in to the third lap of this fourth lap race. Our current race leader is none other than two-time winner Adam Householder, and he is pushing hard at the front of this race. The weather is absolutely perfect, 64 degrees with winds gusting up to around about 30 miles an hour. And joining me in the booth is, of course, Matt Martelli. I've got Bob Bauer and Jim Beaver. But Jim, you've got some news for me.
Well, I've got some corrections during the break. So my cousin, who is my co-driver, as well as Cameron Steele, both reached out to me, and they said they're holding the helmet because it steadies it. So a little bit of the buffeting we were talking about, because you can see the GPS screen clear. And my cousin said also it gets the microphone closer to your lips so you can relay information better.
Gotcha.
Well, we've got a race going on here in front of us, coming into Walled Mountain area. You can see someone back there in hot pursuit. I can't quite make out who that is. That could be our race leaders.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this right now. They should be coming up around that area, so this could well be.
Let's see, hood off.
Our race leaders.
That is that Grabowski?
No.
No, Sendero.
I think that is Sendero, yes.
Yep, so that's Beal. Awesome.
Yes, so that is the 241 there of the Stephen Beal truck. That truck is currently sitting 4th overall, so it would mean that Householder and Jurgensen Serapis have already cleared this area.
Yeah, Beal's another one of those guys who just doesn't seem to get enough credit. Very consistent. Continues to climb, you know, and I think with this program, with this new truck, he's going to be getting better and better.
All right, we got a glimpse here of the motorcycles and quads that raced earlier on today.
Yeah, it was fun starting these guys.
I'll tell you what, qualifying yesterday was insane to watch, Matt.
Yeah, we qualified bikes, and that was a blast. Look at the quad guy.
Hey, out
he is on it.
Yeah.
That's a utility quad, too. You got to love it. He's getting with it.
That's awesome.
Bike guys aren't going to like a quad being out front. It ain't going to last long.
Oh, but he's making it happen. That's pretty good.
Little stall there. Wonderful shot. Kawasaki, so that would be
absolutely tapped out across the desert. Oh, I've got a battle of the quads here.
But the same tactics, staying out of the dust.
I'll tell you what, it's a lot harder to reel somebody in on a quad, too.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Preston?
Yeah, that's the #1 plate, the red #1 plate there.
Nice. We have some bike finishers. Kirian looks like he finished up front. Preston Campbell in second. Dalton Shirey in third. Some serious talent right there.
Yeah. Syrian's been amazing to watch. That guy's just crazy, crazy quick on a bike. And, I mean, he's become one of the top dudes in the country.
Okay, I've got some big news coming in. I'm watching my trackers right now. I can tell you that Tracy Graff is actually stopped on course. But bigger news, Ryan Arciero is stopped and is way off course. So it looks like it's bitten him again. It looks like Ryan Arciero might be out of the 2026 BF Goodrich Mint 400. That's going to be a really tough break. But it does mean that Adam Householder is pushing ahead at the front of this field and making his way towards the Gene Hurst pit.
Currently cutting through spectator area.
This is Arciero.
Oh, this is Arciero.
Now, this is interesting. This is live because I'm showing his tracker right here, stationary. This is great news.
Yeah, the tracker is lying to us today there with Ryan Arciero. He's still in action, so that is great news, like you said. Since Ryan's still alive, we don't know where this quite is on course.
Yep, as I say, I'm sitting there looking at his tracker at the moment, and it's dead, so I cannot tell you how happy I am to see that.
Here's a great shot of the undercarriage and the suspension shooting right down the drive shaft there. You can see the damage that these things take. I mean, the beating is just incredible that these vehicles are able to survive not just one lap, but 4 laps of this course.
And that drive shaft just looks so vulnerable.
It is.
You know?
That's why they carry spares. But, you know, it also speaks to how well these 19 Industries trucks are built.
So looking at the area through the windshield of Ryan Arciero, that looks like spectator area. What is that? Spectator area number 1 is what we're going to call it. And it looks like he's getting ready to cross Night Ranch Road. So I know Adam Householder has already crossed Night Ranch Road. So Ryan Arciero in the thick of things.
Yeah, so that means that he's right at the pointy end, and he's also making his way down towards Gene Hurst pit. Now, we should be able to see our race leader, who is Adam Householder. He should be coming into the pits very soon. We'll be able to get some confirmation with our timing loops and try and work out where things are going in this race.
Yeah, Ryan's going to get through, after he leaves this area, he's going to get into what we call the proving grounds, which will take him into Gene Hurst pit. Proving grounds, Matt, I mean, you've been through there quite a bit. Give us a reason why you call those the proving grounds.
I mean, it's ridiculously nasty terrain, right? And it's embedded rock that breaks and has like sharp square edges, so you really couldn't design something more diabolical for tires, right? And suspension, so it's not flat, it's all whooped, right? So we can't really even level it out with tractors. It is what it is. It's embedded rock. And here's another great shot of Thumpers, and Brent will really get on top of that. Truck looks like it's working fantastic. Look, I mean, I love these shots because this is what off-road racing is all about. These trucks don't particularly accelerate fast. You know, they don't particularly brake easily or corner easy, but this is what they do the best. They go through whoops at 100 miles an hour and soak them up.
Okay, this is our race leader. This is Adam Householder making his way down through the Gene Hurst pits. So now we need to see. Right, he's just crossed the line there in a 4 hours and 31. We need to see where our second place vehicles are. And more importantly, where is Ryan Arciero? Has he made any time? Bob, now, earlier on, he was running about 5 minutes behind Householder. Our tracker's telling us that he's actually stationary somewhere on track at the moment, which he obviously is not.
Well, I'm as lost as last year's Easter egg. I have no idea where he is, what he's doing, or why we can't see him.
Well, we're going to find out very, very soon, I have no doubt.
But the picture did show us, Mr. Marsden, that he is scooting right along in that desert. Whether we have him
this
on
is a shot here, I believe.
not.
Is this Jurgensen?
Yeah, that is Jurgensen. And he is physically second on course right now.
Just cruising along, you know? Incredible driver.
Yeah, he's going to clear over this hill, and you can see that, I believe, is Gene Hurst pit in the background.
Yep.
I just steal a line from Ricky. He could literally run a school bus out here and win, couldn't he? He's absolutely remarkable. So here we go. This is back in with Adam. coming to the end of this speed control section in a minute, and they'll be back down on that skinny pedal, pulling gears as he makes his way back towards the main pit to complete his third lap.
And you know what's amazing about what Adam Householder's been able to do the last couple of years, and specifically here at the Mint? Two things. One, the prep on their vehicles is phenomenal. I mean, he's not having any kind of mechanical failures whatsoever. And number two, he's not making mistakes as a driver. I mean, he's just not. He's not getting flats. He's not dinging drive shafts. I mean, he's got the package.
We'll forgive him for the moment in beer bottle pass earlier.
Which is unlike him,
it's
right?
completely unlike him.
Yeah. That was, when I picked up on that, I'm like, maybe he's getting tired.
Okay, right, I got some news. Adam Householder crossed the line in 4 hours 31:47 seconds. Carl Jurgensen passed through in 4 hours 31 and 56. So Carl Jurgensen is only 9 seconds behind Adam Householder on adjusted time. Get your heads around that.
That is crazy. That is crazy, you know?
That's Kyle Jurgensen doing exactly what he said he was going to do.
He is indeed. Let's not forget, it was only a few short weeks ago that he actually crossed the line first at the Parker. Unfortunately, there was some small incidents since we dropped into second place, but that's all right. He's got a point to prove here.
Well, I mean, you know, he was talking about all he really wants to do is stay ahead of the other spec trucks. If the overall comes to him, that's great.
He says this, Bob, but he wants to win overall. You know that.
Well, I would say that the overall's coming to him right now. So we'll see what he does. We'll see if he decides to push or if he.
Okay, Brett Serapis is just
lap 4 is coming too.
Yeah, Brett Serapis has just crossed the line as well with a 4:36, so he's running around about 5 minutes behind the lead trucks right now.
Lap 4 should have a rate. I mean, should have a name. You know, it should be like, okay, now we're on lap 4. It's the demon lap or whatever, right? Even last night, you know, we stayed till about 10 o'clock until the finish line closed. And everybody that was coming across the line was just telling me that, like, by the time they got to that 4th lap, it was just awful. Beautiful shot. Householder just dancing on those massive whoops.
The truck, I mean, those are huge whoops down there through thumpers. And, I mean, that truck just is as stable as can be.
Is he a Fox or a King Shock? What is
He's a King guy.
He's a King guy.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's running a new active.
He's not. No. I had a talk with him, and, you know, it's a good topic of discussion of, you know, integrating new technologies. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Sure.
But as it's getting proven, do you try new stuff or you stick with the stuff that you're comfortable with? And Adam in particular, I mean, don't mess with his shock setup, right? Because whatever he's doing it right.
Yeah, that truck just works. We get a shot there, Ryan Arciero.
Yeah, Ryan Arciero. Now, we know that he had some problems out on course. I am so pleased to see that he's still running, having I just told the world that he's dead on course somewhere.
Well, the tracker does show that he's not even dead on course. He's dead out in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly.
Maybe he lost the tracker.
Maybe it
Not
was
in that
planned.
location, but I was actually looking on his dashboard on the in-car, and you could actually see the tracker box, or at least the controller box for the tracker sitting there. So something a bit odd going on, that's for sure.
Right.
Here's a glimpse here of Thumpers.
Yeah, this is a great spectator here. You know, for all the people who want to go out, pitch a tent, hang out in the back of their truck and crack open a cooler and a cold one, that's the perfect spot to do it.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Everybody today has been taking that right-hand line. Yesterday we saw a mix of right and left-hand line. I think Brock Hager was actually running the left line yesterday.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, most of the Fast Unlimited trucks have been on the right-hand side. We get a glimpse there. Kyle Jurgensen in that Camberg Magnaflow truck.
Okay, I've got some news, gentlemen. Brian Arciero goes up into 3rd place overall. He's sitting with a 4:35.52, which means that at the moment he's around about 4 minutes behind Jurgensen and Householder. That means he has made a minute up on them already, Bob. We've got a race on our hands, gentlemen.
Yep, it's go time.
You know, and the thing about Ryan is he's got a lot of truck left. He really hasn't abused it today. I mean, you look at it, it looks good. I think he's going to make a real hard push here in lap number 4.
Ryan and Travis are talking about
Is the co-driver getting out?
Yeah, something going on here.
Well, they were busy shooting the breeze. Ryan was talking about going through a turn this way, And
well, it looked like the
Travis was
seatbelts
down
came off, but it looks like he's cinching them down.
back down.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at Householder and Jurgensen here. So in the top there, in the 24, that is Householder. The 222 we just saw down there earlier, that was Carl Jurgensen. Now Jurgensen is a sandwich in some pretty heavy hitters. So we've got Adam House. This is physically on track. We've got Householder, then we've got a Jurgensen, then we've got Serapis, and then Arciero. So just trying to work out here, who does Arciero need to get past? He doesn't need to get past Brett Serapis. He can beat him on adjusted time, but he needs to get to those other cars, so he does need to get past Serapis.
I love our new map. I just literally lifted my hand and was trying to swipe it like Google Earth, right? Just cooking. Look at this. I mean, this is just incredible. I mean, you know, this is one of the best off-road racers in the world, in his element, just flying, you know.
So what's that, 110, 115
yeah.
down through here? Gotta be, isn't it?
So this is a little wash that Adam Householder's in, and then he's going to come to a really sharp corner called Chokers. Then after Chokers, you get shot out of Chokers, and there is a whoop section with some of the deepest whoops on the entire course, and it's probably a good 2-3 miles long, and it takes you straight to the dry lake bed. So from Chokers to the dry lake bed, it is not an easy section of course. That's one where you grip the steering wheel tight and you hold on because it's going to be chaos.
Yeah, and this is back to our favorite place in Joshua Tree. There is a rock there that is claiming victim after victim. And there is another car changing. As we come back to the
This is Brett Serapis.
This is Serapis. Yeah. Now our lead cars have got to make their way up through Joshua Tree. Could that rock have more to play with our lead vehicles?
Yeah, one thing that's different about the four-wheel drive vehicles is they're heavier, right? So they're going to typically perform a little bit different in these heavy whoops, or in these large whoops. But his truck looked like it was working great. What a great shot! Yeah. I mean, that is the definition of the dry lake bed run right there.
So we've got two cars lining up side by side there as they make their way through. Now, if I was that car on the left lane, I think I'd be trying to check over.
All right,
look at that four-wheel drift as he makes his way onto the lake bed.
Wiley? Or Nick?
Just trying to work out who that is. It's not Hirsch. Now, the helicopter's staying with him, so I'm going to guess that's going to be running at about 105, 110 mile an hour,
something like that. I think that's Jerry Hurling.
Hurling? Yeah.
Also, great guy, one of our sponsors, lifer in this.
Joseph Hurling.
Oh, so that's his son.
I believe that was Joseph Hurling.
Yeah, yeah. He's, you know, young guy getting really fast. That's a relatively new truck to him. They are one of our sponsors with PSP Motorsports. Little tire change here.
Yeah, looks like they might be having some issues. Anytime you got the driver and the co-driver out at the same time. Looks like he's having some problems with lug nuts possibly.
Do you know it's 260?
60 or 80. One of those.
Yeah, it's 260.
60, yeah.
The Demon guys.
Yeah, it's Corey Finley.
Yeah, they're not in any hurry to get back in the truck. That's a couple of guys that have gone to war with the desert, and
they're tired.
They're tired.
Okay.
Arciero's not tired.
Yeah, this is Ryan through Thumpers.
You know, his co-driver, Travis Moore, has been a buddy of his since they were kids. I want to give a shout-out to all the co-drivers, frankly, from Co-Drivers Unlimited, if nowhere else. And the right seat doesn't get enough credit for what they do at this race. So more power to you, co-drivers.
Look at Arciero's truck working. I mean, they're dialed. That's a dialed truck right there with a confident driver.
He's making the turn there at Chokers. So that is the turn at chokers I was telling you about, the deep turn. Now he's going to get into those whoops that I was telling you about. So now he has cleared chokers, the corner, and he's going to go through this whoop section that runs a couple of miles, really deep whoops, and then it's going to take you into that dry lake bed.
Yeah, with a sprinkling of silt as well.
So, Jim Beaver, tell me, why would a guy go over to the right side of the course like that?
Well, because the last time I raced this, that right line didn't exist. So obviously the right line has emerged because it's a little bit smoother because nobody wants to be on the left where the deep whoops are.
It's easier. That's why you take the left.
Yeah, and now he's swapping all the way back to the left. And the left used to be the faster line down through here. But, you know, he's been around it 3 times now, so he's probably got it figured out today. But as you can see, they're just those rolling whoops. Yeah, as you see him, look at he's taking his hand off the wheel. He's grabbing another gear. Like I said, this is a rocket ship ride for a couple miles through some really deep whoops. Then you get a little bit of a breather when you hit that dry lake bed at the end of this.
That's where you get a little time to exercise your hands, get the blood back in your knuckles.
Yeah, take a deep breath because you're holding it all the way down here. It's like a runaway freight train through these whoops. You see him just bouncing through.
But you know, tell me, Jimmy, aren't you able to like refresh yourself and feel a little better? You get on a dry lake like that, you give yourself 40, 50 seconds to relax.
Yeah, you do. Your butt's not hurting quite as bad.
Yeah.
Looks like Jim Marsden's got something.
Yeah, I have, but I've got my good friend Ricky Johnson who's going to be coming back into the booth at any moment now, and he's got some pretty big news. But there's all sorts of things going on out on that track right now, and we've just had a plethora of vehicles coming through onto our timing. I can tell you that Dustin Grabowski has gone up to 5th and 2nd in class. Nick Whetstone has gone across the line in 6th. Tracy Graff in 7th. We saw him stopped a minute ago, changing a tyre, I expect. But right now it's still about our race leader, Adam Householder, who is charging hard in front. Ricky, welcome back to the booth.
I am back. I've gotten some calls from people to talk to the man Robbie Gordon, and he is saying that our timing, you know, obviously there's a couple different, there's trackers, there's timers and stuff like that. He feels that on his time that he is 3rd on corrected, that he has made up a bunch of different times. So obviously the officials will be watching over that. Robbie's done a great job in that Geyser double engine 4-wheel drive vehicle, passing, I mean, loads of cars.
Yeah, exactly. Now, don't forget that Robbie started right the way down in 60th position today. Now, I'm currently showing Robbie is sitting 9th overall and 3rd in the unlimited 4-wheel drive truck class.
We'll see on the next timing loop. He hasn't cleared the next timing loop. We'll see where it readjusts to once he does.
Well, you have to remember that he's actually running a loop behind our main drivers.
So he's been lapped.
No.
Oh,
he's not been lapped. We've got multiple timing loops
loop,
out there.
Yeah, okay. I thought
he's running about approximately a 3rd to even half a lap behind our lead drivers, but he's holding pace with them.
There we go.
Yeah, he started, what, 60-something position, I think?
Correct. I can tell you right now, Robbie Gordon started in 68th position this morning.
68th position.
Sorry, 67th position.
So that's, you know, and for him to be running that pace through all the traffic that he's had to come through, I mean, that truck is on a mission today.
Yeah.
And it hasn't given up. You know what?
And he had time to take a phone call.
He did indeed.
Well, actually, he took 2 phone calls. I talked to him twice, once on air and once off. So pretty amazing.
Well, and Ricky, I don't want to put you on the spot because I don't know a lot about that truck. I know it's a different concept. He's back, you know, running with RPM. And I mean, I love Clyde. I love Justin Matney, Rick Geyser, and the Geyser brothers involved. But that truck, it's what, twin engine, correct? It's a little bit different concept.
Yeah, completely different concept. So when they first started that, it was 2 diesel engines. And Clyde Stacey said, you know what, I'm going to do this. One in the front, one in the back. But since they went to the LS platform, so now that thing's pumping out over 1,200 horsepower. I'll probably going to need a call from Robbie right now to clarify exactly what horsepower that thing runs at, but completely unreal how much power that thing goes. But in a lot of the cases, in the big bumps, that's a lot of weight, a lot of moving mass. So when you're going like down to the thumpers and stuff, it's probably not the best platform. But like in this kind of stuff, where we're watching Brett Serapis, the thing flies. It has so much drive. Even you're watching the trophy trucks, I mean the unlimited 4-wheel drive, still wants to stay out of the ruts. So on certain things, like accelerating out of the corner, that dual engine really is fast.
So we're in with Robbie right now. Looks like beer bottle pass, maybe?
I
That
think
does
this is
look
just
like
turning
Beer
in.
Bottle Plus.
Yeah.
So yeah, we actually.
So I think
about-
this is Max now, correct?
I don't know. I think this might be one of the McMullen trucks possibly. We got the Max's Tire sponsorship.
Yeah, I don't think this is
this is
Travis Williams.
Yeah, it's orange. We got the color right, but
Well, jump to conclusion, Bauer. Don't do that. But it's still Beer Bottle Pat.
It is.
Okay, I knew it would come. So I got from Robbie, makes 1,100 horsepower to the tires.
To the tires?
To the tires. That's a lot.
That's a lot
That's
of tires.
massive.
Whoa! Did he go off course on Beer Bottle Pass there? No, I think he did.
Yeah, they're talking about it.
Hey, should I be over there?
Yeah, see, now he's going to connect back in.
He dropped down the hill.
Yeah, he dropped downhill, and that was one of those where there's not any runoff. He's in the one spot with some runoff.
Timing is everything. Max is in the truck now, by the way, but this is not, this is Travis Williams.
Okay, I can tell you now that our lead car is going to be coming back in towards Prim any moment. We should be seeing Adam Householder making his way past these solar fields.
And this will be his final pit stop if
This will
everything
be,
goes
yeah,
correct.
absolutely. If he takes a pit stop, don't forget we saw him take fuel up at the Gonzo pit on the last lap.
Ah, okay.
So my guess is that he's actually going to blow through. The only thing I do say about that is I haven't seen him change tyres. That concerns me.
Well, just got a text from Robbie, lost a serpentine belt. So that is definitely going to put some time on the Gordon truck for Clyde Stacy and RPM Racing. They'll let us know when he gets running again, but you got to get out, make sure that that other belt is clear. You got to pull the hood off. Should I ask him which motor the serpentine belt
Front or rear?
Front or rear. But yeah, so serpentine belt, and they'll let us know when they're running again.
That's got to be a complex fix. If when they do get it back on, it stays on. It came off for a reason.
Or it broke. Or sometimes you lose oil pressure, or something happens to the steering. So how you know is with the serpentine belt you lose. Here we see is that Brett?
Yeah,
That
that's
is Brett Serapis on the dry lake bed.
Just beautiful.
I love that four-wheel drift coming in there.
Pretty much wide open on the front engine. So he lost the serpentine belt in the front engine. A lot of times you know that because you lose your power steering. And so then all of a sudden, oh, I got to find out what's going on.
Yeah, so we continue with the action here. Do not go anywhere. We're about to start the fourth lap of this race. Adam Householder is our current race leader. He is also our current and reigning champion. Can he three-peat? Do not go anywhere and join us back here for more action at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Min 400.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne in his league. How you moving so on his speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. Still rides are really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride?
We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels. 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
We're out here in Las Vegas at the 10th annual Republic Services Mint 400 Desert Cleanup presented by Sylvania Off-Road. As you can see behind me, we're pulling tons of trash out of the desert with a group of over 500 off-road racing enthusiasts and volunteers, all doing this with their own vehicles, their own hands. It's really important for us as off-road enthusiasts and racers to show the whole world that we're responsible land users.
Hi everyone, Lindsay here with Team Sylvania Off-Road. Sylvania Off-Road has proudly been the presenting sponsor for the last 2 years, and we are so excited to be a part of this event. Seeing the impact the off-road community can make when they all come together, even in such a short amount of time, is truly inspiring. We've got some great prizes we're about to give out. We've collected a ton of trash, and overall it's been a huge success, and we're very happy to be a part of it.
This year's event marks a full decade of doing desert cleanups. Since then, we've pulled over 500,000 pounds of illegally dumped trash from this area. Special thanks go out to Steve Orico and the entire Republic staff. Without them, we couldn't put on this amazing desert cleanup. Make sure you come out and join us March 4th through the 8th for the BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. With over 500 teams, it's gonna be a big one.
And welcome back to the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. We are out here in Prim Valley, Nevada, just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, for possibly what is, no, definitely the greatest and the best desert race in the United States of America. But let's just talk about this. This is the American Off-Road Racing Championship, of which the Mint 400 is part of. It started with the Parker 400. Then we moved on to the BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400, which we are at right now. Then we moved to the Silver State 300, then the Vegas to Reno Legends Rally, then the Vegas to Reno Rally, and then the Laughlin Desert Classic. Now, Ricky, isn't it great to see these events unifying?
Well, you know, I was talking couple years back to Brian Folks and also to Matt, and I think it's awesome because the events like the Mint, I'm just going to say 2 events, as here we're watching Ryan Arciero as he starts to just complete, I mean, he has to start making his move now. We're getting ready to start our 4th lap. He's got to start making his move if he wants to chase down Adam Householder. But back to finish my thought, I think it's awesome for them because you got 2 iconic events like Vegas to Reno, as well as the Mint 400, just to mention 2 of the new series together. And I think that is awesome because Best in the Desert has been known for their organization, for their safety. Here we see the RPM truck off to the side. Yes, that looks like Max Gordon. Now he had a, wait, that is not Rob.
Yeah, that is gonna be the RPM truck. That is, you know,
Yeah,
it said
that is
Speed
Max.
UTV. That is Max. They had said you'd said a serpentine belt
Yes.
go off on one of the engines.
So I was talking to Robbie. He said he lost a serpentine belt. They were able to switch it in a minute and 30. It looks like they have another problem. So they're taking the front hood off, and they did change the serpentine belt in the front motor. I asked him, if you're wondering, there's a motor in the front and in the back of this vehicle. So here comes some waters, possibly some overheating.
Back to
you
that
can see they
overheating
popped,
problem,
they
yeah.
popped the radiator. You can see it's overheating. So that was a problem that they had, and they switched that radiator. So a continual problem with that number 5 RPM Speed UTV truck.
Well, you know, and the one thing you got to love about that truck is they're really trying to push the limits of technology, trying something out of the box. You know, we used to see it back in the day with Knife Frank, and sometimes you have some of the air ride stuff and these crazy redundant systems. And, you know, that's how this sport always moves ahead, is you got to be thinking outside of the box.
You know, in a way, there's two different schools of thought there. There's the I call it the Cal Wells ways, which used to be, you know, very complex, all this extra stuff and things like that. And then there's the Bill Strop method, simple, straightforward, you know. And simple generally does pretty good in the desert.
Well, but also what's unbelievable, you watch, and now we're seeing Max them get back in. So this might be from earlier, or they've just changed another serpentine belt up front. But we definitely saw it overheat and then put water in it. So we'll find out. I imagine I'm going to hear from Robbie in just a little bit on what's going on there. But as you can see, Max Gordon and his co-rider were out of the truck, added water to the vehicle. Guess what? He's right back up to speed.
Yeah, this man is a wheel man. Max Gordon, I think he's driven about everything that is out there to drive, and he drives all of them incredibly well.
Yes, he does.
Did he get training somewhere? How did that happen?
I think it's just in his blood.
He
inherited it from his grandfather.
Okay, I've got news, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Right, and we are just starting lap 4. And the man who is just about to start lap 4 is none other than our current race leader and our current champion. Look at this. This is Adam Householder. He's crossed the line in 5 hours and 48 seconds to start his 4th lap.
Home stretch now. Can he keep it together for one more lap? 95 miles left to go for Adam Householder.
You know, Matt was saying we need to name the last lap, give it a name. I tell you what, I'm coming up with a name right now. It's going to be Heartbreak.
I was going to say the Heartbreaker.
Yeah, we've seen that happen before to Arciero on multiple occasions. Rob McCachran, Luke McMillan, just to name a few, who've seen their race come to an end on this final lap.
And sometimes so close to the finish line.
Yeah, Rob McCachran literally lost a transmission just outside of the solar field. We saw Luke McMillan also having issues inside the short course when he contacted with his teammate, Rob McCachran.
Well, his problem was he got flipped by his teammate.
I know. I was trying to play it down a little bit.
Not me, because I had to talk with Rob that night on the phone. He was all upset. I'm like, would you be this upset if it were me? And he's like, no. I said, get over it. You didn't mean to flip him. It's all good.
Gosh, Mr. Marston, you sure have some nice manners.
Well, no. But the truth of the matter is that it was, and I don't mean to sound weird, but it was a beautiful win because the whole family had something to do with it. Amber was sending him photos. They had no radio contact. He was in there with his son, Caden. I mean, all of that, and then the drama at the end. I'm like, don't take away from this unbelievable win and what you did, because remember the fog and the dust and everything was just, it was crazy.
Okay, now, who's this in the pit? Is this Jurgensen? Now, this is, look at them frantically working here, or something on the front of that vehicle. Has he made a contact? Has something happened?
They might be also taking off the grill, and so they took the grill out and they wiped the lights off. So if he does need any kind of lights later on, notice that the grill is off and the lights are clean. So Kyle Jurgensen,
the lights are clean.
Yes. See the two lights? There's a yellow and a clear. So if he does need some lights, what they do is for aerodynamics and a lot, they run a grill. And then you pull that off if there's a chance that you might need that a little later.
You know, you just brought up aerodynamics. Aero, I think, is going to be the next step for these guys. They're going to go to work on aero, figure out how to make that thing softer, rounder, no edges, no flats.
I disagree with you, Bob, because here's why.
Okay.
I want downforce. The biggest thing is wheel spin. We've been talking about how Unlimited Spec is almost as fast as a 1,000 horsepower truck because they're not spinning the wheels, because they're getting traction, because it's a more balanced package. Now, if I can create, which we see with Grabowski, another 100 pounds of force on that tire, what is that going to do for traction? Big booty Judy, the tire's way off the back, leverage, getting more traction. So if we can create more downforce on this truck, we don't need to worry about being slick. We need to get it forced into the ground.
Oh, look at that huge jump there from Kyle Jurgensen. Now, check this out. Adam Household across the line with a 5 hours and 48 seconds. Kyle Jurgensen crosses the line with a 5 hours and 2 minutes. So he's just running at the moment, just over a minute and 20 seconds behind.
Well, I'll tell you, the one guy that hasn't had a problem getting that truck rotated in that infield turn was Kyle Jurgensen, just tossing it around pretty easy. Little Scandinavian flick there, got the thing rotated.
Yeah, but I've just got to call this as well. So we saw Kyle Jurgensen coming out the pits, but he crossed the line. He's still only just over a minute behind Adam Householder, including his pit stop. That means that he actually made time on Adam Householder on that last section of the last lap.
Well, and we talked about how hard this place is on rear gears, and a lot of them have gone to the Mason 10.5-inch gear. You know, they're doing everything they can. They do use the underdrive. Here we see Brett Serapis, which is awesome. This young man hasn't been in the seat for a long time. It's great to see the Serapis family back out there. So he is ready. He is on his third lap, and still the race is not over. The race
far from it.
It is definitely far from it. So we got a lot of racing to go as
Exactly.
we're watching Kyle Jurgensen as he rotates around. But once again, he doesn't have that big Grabowski wing. So also, when you do have a fresh load of fuel, if you do that Scandinavian flick that you were saying, Jim Beavers, so explain to everybody what you're talking about.
So with a Scandinavian flick,
I know what it is, but I want you to explain it.
It's kind of like a pendulum turn, but it's all about weight transfer. So what you do is you kind of go the opposite way you would do if you're going to make a left-hand turn. You kind of go right, and then you flip it back left, and it gets that weight transfer, and it rotates the entire truck around.
Yep.
You know, and I think, you know, at least with my old Unlimited truck, when I had a turning brake, and I kind of had to do that to really get the turning brake to pull and rip it around because I locked up both the rear tires.
Yep.
So it's all about weight transfer with a lot of these two-wheel drive trucks. You need to get that thing rotated in a hurry. You got to use the weight because you're slinging around 4,000 or 5,000 pounds of truck.
Well, that's the way Robbie would do it. If we were going to go into a left turn, first thing he does is present the right door.
Yep.
Left door, excuse me.
Oh, fantastic image there as we see the entire of the infield. I love seeing this so much. Right, so Brett Serapis, he crossed the line with a 5:05.54. So he's running around about 5 minutes behind our current race leader, Adam Householder. Now there is Ryan Arciero, and I can tell you that his tracker is now back up and working properly as well. So what's going to happen here? It looks like he's having a pair of rear tyres put on, taking some water.
So Ryan is not halfway to Searchlight now.
No, thank God. Now this is the thing that always makes me laugh. $1 million worth of truck, $3 worth of drinks bowl.
Yeah. Well, my buddy's got a system called Fluid Logic where you get a little blue light on the steering wheel. You hit that, you open your mouth, it keeps you hydrated all day long. So,
see, I struggle with that. I still like the water dump. I have thermos flasks behind my seats. Keep the water
very fast pit.
No. They have tubes off them and everything, but we actually put ice in them as well, so they stay cool.
But back to the 19 Industries, very quick pit stop for Ryan Arciero. Tires, fuel, drink of water, down the road.
Yeah, it's time to go to work.
So what do you guys think? I mean, what's it going to take this last lap? Ryan Arciero, we're going to get a timing loop here in just a second to see exactly where he stacks up.
Well, I can tell you
here.
that Ryan Arciero has just crossed the loop right now in a 5:05.34. So he's right at this moment in time, he's running just under 5 minutes behind Adam Householder.
And on top of that, he has other trucks between him and Adam Householder. So, but the other good news is those are two fast trucks and there's a big gap. So right now, you don't want to think it, but you're kind of, man, I hope they have a problem. I hope they have a flat. I hope they have something go wrong.
Let's just talk about this because they're just about to make their way up the wash going out towards Joshua Tree Highway. We have seen multiple cars with flat tires as they get to that transition point where they're turning into Joshua Tree. Is it going to bite any of our lead cars? I really hope it doesn't. But you got to talk about it, and we've got to realise that it could be a problem.
Well, I would love to know how many vehicles are out of the race at this point. You know, the attrition here is off the chain because there's death looming around every corner. When I say that, death to wheels and tires and things like that. Not so much to hurt drivers, but to take the cars out.
Well, I can tell you now, just looking down at my tracker, that there is probably something in the region of around about 20, no more. I'd say there's probably 30 cars that are probably not capable of finishing right now, that haven't even completed 2 laps.
Now, is this where you think Ryan Arciero just absolutely goes for broke?
He's got to. He's either got to play for position or he's got to play for the win. Ryan is here to win this thing. He is not here to podium.
No.
Well, and that's the thing, is we don't know everything that's happened. I mean, when you have this kind of race, you look back and we talk about Ricky Brabeck losing the Dakar Rally by 2 seconds, and you think about how many times could I have left it on for?
Well, we saw it yesterday with Aikens and Elliott Watson.
Yes.
2 seconds separating the Class 10 winner in second place.
Yes.
Here's Thor, I guess.
Oh, here we go.
Is this Pierce Herbst?
Pierce or Thor? Which one?
It's the 2 something, so it's got to be Pierce.
Yeah.
Pierce.
So this
is
EJ.
EJ, sorry. Take your pick, 1 of 4.
Yeah, really.
Exactly.
So does that mean you only get it half wrong when you get it wrong?
The safe play is to just say Herbst.
Yeah.
Again, ran right on that. Yeah. Ooh, Ryan, don't do that.
So now notice the shadows. So the shadows are starting to come up, and that's going to be difficult. So you can't see how deep some of the ruts are, and that can screw the drivers up. And also, you can't see some of the rocks in the bottom. So the drivers have to be very cautious. I don't know about you, Jim Beavers, but the worst time for me to drive is just as the sun has gone down, the sky is bright, and the ground is dark. So my lights don't really work well, and my eyes are adjusted to the sky, and I can't really focus on the ground like you can see the shadows in the ruts.
No, and that's a point where you're a driver where you're going, son, just go down so I can flip the lights on and get back to racing, because you're right, it does get difficult to see a lot of the different nuances and the change. And as we were talking yesterday, I can't even think of the word that I was talking about, but when you're driving, you're looking at just small variations in the terrain as a driver is what you're seeing. And when the shadows start going over things, it's hard to see those small variations.
Yep.
Plus, we have the other period of day, which is going to be sunset, where the sun's just about 4 inches off the horizon.
Yeah, right into your eyes.
Now look at this. Now, this is what we were talking about. This is the top of the wash where they just before they cross into
co-driver out of the truck.
Yeah, where they cross into.
So let me walk you through this.
Go for it.
If you look at his hand, so notice he's lifting it, but he doesn't do that immediately because the co-driver will get out, loosen the lug nuts on the one side, then also when he pulls that tire off, that's when Adam raised the truck. So you can see it's off to a 45, not quite a 45 degree, but it is up, so the whole right side. So it looks like he got a right rear flat, and this is when time absolutely speeds up in your mind. You're like, it just click, it's going and going and going. Come on. But it's obviously you can see how quick when he starts to put that down. That means his co-driver has let him know, I got the lug nuts on, 3 Ugga-Duggas, and it's time to go, right, Jim Beaver?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just trying to check the tracker here and see exactly where that was, but his tracker isn't pinging.
Yeah, so we're just trying to find out where his tracker is. Now, I don't think this is the area that I thought it was, because this would be too soon. So normally it's at the top of the wash, just before they go into Joshua Tree Highway. I think this is before that area.
This is that uphill sand wash we were talking about.
So this is getting into Joshua Tree. You can see there's Prim in the background. But I noticed that Adam reached over, opened the belts up for his co-driver. Yep. See, now he's holding it to hand him the belt. And they're rolling, so that he'll hook himself up, and he won't get up to speed until his driver is completely molded in. So notice he puts the window net up that contains everybody in the vehicle, and you're safe. Kind of moving along. Notice the roost isn't big off the back. You wait for your co-driver to get buckled in, get your radio on, but you want to maintain that distance, because if one of his competitors is behind him now, see, he can't see. So even though he's not at full speed, he's creating enough dust. And so that it gets kind of sketchy sometimes. You got to make sure that you don't just pull out in front of another driver.
I will say with the cam lock harnesses now, it's made it infinitely easier because you can do the lap belts.
Yes.
Then you can, it's not as hard as it used to be. When you have to used to get 5 harnesses all at once and pin down, it was really tough as you're moving along.
Well, and then for a while there, but they outlawed it, is guys would weld their belts together. So they'd hook everything together, click it, and then stuff their arms underneath. But if there's a problem and you have to get out in a fire situation, it's a really, really tough scenario.
That may have been just enough downtime to make this interesting.
It's not exactly boring so far.
Now he's trying to get the impact gun back in the holster.
So Adam was going that fast one-handed holding the impact gun. Great job.
Doesn't have his bumper plugged in either, so you know it's hot in that helmet.
Okay, so this is the chase right now. This looks like that is Household in front, and I'm guessing that would be Jurgensen behind. Possibly, or is that Brett Serapis?
That's Brett Serapis. I mean, it looks like a red and white truck.
Yeah, that is Serapis. So he's going to be looking at now. There's nothing that drives you on faster than seeing dust.
Well, in this area here, this uphill sand wash, this is where that all-wheel drive, that four-wheel drive truck really
That the corner-to-corner speed is pretty unreal.
Now Adam's got to be careful here. He doesn't want to overdrive this car at this moment. He's put together a fantastic race already, but little moments in time happen like this. Your head goes away and you do something dumb. Don't do something dumb right now, Adam.
God, that's my life motto. When I get up every morning, I have a giant sign on my mirror. Don't do anything dumb today, Rick.
How's that working out?
But dumb stuff is so much fun.
You see that flat tire bouncing around in the back there of Adam's truck.
And you can see the little rocks coming off the back of the car as well. Now he's lost that fender.
So you're going to probably add another 20 seconds for him to stop and re-rack an extra tire. And so it's going to be interesting when he gets to Gonzo if he stops and takes on a tire, or does he have the confidence to keep rolling?
I think he's got to take a tire.
All right, Bob, taking a tire, keep going.
Take the tire.
Jim?
I'm not taking a tire. He's still got a spare.
I'm taking the tire because I know me, I do dumb stuff, and there's a lot of rocks out there that can kill me. And also, as we've seen before, we've seen double flats. A lot of times they won't rear their head immediately, but you hit one rock and it bam bam and it catches the front or the back, but then later the other one gives. So, but I have done it many a times where I can't do it now. Let's wait till a pit, because in the races in Mexico you have your support trucks peppered along the way. Here you can only get assistance at Gonzo Pit, Gene Hurst, and then also Maine. So you can't get assistance from other people, but you can take one from a racer. We've done that as well.
Now I'm just looking on my tracker at the moment. We're around about 30 miles or 33 miles from the Gonzo pits. Now the interesting thing about that is it means that he's got to lay down through this area, and we've got, I'm looking here, probably about 7 or 8 lap traffic cars that could be potential problems for Adam Householder as he makes his way towards that pit. And the reason that pit's important for us is because that's our next time split.
So let's clarify with me, Jim. We're talking off scene. We should share this. Where do you think he got his flat on what race
I'm
mile?
reckoning that he's going to be somewhere around about race mile 5, just before he made his way up in through the top of the wash and into Joshua Highway.
I'm going to assume just
he's coming through Joshua Tree Highway right now.
I'm going to say he's somewhere around mile marker 12, because I'm looking at where he's at, and I'm familiar with the area.
But if you look backwards out of his car when he was changing the wheel, you could look back down towards the solar panels.
Yep.
Yeah, this is
So this is going to be up and around that race mile 10 kind of area, out the back here where we're just coming to see
You're
that.
from Britain. You're
that looks like Brett Serapis there. That's Brett Serapis there. Well, we got 2 trucks right. Oh.
Almost looks like an old pro truck, doesn't it?
No,
that's 2 Brenthals.
I saw the silver, but that wasn't Brett Serapis.
And that's the other Grabowski's brother.
Yeah, that's Troy. So 2 Brenthals going head-to-head there. Now, are these going to be incidental carnage in the race for the lead?
Well, here's where we've had multiple tires split right at the exit of Joshua Tree Highway. We've seen multiple flat tires. You go around the corner there.
This is where we saw Adam Householder, what was he, at 120 down the straightaway. So Troy was able to catch him, but as you can see in that, just that little S-turn back and forth, all of a sudden now he lost all that gap. Now he has to sit right at that pocket of window.
Yeah, and this is, that was right in towards Beer Bottle Pass around that corner. So we got Kyle Jurgensen now in the middle of Joshua Tree Highway.
Yeah, currently 3rd on track and 2nd on adjusted time.
We're going to see some shadows doubling here in the next 35 minutes.
You see the dust up ahead there. That is the dust of Adam Householder.
That one. I do hope that wasn't Vaughn Gittin Jr. I just saw sitting down there on the side of the track.
Notice the little lines off to the side, cleaning things up, staying out of the big ruts. That's how tracks mature. It's kind of like letting wine breathe. Everyone, somebody, somebody makes a mistake and straightens out a corner. And it's like, oh, it's safe for us to go through there because somebody's gone through there. That is not short coursing. For instance, he didn't cut from one corner all the way to the other corner. So a little bit off to the left or the right, we allow the drivers to do that. So there's no problem. And
Okay.
that's what you have to do.
I've got some pretty big news going on here. I'm just looking down at our top 5 right now. In 5th position this is all on adjusted time. In 5th right now it's Ryan Arciero. In 4th is Brett Serapis. In 3rd is Stephen Beal in the unlimited truck spec. In 2nd is Carl Jurgensen. And 1st right now it's Adam Householder.
Wow. Beal has really pulled it, has brought it to speed.
Yeah, he's having a phenomenal run today. Going to start putting some pressure on Kyle Jurgensen on corrected time.
Yeah, just looking here right now, he's around about 3 minutes behind Carl on the corrected time. So he's still got some work to do. But a fantastic run from Stephen Beal.
So now notice this is Adam Householder. Watch the shadows. See the shadows, they start to play tricks on you because you think that shadow is a bump and it starts playing tricks on your mind and you flinch for it, or you don't see the rock in the shadow, so you're constantly having to micromanage every little thing and see everything you can. So myself, being the age that I am, my eyesight's not as good as it was, and when I started wearing glasses, that brought my racing level closer to where I was at a younger age because I could see every little nook and cranny. Some people go, I can see good enough. Well, I want to see everything that I can, and we see Ryan Arciero wearing prescription glasses and a lot of guys. So I used to have eagle eye sight, but not anymore. Obviously, that's why I'm a 4-eyes guy now.
So Adam Householder making his way out through the back of Joshua Tree Highway. Somewhere around between, I'm guessing probably around about race mile 12 to 15.
Who would have thought 10 years ago that we'd be watching the leader of the Min 400 in 3 different angles, one from the air, one looking forward, one facing back.
And all crystal clear.
Crystal clear. I mean, because Bob, you remember when you had to tie a note to a pigeon's foot and throw it in the air?
If it was a good pigeon, you didn't know for sure.
That sucker kept coming back. You're like, no.
Well, let's be straight. I mean, off-road motorsport coverage has just been remarkable. I remember right the way back in, I think it was year 2000, Simon Buck from the UK went out to Malaysia. He won the Malaysian Rainforest Challenge after 8 days of racing. It was nearly 2 weeks before we found out about it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's no word of a lie. And then to read the story was literally 3 months later when a printed magazine came out that could tell you something about it by the time they got the photos out.
Off-road racing went through the same thing, Jim.
Say again?
Yeah, off-road racing went through the same thing.
Yeah.
You had to wait for a Hot Rod magazine.
No, Dusty Times.
Dusty Times.
I remember my dad would go down and run Baja, and we would sit at home and wait for him to make a call, an international call after the race when he got back to the hotel, back to the house to, see how he did.
Yep.
You have a collect call from Answer the Damn Phone.
Look at Adam working his way through. See if we can get through this little spot there where it seems like more often than not we've seen some people cut some tires.
Look at the angle of the sun right there, too.
This is the spot where we saw him get up to 120, so if we can take a close look at his screen, we'll see what he gets up to.
Now this is it. He'll be taking a massive sigh of relief now he's come out through there. He'll be thinking, great, fantastic, I've cleared through there. Let me get me through Beer Bottle Pass, God. Let me get through there, and we're going to start making some space between us and the cars behind. But this man is hunting, and this is Kyle Jurgensen.
Well, and Kyle's been in this position before, and what I love about him is he doesn't change what he does. He's on. It's like it looks like he's on kill mode the whole time. But notice all the body panels are on the truck. The front fenders aren't gone. This guy,
it's smooth.
He's very, very, very smooth, but so aggressive, and he's also very fit. Him and his co-driver, you watch them after the race. They're ready to go for another 400.
Yeah, and this Camberg Kinetics truck, it is a special piece of kit, isn't it? Now, Camberg and Magnaflow are sponsoring the Mint 400 this year, but they're not just building cars. They're building brakes, they're building shock absorbers, they're taking a whole new development package to this sport.
Well, and you know, I was talking to Jerry Zeiden in the VIP, and you know, I love what him and his partner have done. They started out building, you know, lift kits for vans and stuff like that. And they're both engineers, and then they started tweaking on that, then building trucks, then building the Rangers, and now building complete, you know, unlimited trucks and shock absorbers and everything. Is pretty awesome.
Here's Brent Serapis.
So Brett Serapis putting down a very good race indeed. And we've now got 12 cars that have started this lap 4 here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400.
Well, and Steve's got to be very, very proud of Brett. And like I said, it's one thing to go do a couple hundred miles of testing and doing this, doing that, but when you have to go out and race in that, and he's still learning all-wheel drive, he's still, you know, when you sit out of a truck for that long, for him to jump right back in says a lot about his character and his patience as a driver. But not only that, but his physicality to drive as aggressive as he is.
Yeah, he's moving through here. Gonna make the corner here. Head up towards Beer Bottle Pass. Currently sitting in 4th overall on corrected time.
So we should be seeing Householder drop.
Yeah, well, Householder should have already made the turn into Beer Bottle Pass. Just looking down on my map, I think he should be coming out the other side, and possibly have already made the turn out the far side.
Oh,
here we go. Oh, he's in there right now. Look, here we go.
Yep. I just said.
Yeah.
Gotta go play bingo.
Beer Bottle Pass. A little bit easier this year because they're going down Beer Bottle Pass instead of up it.
I'd rather go up. That down, going down on the brakes and you're skidding and sliding and going like that through the edge. I'm a wussy guy. Like that.
I'm with Jim Beavers on this. Is that if you brake, you can kind of coast down the hill. You can get out of the way.
That's
but
true.
When you're broke, I don't want to back down.
Just look at the way the sun is shining off the top of the dashboard on the hood there. All these little things come to play. You can see these got a sun visor down.
Yep.
These are sprung-loaded visors with multiple different positions.
You know, you make the right out of Beer Bottle Pass and go around the edge of that mountain. It gets really rocky there for a section. Run right along a power line, and it's pretty nasty.
And running beneath him at the moment is Ryan Arciero. And he's making his way through.
Jim Marston.
Wait, it's about time. I need some free pants as well.
I was going to say, you're making your play for some pants. Only one that has it yet's Bob. Bob's confident in his underwear game.
He doesn't wear any. He goes commando. I mean,
he's been commando for longer than any of us want to know about.
Bob, when did they invent underwear? I'm just curious. What year was that?
What are they? I don't know.
Bob's going, what's underwear? They invented those?
My mama didn't tell me about those.
So Ryan Arciero, he needs to try and find 5 minutes on this final lap. 95 miles. Trying to find a few extra seconds on every single bend.
You know, the funny thing is you look and we've got unlimited two-wheel drive, 2 specs, a 4-wheel drive, a 2-wheel drive, all in the top 5. Technically, there's 3 race winners that are going to emerge out of this top 5, but these guys don't want a race win. They want the overall event
They want
win.
the big trophy. Now, what happened to Tracy Graff? Where is he out of this?
Tracy Graff, he actually had problems on the last lap. He's fallen back a little way. He's round about in 13th at the moment, but still second in class.
Well, because I got some notes from Cameron Steele about that, is that Justin B. Smith, who is a local boy, he's up here in Vegas, he completely refabricated that whole front of that truck, turning it from 2-wheel to 4-wheel drive in the Las Vegas shop. So, you know, Justin B. Smith knows his way around this desert. He was originally a Southern California guy, did some freestyle moto, but now he's a desert racer. And as we watch Ryan Arciero start grabbing gears as he heads towards the Beer Bottle Pass.
Yeah, Dane Miller is also still on a charge. He's moved up to 3rd position in class and 6th overall. But the big stories right now for me is Carl Jurgensen sitting in 2nd place in the unlimited truck spec, and in 3rd place overall and 2nd in class is Stephen Beal in the unlimited truck spec. Incredible driving from these guys. Put that in some kind of perspective, they are actually ahead right now of Brett Serapis in a 4-wheel drive Mason and Ryan Arciero in a 1.9 Industries.
Well, that goes back to Tiffany's question. Why are we seeing that? And we see it down in Mexico too, because they drive harder. Because if you try to drive hard with 1,000 horsepower, you're breaking the tires loose, you're sliding all the time. Where those guys are getting the wheels connected to the ground, and it doesn't feel fast, but they're moving fast.
You can use all of the horsepower all of the time.
Exactly. So you're running 70 to 100% on the throttle, not 30 to 40.
Yeah. Back in 2016, I had a new car. It was over 200 horsepower more than my previous car. I literally bounced off absolutely everything and posted a time that was 10 seconds slower than my previous qualifying time the year before in my old car.
You felt really fast, though, didn't you?
It was like,
yeah, it was like,
so this is a true
rubbish.
story. Here's Troy Herbst. So they took the hood off. When we saw them take the door and the bed side off, but they took the hood off because there was something a little loose and flopping. They didn't want that going into Troy's face. Now, it's been a long time since Troy's been out here. This is awesome for me because he's put his focus obviously on the business, but his son that's racing in NASCAR. So it's great to see him step aside, but also great to see him step back in.
I love to see these ladies dancing naked. Now, the reason I say that is because
Wait a minute. We are in Vegas, Jim. Be careful what you say.
No, true. True story here, because so many people don't realize what goes on underneath these trucks, so they don't get a chance to see them with their skirts off. So when you see them with the bodywork removed, they are absolute weapons.
I just think Troy's more comfortable in a truggy, and he said, give me a truggy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Get me back.
Good point, Jim. How many times did he win that Class 1 championship?
Okay, right now, I'm just looking down, see what we've got. I think our race leaders are probably something around about 10 minutes, maybe just a little, yeah, around about 10 minutes away from the Gonzo pits, which will be our next timing split. We'll be able to find out what's going on.
All righty, we got Michael Scafuto.
He had a real strong first lap or two, and he kind of fell off the pace there. I don't know what happened, but, you know, there for the first lap or two, he was putting in some solid work.
Well, there is some reports of some smoke, but we're just seeing a lot of dust at this point.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I think that is just dust coming off the back of that car.
No, but great.
Oh, or is it? No, there's a grey hue to it, isn't there?
Well, there's some speculation, but he's still running it pretty hard. I mean, I'm going to say he's in the neck of in the area of about 80 to 90 miles an hour at that point.
Well, he's got needles and things telling him how hot or cold he is, how much pressure he's got, so he's got his leg in it. It must be okay from his point of view.
That's right.
Or do you just sit there and go, do you know what? It says red. Keep going.
Yeah, nothing to lose.
There's a funny story. I did that at Vegas Arena one year. I had my co-driver in there, and we were running somebody's stock full, and he goes, Jim, we got to pull over. And he goes, the engine, it says it's 285 degrees. I look at him, I go, the gauge has got to be broke because we already would have blown the engine. He goes, yeah, you're probably right. We get into the next pit. They go, hey, you guys pitched a belt. Is it running hot? And I go, no, not at all. They put a belt on, and immediately it drops back to 195 degrees. And we go, and I go, oops, well.
Did you tell the motor guy afterward?
I kept that to myself for about 5 years.
Good job.
I was going to say, you're about to get a phone call.
Yeah, statute of limitations was up when I let that one go.
You've got to feel sorry for these engine guys, because you know the phone call they get every single weekend is, well, I was doing absolutely nothing wrong, and it just went bang.
Well, just before that, we were watching David Ziegler. Here's we see Troy Herbst back out there, as Jim says, and the naked lady dancing around. But we were watching David Ziegler as he's in the legend class, as he's running very, very strongly. But once again, great to see, in my mind, is a legend in Troy Herbst back out there. Jimmy Johnson did a great job getting that vehicle, finishing those 2 laps. It's going to be interesting to hear his takeaways on what he did, because no matter, I mean, as I said, he's been in Le Mans where you have rain and dark and different cars and stuff. Householder off to the side again. No. Belts off.
No. We got gloves off. Adam getting out. That is not good.
That's going to cost us 6 minutes he needs.
No. This is a very negative look. This is like race over look.
He's got it in neutral, 0 miles an hour. I'm just trying to look at
He's putting the rattle gun away. He's already got his gloves off. Now,
no.
Bob, you called this. Heartbreak lap.
Oh.
This is not good. When helmets are coming off, and
there goes the pass.
The movements are really slow, and right there.
Yeah, you see the emotion.
It is not going to be a three-peat for Adam Householder. Man, my heart's broken for you, buddy. You guys did everything right all day long. But as we said, things happen.
Yeah, he's flipping switches off.
Yeah, and trackers off.
Like the emotion. We do have a replay here of
whatever it was.
So I can't see the alarm. So they're going.
Oh, he knows he's wrong right there.
Something broke.
No, but look at the smoke coming through the motor.
Yeah. That's not dust.
So that's what right now what they're thinking is potentially we're on fire. So I think they might have lost a serpentine belt or just blew a motor. And what it does is when you go to shut it down, it burps and sends the oil. So yeah, he lost a serpentine belt. So he's trying to.
But surely if you've lost a serpentine belt, you just fix that.
Yeah, he would be able to turn the wheel like that. So you're absolutely right, Jim. But, this is a heartbreak. So they get out. Yeah. They look to see what happened. Now.
Yeah, this is not the way you want to see a race end. He's driven a flawless race.
Tough blow.
That's almost the trouble with this.
Okay, look, he's got a belt in his hand there. The co-driver looked like he had a belt in his hand.
Yep.
So if they can do that, they can still get this girl together. But okay, so I'm guessing this will be Brett Serapis, or is this going to be Kyle Jurgensen?
Kyle Jurgensen.
So where is Brett Serapis? Because he should be ahead of Kyle Jurgensen. I don't see any dust. I think we are now looking at our physical and on adjusted time race leader right now.
Talk about shaking up the world.
Oh, yes. At the moment, there's a lot of people in the Camberg pit with sweaty palms.
Oh, no. But just so proud that they're I guarantee they're not bragging or anything like that, but they have to be so proud of themselves putting this truck together like that.
Hey, we've still got more than half a lap to go yet.
It doesn't matter.
Pay it off just yet.
It doesn't quite matter because he's raced his way to the lead. I mean, he was right on. You can see how dejected Adam is. But let's go back and give props where they're due. Kyle Jurgensen in that Camberg truck with the kinetic shocks, all the different parts that they've made, they have to be so proud of themselves. And of course, the race is not over, and that's what they're looking for. But right now, leading in a unlimited trophy truck spec at this stage of the race is pretty unreal.
Yeah, it is indeed. And as I say, that's our best guess right now until we get to the Gonzo pit, which is our next split, and we'll be able to actually verify exactly where everybody else is on the course, but I can tell you that Adam Householder won't be getting to the Gonzo pit anytime soon.
Well,
and that's absolute heartbreak.
And he just turned his camera off, so tough break.
Okay, so as the action continues here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Mint 400, we continue with the action, and what action it is. It's incredible stuff. We saw, of course, Brett Serapis going first off the line this morning with Adam Householder just behind him, and we've just seen Adam pulled over on the side, but there's still so much more racing here. Do not go anywhere. Join us back shortly for more action. The 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 is brought to you by Bet Online. Get in the action with Bet Online. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. By VP Racing, the brand you can trust for performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives and so much more. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. By Toyota Racing, your race, your story. Powerstore Pros, PSP, outfitting your off-road experience. And by King Shocks, performance racing products for utility vehicles and professional racing.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne in his league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the fire.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
I might have to pay the rear sprocket.
Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one?
Wow, this is beautiful. The ride's really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that. Everybody getting ready for my ride?
We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? And for every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400, and it's drama all over this lap 4. Bob Bauer called it earlier. This is the heartbreak lap. We're watching right now. This is Adam Householder. Adam Householder took over
that I
the
was
lead
talking about.
earlier
When
on.
you're driving, you're looking at
his
just
day.
small variations in the terrain as a driver is what you're seeing. And when the shadows start going over things, it's hard to see those small variations.
Yep.
Boring so far. And we would sit at home and wait.
Alrighty, at this point, we see Adam Householder pull over, and he thinks he's got a front flat. You can see his co-driver get out with the gun as they go to look, but unfortunately for them, this is not going to be a three-peat. So as they sit there, they look and they see, as you see Kyle Jurgensen go by, Adam Householder texts me and let me know that he has a broken lower A-arm. So it's just one of those things. This will not be the third in a row for Adam Householder. My heart is broken for the team, for him. They did everything right all day long, qualified great, raced great all day, couple flats, which so did everybody else. But unfortunately, the lower A-arm gave up, and that handed the lead to this man, Kyle Jurgensen.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we're still waiting for confirmation of that, but we do believe this is Kyle Jurgensen in that Camberg Kinetics truck, running in, of course, the unlimited spec class. Absolutely unbelievable stuff, but that's why we come back to the Mint 400. That's why we love this race so much. There is always drama, there is always action, and there's always stories to tell. Now, he should be coming up. Oh, hold on.
Here we are.
Yeah,
we're at
this
Gonzo
is
Pit.
Gonzo. So now we're going to get some confirmation. So Kyle Jurgensen is our current race leader. That is confirmed. So where is Brett Serapis? He was ahead of Kyle Jurgensen earlier. Adam Householder was ahead of Kyle Jurgensen. We saw Adam broken on the side of the track. So Kyle Jurgensen just crosses through in 5 hours, 43 minutes and 7 seconds. Who's going to be the second car on track? That stopped you in your tracks, gentlemen.
Well, it did. Like all of a sudden, we're sitting here, we become race fans instead of reporters. But you know, my mind was going towards, you know, the one person that could be a threat to him would be Ryan Arciero. But Ryan started in front of Kyle, so he has to get by Kyle and then also put time on him as well. So very, very tall order, especially if Brett Serapis is in between the two. So.
Well, actually, you say that. I'm just looking here. Ryan Arciero went out alongside Kyle Jurgensen.
Okay, so they're on the same minute.
They are on the same minute, yeah.
So I will make an observation if I'm reading the data correctly, though. You know, the one guy that possibly could challenge Kyle Jurgensen is going to be Stephen Beal.
Yep, someone in the back, because as you said, you're not dealing with a position. Here we see Ryan Arciero as he works his way. That's way past Joshua True, so we should be seeing him shortly at, I think he'll be coming up to that hard left-hander.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're actually going to see Adam Householder on the side of the track in a minute.
I believe he's through Joshua Tree Highway.
Yeah, I think this looks like the same area to me as Adam Householder is. I wonder if we're going to see Adam on the side of the track.
The tracker shows Ryan right about mile 28.
Yep.
And mile 30 is Gonzo, so he's getting close. Looks like he's in a hurry, too. Can you imagine, Jimmy?
Well, you know, it's one of those where I think Cruz probably radioed him, and then he went past Adam Householder at some point. He went, you know what? It's go time. I got to go.
You bet.
You know, that's one less truck he's got to deal with. But now it's reeling in Jurgensen.
Right, I've got some news. Brett Serapis has just passed through Gonzo, or going into Gonzo right now with a 5:48.08. So he is 5 minutes behind Carl Jurgensen on adjusted time.
So that puts him about, actually more than that in distance because Kyle started behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, no, this is on adjusted time. So
yes.
Carl Jurgensen is 5:43, and Brett Serapis is in 5:48. And currently sitting behind him. So Jurgensen made the pass. I'm going to say that it's most likely that Brett actually had a flat tyre coming up through Joshua Tree Highway or in the wash. Because we know that he was definitely ahead of Jurgensen when they get started lap 4.
And here we go. Here's Brett Serapis as he exits Gonzo pit.
Yeah, so he's in that speed zone. He's going to see a green sign up here momentarily. It'll say resume race speed. See him get back on the gas.
You're going to see a bunch of huge whoops from all the acceleration bumps.
That pit has very much cleared out. Tells you about the attrition we've seen out here today at the mid 400.
Is that a brand new tire in the back? Yes, it is.
Yes,
I think.
it is.
Yeah, that tells the story. I think that's exactly what happened. He's had a flat tire in the last 30 miles.
Must have been left rear.
Does look that way, and that's where Jurgensen made the pass.
And well, Beal, we can't count him out because he's been moving good, and now he should have clear air at the last part of this race. So we should be seeing Brett get on the gas real quick here as it starts to roll, gets a little bit bigger, and then they're going to right here. Notice the holes. Bam. Another one, another one, another one, another one.
Now we saw Adam Householder, of course, going across to the right-hand side of the track, so that'll be the left-hand side of the track as we're looking at it, trying to get out of those holes on the start of lap 3. But look at this, Brett Serapis is really laying it down. Now he needs to put this Mason to work. Now the question is, does he want to go for the overall? Has he got what it takes to be able to catch and actually even pass Carl Jurgensen? Or is he playing for a class win here? Because let's not forget, he is leading the all-wheel drive class right now.
Well, for me, if I was the manager of that Serapis race team, I would say him walking away with an all-wheel drive win is huge. Okay, also him being on the podium is huge. Go ahead,
Okay,
Jim.
I've got some news here. Ryan Arciero has just passed through the beam with a 5:47.41. That means that he is around about 4.5 minutes behind Carl Jurgensen. So he has pulled 30 seconds on Carl Jurgensen.
All right, so we're going to see Ryan do what Ryan does, put the hammer down.
He's going to be pouring it on here. We got about, 60 miles left, I believe, if they've cleared Gonzo?
Yeah, that's correct, absolutely. So 60 miles he's got to try and find all of that space. Now, let's not forget also they're going to be coming down some of those iconic trails. That's actually going to play into the hands of Jurgensen, and they're not going to be able to make that massive horsepower count.
So I love, go ahead, Bob.
Well, I'm just thinking, if I'm Jurgensen, I know what Ryan's doing. I know what those guys are doing. And I know that if I just stay steady, they're going to have to hit that thing so hard, they're never going to catch me.
What we also know from the times that we've already seen, it's not a case of Carl is going that much slower. He is exactly on their pace. He's exactly on their pace. So what's got to happen now is Ryan has got to find an extra gear. Now, can Ryan reach into his toolbox, find that extra gear, get it out there on the track and show us something special.
And I think Ryan, he needs to find an extra gear, but he needs a little luck. He needs Jurgensen to make a mistake, cut a tire, give him a little bit of breathing room to make up some ground.
Well, that's the other thing about these spec class trucks is they're not as hard on their equipment because they're not using that massive horsepower. So they're not tearing the tread plates off of these tires. So everything's kind of playing towards
a tread plate. It's called a knobby. Come on.
Good grief. You want to call it that?
A tread plate.
Oh, no. Oh, this is still in the speed control.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Don't do that to me.
Don't scare me, man. I'm like, ah! His tread plates are rolling awful slow through that dirt. That's what you call them.
Tread plate.
The knobs.
The front of the face of the tire is the tread plate. Yeah.
And it's a tire with a Y, Rick. You get it right.
That's right.
Absolutely. Don't forget that, ever.
You got to like the way Ryan took off leaving the pit there. He stayed far right when everybody else stayed in the grooves, just to pick up another couple of tenths.
But look how much quicker he was out of the hole than even Brett Serapis.
Yes.
I mean, he was gone. I mean, that truck's still working really well.
Well, and he was searching for lines.
You know what amazes me about the technology in these trucks is 20 years ago, come lap 4 of the Mint, your shocks were gone. These things weren't fun to race. And you look at what Ryan's doing and what Jurgensen's doing, I mean, they are just flying. It's like they're hitting these holes as hard as they did on lap 1, and shock technology has come so far in the last couple decades.
Well, and now, as I said earlier about the active suspension, you could change it on the fly while you're going. Well, I want it to free up. We're in a high-speed area. I want to get more control. As we go back to Troy Herbst, as he gets across the lake bed, and he's on his way back to start his 4th lap. But to finish my thought on the shock technology, as I said, Fox has had out for a while the active suspension. Rob McCacker was running that many, many years ago where he could switch compression and rebound on the fly. Now it will read the surface and the algorithms and all the different stuff. But with King and their new system, the drivers can change it, more compression, more rebound, and a combination of 9 different settings that we're going to be running down with the Villadosla truck. 140 miles an hour. So Troy remembers where that skinny pedal is.
Yeah, I remember talking to you about this many years ago, Ricky, and I said to you, did they have to hit the back of the stop and then lift off a fraction? You were like, nope, they just pin them wide open.
Yeah, because I remember Shaver used to do our motors, his Chevrolet, and I said, what do I do? Do I need to breathe it? Do I need to do this? He said, no, wide open. And I remember when Jimmy Johnson first went to Daytona, when it got into a Busch car, they said, if you let off, it's going to blow up. And it might blow up and spin out on you. So he went out there, never been on a super speedway, put it to the floor, and he said he was almost crying going down into turn 3. He says, they said don't lift, they say don't lift, they say don't lift, and he just kept it wide open all the way around. So that's the kind of commitment you get from a driver like Jimmy.
All right, our leaders here, they're out towards Walden Mountain, which is going to take us to those big, deep sand whoops out on the northern part of our course.
But this is the great part where they can look across and see that dust and see another driver coming, as well as seeing the helicopters. That lets you know. We're back with Kyle Jurgensen, the current race leader overall and leading unlimited spec. So great job with Camberg, Beast, Magnaflow, and obviously the driver, Kyle Jurgensen. You can't say enough good things about him.
Exactly, and he would have seen Brett Serapis. I'm not sure that he would have seen Ryan Arciero, but he would have almost certainly seen Brett Serapis there going down the opposite side. And would he allow himself a smile? It's Kyle Jurgensen. He doesn't smile when he's at work.
But both Ryan Arciero and Brett Serapis are going to really have to spank it here for a while. I mean, they're about to run out of time, and hopefully, like Jimmy Beaver says, hopefully it'll be a little luck for somebody else. Bad luck.
Well, he's pulled 30 seconds in the last 10 miles. In the last 30 miles. That's literally 1 second per mile. He needs more. He's got to find a lot more.
Yep. Yeah, Jurgensen switching lines there. I don't know if you saw. He's taking some different lines.
This is the same line that our leader, Brock Hager, took over the lead yesterday. We were watching, and he got off to the left, and this is a legal line. He's not doing anything wrong. But remember, Brock Hager was able to cut down as a hard left at the end of this and was able to get by.
Yeah, that was Corbin Leverton. There's a
fantastic
and I gotta
race
note between
that
those two.
Corbin won a stage in Dakar.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's not a newbie.
No, he's very good. Well, you can tell that because he had that big Red Bull on the side of his car, and they don't tend to give those to everybody.
Into the deep whoops. Yeah. Just bouncing through those sand whoops there.
But the car looks so poised, so balanced. And somewhere behind him is Brett Serapis and a hard charging Ryan Arciero.
The tension's getting to me. I'm getting nervous.
Okay, so we've now got Dustin Grabowski, who's made his way through. He's sitting in second in class at the moment, but I think that's going to change. We're going to see Stephen Beale coming up through, and also Dane Miller. Just say that Nick Whetstone comes into battle as well.
Now the section that Jurgensen's getting out to is the northernmost part on our map here. Go around the backside of this mountain and into what we call the shooting range.
Yep.
It's really rocky back there, kind of technical. Shooting range, they call it that because it was where people used to go shoot their guns, or shotgun shells everywhere, blown up television sets, pretty much shrapnel everywhere.
Washing machines.
Yeah, there's a lot that can go bad back there around that backside of that mountain, and that's no man's land back there.
That's the thing. When you're racing out here, you're like, in the back of your mind, this is not where I want to brake.
Okay,
I'm going to be here all night long.
I think this is Serapis in the front of the frame here, and I think at the back there is Ryan Arciero.
Nope, that is
no, but this is a different car.
That's somebody.
That's the Brenthal. That wouldn't be. Is that a Brenthal?
I'm not sure. No, that's Erdmann.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Erdmann once again. He's getting lots of TV time today.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he didn't have to brake to do it.
Oh, he did. He managed to put it on his side earlier on.
Oh, nuts.
And this is Brett Serapis.
Let us tickle his belly.
So we see Brett Serapis as he works his way around the whoops as he's running very, very strong in that Mason all-wheel drive.
Yes. Looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Look how rough that's getting.
Getting? It was rough in 1995 when I raced here.
Fair point, fair point.
Well, it doesn't look like Brett's holding back. He's got a really strong pace, and so I'm pretty sure his dad, Steve, said, okay, go ahead, son. Do whatever you need to do.
Let's face it, if Carl gets one flat tyre, the gap is gone.
Yeah.
It's that close right here, right now. And, you know, this is the whole thing. We're coming right down to the devil do, the devil may not. As we watch, this is Brett Serapis, currently second place on course right now, third on adjusted time. But all these guys are going to be starting to push now.
But look, Kyle Jurgensen's dust is gone. That dust in front of him is
That's
another
Erdmann.
driver that he's lapping. That's a lap down, and Jurgensen's dust is already settled and out of the way. That tells you how far ahead he is. The wind has died down quite a bit. It's nowhere near as strong as it was, but still very. And here we see Ryan Arciero, and he's still heading kind of north. You can see the sun set off to the right, so he's going to have to go down and then make that hard right, which will put the sun behind him for a while.
Guess we got to froze up there.
But at this point, he's beneath the sun.
You're going to have so many pairs of shorts. Oh, hello, who's this?
That looks like one of the...
Yeah.
Grabowski. So Dustin's pulled over. Looks like...
That looks like a belt, maybe.
Yep.
Digging out the old bits.
Yeah.
He could have broken a pulley. It could be anything up there, but they got some smaller wrenches, so they're pulling some different things off. We see Dustin out with his helmet off. Tough break.
Yeah, that's tough. He was running in the top 5.
Yeah, he had a really good pace going. There goes the power.
And there goes our shot.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Cameras don't work without power.
All right, so I got a message.
Okay, so here we go. This is Arciero. You can always spot it. Little R44 helicopter.
You know, I give Ryan's truck a lot of credit, right? I mean, it looks clean. Looks like it just did right off the start of the race. Ryan's run a very, very clean race.
So guys, I got a picture from Adam Householder. It looks like the front of his left lower A-arm pulled out right by the chassis. So
it's not the arm that's actually failed, it's the bushing that's failed.
Well, it looks like where the arm was welded. It looks like it broke right around, and so pulled everything, if you want to call that the bushing.
As Ryan there through the sand whoops, getting chased by his helicopter.
That's
really trying to reel in Brett Serapis and Kyle Jurgensen, who both physically are ahead of him out on course.
That'd be a really nice photograph, wouldn't it? 2 helicopters, a race truck, 2 shadows.
The thing that blows my mind in that is that the helicopter isn't the most expensive thing in that photo. But okie dokie, Tracy Graff has now just passed through the timing loop and come through in 6 hours and 42 seconds. So it's currently running around about 17 minutes behind our race leader, who is, of course, Kyle Jurgensen. But this man, he is now on a charge. He wants to try and catch Kyle and pass him. This is none other
Working
than
his
Ryan
way
Arciero.
through those rocky washes.
Now we're getting to that point of lightness, darkness, you know, where the track itself is starting to disappear from your view. Can't get it anymore at a glance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got to study now.
As the shadows start to lengthen here, we are well into lap 4 of the 2026 BF Goodrich Mint 400. And my word, there's still plenty of action and racing still to come. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but do not go anywhere. It's about to get exciting. The 2026 Mint 400 is brought to you by BF Goodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road, explore the Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy, unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. And by Magnaflow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Rugged Radios, stay connected and go further. Bilstein, way ahead. And by Can-Am. Can-Am ATVs and UTVs are the proud sponsor of the Mint 400. Ford Racing, America's race team.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne that is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the fire.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
I might have to pay the rear sprocket.
Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one?
Wow, this is beautiful.
The ride's really good. I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that. Everybody getting ready for my ride?
We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, anytime. Race you.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400, and things are just about to go down. We're well into the 4th lap here, and I'm joined on stage by none other than Ricky Johnson, Bob Bauer, and of course Jim Beaver. Gentlemen, what a race this has been so far.
Oh, it's been phenomenal. I was sorry. I was taking a little break. I was getting some info, but I guess the Eisenhower brothers had a pretty big tumble in that truck earlier today.
No.
So, yeah, there's a pretty big tumble in the truck. So, yeah.
But everybody okay?
It sounds like everybody's going to be all right. So,
okay, tough deal.
Yeah, that's a tough, beautiful truck. I know we're all fans of it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Glad to hear that they're okay. One of our favourites, that's for sure. But I've got some top news. Currently in 4th position is Brett Serapis, who's first in the 4-wheel truck class. In 3rd overall and first in the unlimited 2-wheel drives is Ryan Arciero. But here we go. In 2nd overall and 2nd in class in unlimited spec is Stephen Beal. And still out in front right now is Carl Jurgensen, also in unlimited spec. What is going on?
Jim, this is where you're talking about going through, you know, the shooting range where the whoops are massive, and look at the size of the boulders on the side that are just got their teeth out waiting and rip the tire off.
Oh yeah, those things. I mean, it's such a gnarly section of the course here. And from what I understand, the section now that replaced the quarry is just as bad as the quarry. My cousin co-drove yesterday in one of the cars for a lap and spelled somebody, and he says, "I got to tell you," he goes, "I think I may have liked the quarry better."
Gave you a little bit of a break.
So this is our race leader. This is Carl Jurgensen. Now I'm just looking at the scores here, and on our last time.
We are.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. Plenty of action still going on here. We are deep into lap 4, and our current race leader is none other than, of course, the Iceman himself, Carl Jurgensen, in that Camberg's Kinetics truck. And he is absolutely smoking hot right now. And behind him, in another unlimited spec truck, is, of course, Stephen Beale. And hunting them all down is Ryan Arciero and Brett Serapis.
So Stephen Beale qualified 23rd, actually 22nd. He was the 7th unlimited spec to qualify, and he has been on a tear the whole time, working his way to the front. I'm actually watching a little bit of his coverage on Starstream off of Instagram, and it's pretty amazing what we're seeing here. And he's the young man is doing a great job. Hood is off, but racing hard.
Yeah, and it looks like our race leader, which would be Kyle Jurgensen, is getting eerily close to spectator number 1. So that means he's making the corner, and he's going to be coming down through that home stretch. Obviously, still going to have about 30 miles to go. We've got thumpers and some really rugged areas like the Proving Grounds. Also has that Gene Hurst pit. But looks like he's going to make the corner and be down to the last 30 miles, the last 1/3 of this lap.
Yeah, so this looks like Ryan Arciero going past Erdman. So don't forget, we saw Brett Serapis passing him probably around about 10 minutes ago.
Be interesting to know what Ryan's speed is right about now, because he's got that big go gives motor and it goes.
It says 100, no.
I can't see.
Yeah, it's 100 and something there, that's for sure. It's certainly 3 letters. I'm going to say, call it and say it's about 106. No, it's slow now.
It's tough when you're running into the sun like he just was,
too. Yeah, no, he's somebody's just texted me a moment ago. I was just saying, nobody plays for class wins here. He's got to go for the overall.
Well, and then to have a limited, unlimited spec beat you, that's not going to feel good either.
No, this is very true. He's got to go for it, but this is Ryan Arciero. He's one of the greatest racers in the world. He's not going to give this up. He's going to push with absolutely everything he's got. Well, if he's still got a car underneath him, he's going to use it.
Well, you know what? If he can cross the finish line this year in second place, it's not a win, but if he don't, I'd rather see him cross the finish line and lose in second place than break out there in the desert.
We'll have a talk with him about that. But hey, the race is not over yet. We cannot concede that Kyle Jurgensen at this point has done everything right, and Adam Householder was doing everything right. And actually, he sent me a picture of his lower arm, and where it's mounted to the chassis, it just, even though it's probably Magnaflex, just hitting it so hard so many times, just pulled that out, and that's something that you cannot fix on the trail. So these are man-made vehicles. Sometimes they break.
As we're going on board here with Connor McMullen, right into the sun.
And into the dust.
That's hard, too, when you got the sun and the dust, and it's just blinding.
Now, this is Michael Scafuto. Now, we thought there was going to be smoke off the back of this car earlier.
It looks like it's running good to me.
Yeah, I think that was just dust and the way the sun was sitting on it. Let's not forget the exhaust is sitting high on this vehicle, so if there was smoke, it'd have to be coming from the transmission, and that would be really bad.
But there we can see how long the shadows are. That's on the backside after Joshua Tree Highway, where you do that little left and then quick right. He's about race mile 13.
And this is our race leader. This is Kyle Jurgensen. Loving the new bodywork on that Camber Kinetics truck.
All right, this is going to be the sand whoops here. Looks like we got somebody trying to make a pass.
Coming hard.
This looks like
Brent
Fox, yes.
Yep.
Getting a little pressure. Is that Scafuto? No. I just saw green.
Looks like Potts, but it's not.
Oh, threading the needle right by.
Perfect timing as well.
And he went by at the perfect time so we could not see his number.
Talk about skills.
And now Brett Fox just getting dusted out.
Yeah, it's like now you have to come to a stop.
Sun's starting to set, starting to see some darkness on certain sides of the hills as we go back to our leader, Kyle Jurgensen.
So Kyle Jurgensen, he's making his way down now and heading towards the Gene Hurst pit.
He's going to make the corner here and should be going right into Gene Hurst's pit.
Now we've got a timing loop there, and we'll be able to start to find out if anybody is getting close to him. There we go. Timing split's just come in. He's just crossed the line in 6 hours and 17 minutes.
Sunset happened today.
Bob Bauer's doing a verbal text and wanting everyone on the air to know what it is.
Is he ordering dinner?
We're having.
Yeah.
All right, now put your microphone down if you're going to comment.
I have to go back to the remedial commentary.
I think this is this Connor McMullen?
I don't think it is.
No. Well, I just got a thing, and I was calling him a kid, but Stephen Beal, he's over 50 years old, having the drive of his life right now. He's worked his way up past. He should be coming into the shooting range here very quickly. He'll be coming around this bend and then into the shooting. Well, no, he's not quite.
Isn't that Troy Grabowski? He's in one of the Brentfords.
No, that's
the
the Miller truck possibly, because it's like green and yellow.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah.
I can't tell the glare. No, we're both wrong.
No, I haven't got a Scooby-Doo.
Did you have Scooby-Doo over in England?
Of course we do.
Icon.
Of course.
All right, just checking, bro.
Right.
Easy.
That's Brett Serapis.
I know that truck. That is Brett Serapis.
Grab hold of it and run with it.
Do you have Coors Light in England?
No, we have real. No, I can't say that. Anyway, we have very nice beers.
We have a lot of them.
Yes, we do indeed.
Serapis definitely not pacing himself at this point.
No,
so
it's go time.
So he's made it past the shooting range, and now you can see that he's coming down, heading towards Gene Hurst's pit. So he's very close to the proving ground. So if we look at the mileage, about 65, and so he'll zigzag back and forth because you can see that the sun is off to the right. That means he's heading south.
Yeah. Now let's not forget he was our pole setter this morning. He started first off the line. Now he's had we've heard that he's had about 4 flats today.
Bob? According to what I got from the amazing message, the sun is going to set at 5:41 today. That gives these guys about 30 minutes of sunlight, but they're going to end up with about 15 minutes of direct light in their eyes before it hits their horizon.
Yeah, and also let's not forget when you get to that point, the dust almost doubles.
So there you see the two drivers going back and forth.
Okay.
So very good. Here's Kyle Jurgensen as he works his way out of Gene Hurst's pit. Everything clean, no stops, everything good. Jim?
Okay, I've got Kyle Jurgensen crossed through in 6 hours, 17 minutes and 2 seconds. Brett Serapis, 6 hours, 21 minutes, 59. So he's basically 6 hours, 22. So quick math, 5 minutes exactly. So he has made time on Jurgensen. But he's got to pass him, and he's actually got to put a minute ahead of him. So it's going to be 2 minutes ahead of him.
Yep.
I can't see that happening if I'm completely honest.
Well, and here's the good part. You know, Bob was talking about the sunset and the sun in their eyes. Watch, once they go around this mountain and they start heading down Thumpers, the sun is going to be behind that mountain. So when you're on that close, you're in that long shadow. So see how long the shadows are right now? As soon as he gets down in there, now look, constantly, it's not dark, but the sun is not hitting it, so he's not dealing with shadows at that time. So this is like your eyes get a chance to relax because everything is roughly the same tone, same color, and same glare.
And he's going to dive down here. He's in the home stretch now. He's got a couple of really important sections yet to go. Obviously, we've got Thumpers coming up, and then that whoop section after Chokers, and then the dry lake bed. But there's, the opportunities for either Ryan Arciero or Brett Serapis to get a little luck on their sides are getting few and far between here.
Thin, thin, thin.
Kyle Jurgensen, I mean, he is putting in an effort today, just been in lockstep all day long and just running to almost perfection.
You know, he had a plan, very specific, and he followed it every step of the way. Let's see if he's got 50 miles left.
I think he definitely. I've watched this guy. He's a friggin' animal. He's got pulling. If I was going to, he's one of those guys that, as I said, he's just a driver. He can drive everything. You put him in a school bus, taking nothing away from Camberg and the kinetic shocks and everything. You can see how balanced that vehicle is and see how big of the gap on the Thumpers, how far they are apart. It's scary because all of a sudden you can't see the bottom, but now without the shadows, it's very clear for them. But they've done a great job making a very drivable, balanced truck, and then also picking, I think, one of the best drivers out there.
Absolutely. If you take Kyle Jurgensen and Brock Hager, those two men are just absolutely killing it right now.
Now here's the question: is Jurgensen going to have a better time than Brock Hager?
You know?
Well, yes, I can tell you that right now.
And here's Arciero as he starts to head his way towards Gene Hurst pit. Once again, you can see the sun off to the right. This is an unbelievable shot. As you can see, as he right over the rise up against that mountain, there's the Gene Hurst pit you see in the background, and then he'll go up, around, back down, and then down to Thumpers.
Yeah, so they're going to be coming back in as they're coming back round through the Gene Hurst there. That's around about the 70-mile mark that we saw Carl Jurgensen at a moment ago, which means that he's got about 25 miles to go. And I'm just looking at his time right now. He crossed that line a moment ago in 6 hours and 17. So I'm going to guess that he's going to come in at probably sometime and around that 6:40, 6:45.
Here comes Serapis down Thumpers. Once again, notice that the sun is behind the mountain now. The sun is not down yet, but when you're that close to the mountain, that's just a big, long shadow that he's in.
Yeah, Brett Serapis has got to do something incredibly special if he's going to catch Carl Jurgensen. Never mind pass him.
It's been a great effort Brett's put into it, too. Really hasn't made any mistakes and been very, very strong. Solid run. They ought to be real proud of what they've been able to accomplish here today.
Yeah, they got to walk with her. Regardless of what happens between here and the finish, they have to be very proud of the drive that this young man's putting in.
Okay, I've got some news. Ryan Arciero has just tripped through in 6 hours 21:58. So literally 1 second ahead of Brett Serapis on adjusted time.
So these guys are going for that podium spot.
Yeah, this is absolute unbelievable drive from Carl Jurgensen. He's holding these big cars at bay. 5 minutes separates Carl Jurgensen from Ryan Arciero and Brett Serapis.
That was Stevie Wright flying that Living the Dream. Stevie Wright was one of the guys that raced three-wheelers and quads for Honda, factory racer back in the 80s, and now he commits himself to flying all the time, and so he's keeping an eye on Christian the whole time. Great to see him out here, keeping everybody safe.
I find it absolutely incredible. After over 6 hours of racing, there is 1 second separating Ryan Arciero and Brett Serapis. Incredible.
So that's around chokers there. So down through these big sand whoops, which are this big whoop section, which is going to take you to the dry lake bed.
And this is where you cannot see the ground. The ground is dark, sky is light. This is, to me, the most difficult time for a driver.
Totally. I'd much rather it be dark than driving in this particular time.
Absolutely.
You've got to be so careful, so focused. It's so easy to fall into one of these sidewalls now. Just cut the sidewall on that tyre. But we're talking about some of the best drivers in the world here. As we come on back round, and that is the 229.
Once again, we've had the Pro Moto guys have finished, and I want to congratulate Kieran Anand, Hero Racing, as well as their new sponsor, Hits Energy and Ducati. So this is the first desert race that Ducati has ever won. So very, very big deal. Obviously, Ducati racing Supercross with Troy Lee. And for those guys to come out here and put that together with Kieran Anand, congratulations to that team, and also seeing the guys from Hits Energy. Very, very good day.
Yeah, just looking on my tracker now, I can see that Carl Jurgensen is making his way around to race mile 75.
Yep. So we just had the map, and it showed how far Carl Jurgensen was ahead, and we could see that where the number 32, and that is this driver, Ryan Arciero, as he works his way down Thumpers.
And he is absolutely not lifting. He is on kill mode right now. I don't know if it's going to be enough to catch Jurgensen, but
I don't think it is. I think he's throwing everything he's got at it right now, and it just shows how well balanced that truck it is.
Well, and that's the hard part for a driver, to stay out of his head.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Stay out of his head. Don't go, I have to do all these special things, and because if I don't, I lose, blah, 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 blah. And what he has to do is he just has to drive the best race that he can drive. And if Kyle beats him, you're the first one to go up and shake his hand and congratulate him. And that's the kind of gentleman that Ryan is. Now, will he go behind the pit and cuss and scream and like we all do? But that's not the situation here. both of these guys have driven a great race. And once again, we can't forget what happened to Adam Householder. You know, Adam really, he did nothing wrong.
Luke
just something
McMillan,
broke.
Rob McCachran. This
Yep.
race is littered with last lap stories.
Yep.
Yeah, here's Beal, the 241, who's put in a phenomenal effort today. I mean, probably I would be arguably say the drive of his life.
Well, yeah, I met them down in Mexico when they first started, and they have gotten so much better because they're working with the whole Geyser family. You know, they race with some of them. They obviously work with them, and so Beal has really come on. A lot like Scafuto, a lot like Paul Kraus. A lot of these guys, they're working hard, trying to be better and better. And when you're working with a team like the Geyser brothers, they have so much experience and so much knowledge, and not just the brothers, but the kids and all the different stuff they got going on. So great job for Stephen Beal. Good job.
So what are they hearing inside that car right now, Jim Beaver?
Everything.
Yeah, they're smelling and hearing absolutely everything. Every smell, coolant, oil, yeah.
And then you ask yourself, is that us?
Yeah, heat, smoke. Yeah, you're feeling it, you're hearing it creak, crack. You're hearing the shock cycle. You're hearing the rocks ding underneath the
bypasses
floorboard.
clicking and clattering.
Oh, look at that!
Ouch.
It is so rough because that's slightly uphill, and so everyone is accelerating and digging. So there he just got off to the side, get a little bit of momentum back on, and then get back into the rough.
In that sun. Didn't take but a second. Ricky Johnson, did you know that nothing bad happens slowly?
All righty, look at this. But that's the father householder.
Yeah, that's
that is
Terry.
not Adam. That's Terry out there.
Yeah, Terry Householder in the spec truck.
Very clean, running strong. Probably he's about to pass his son on the side.
And I believe here a few years ago, they won the Mid 400 in spec truck.
Yep.
Nick Whetstone is the next car to pass through the Gene Hurst pits, and he comes through there with a 6 hours and 29 minutes. So he's running somewhere just under 13 minutes off of race pace or race leader's pace.
This should, no, this is not Nick. This is who.
This is Erdman?
Yep. Got a lot of TV time.
He's getting a lot of TV time.
He just happens to be in the right place along with the leaders.
He's got that livery that is a little bit of a Red Bull copy. But
I believe it's Red Dog Racing.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
There used to be a beer in the 90s called Red Dog.
I drove a Craftsman truck for them.
Did you?
It's a Miller product. I drove, I think Kenny Wallace was my teammate. Didn't have a lot of success in that racing part of my career, but yes, I was. I was the Red Dog beer driver for Penske South.
How did Red Dog taste? Because from what I understand, it wasn't real good, Ricky.
Well, when I drove for them, it was absolutely fantastic. It came out at the same time. It was like the brother or sister beer to Ice House that had the higher alcohol content and stuff like that. So that was when they were trying to make beer with a little bit more punch back in the day. So now it's called an IPA or whatever warm beer they drink in Great Britain. Because you guys have some full high mixture.
I'll be honest with you, you guys take that whole IPA thing a lot further than we do, but you're always welcome to come over to our place and have a pint with me any day you like.
Yeah, I know. They throw some big beers.
It's worth it.
Alrighty, once again, Stephen Beal as he works his way towards the finish line, having a great run, running hard all day long, and then I'm pretty sure that's a Geyser G6 that he's running. And once again, it's great to see drivers that get into the sport, enthusiastic about the sport, keep working on it, get better. As we're watching Brett Serapis as he works his way, he's well past Thumpers, and now he's got just a couple more things, and we should be seeing him on the lake bed shortly.
Yeah, so Brett Serapis. Now I'm just going to have a look back on my tracker, and I can tell you now that we are looking at the 222 of Carl Jurgensen. I reckon he's somewhere around about race mile 82 of this 95-mile loop.
Just about ready to hit the dry lake, I believe.
Yep.
So we should see Kyle Jurgensen here momentarily reaching the dry lake.
Now this is Ryan Arciero. Now this is the dry lake bed is an area that Ryan could potentially pull a few seconds back, but it is only going to be a few seconds.
He needs minutes.
He does.
Been right into the sun.
I mean, we're talking about the overall speeds. Here we go. This is Jurgensen. So what sort of speeds? I mean, I'm guessing with this LS3 engine, they're going to be, what, 116, 115, somewhere around there?
If you can get, now it depends on which way the wind's going. So I heard with the bikes, they had a tailwind, they were getting up to 114. So if he has a little bit of a tailwind, we could see him approach close to 130. But, you know, other than that, I don't think so, because you can't, Jim Beaver, it's hard to get the gear to pull it. You want to be fast from corner to corner, not just high speed.
Well, and that's a big thing. There's all kinds of gear choices. You can make an unlimited truck do well over 150 miles an hour, but it's not going to do anything in the technical twisty stuff, you know. So it's one of those. I know, you know, certain races like Vegas to Reno, once in a while you'll see somebody run a little bit different gear set because there's some longer stretches where you get to run it. But yeah, it's one of those where, yeah, as Ricky said, these things are geared to go quick corner to corner, not necessarily top end.
Yeah, I'd rather have throttle response than high speed.
This is Nick Whetstone as he works his way down 2 thumpers.
Yeah, so Nick's had a solid race.
Be a Brenthal truck, yeah.
No. Once again, Nick Whetstone, 3 thumpers.
You know, Nick's put in a pretty sneaky good race today too. He's just, you know, we've talked about him here and there, but you look and he's in the top 5 overall now. And he just continued to click off mile markers and just click off miles and really clean race.
Well, and that's what he needs. I mean, he's gone out, he's been blistering fast, qualified on the pole, and then break. And so sometimes you think you're snake bitten, I can never finish. So I think this is an awesome job for him to get out there and then put a finish in and then go, okay, how do I take that blistering pace with a finish to put it together, as we're watching Christian Serapis as he works his way across the
Okay, so that would say to me that Serapis has actually closed up on Carl Jurgensen, but don't forget he actually needs to pass Carl Jurgensen, and he also needs to put at least 2 minutes on Carl Jurgensen, and I don't believe that can happen.
I agree, though. If he's that close now, he has narrowed the gap, and we're not going to know that time split until we get to the finish line, but yeah, as we know, he does have to get around Kyle Jurgensen, so regardless of the gap between the two, unless he gets around him, it's a non-issue.
Back again with Ryan Arciero.
Yeah.
The good point, he's still behind that shadow. The sun is still up, but it's behind the mountain.
This is this long stretch that comes out of Chokers, and he's going to be heading towards that dry lake as well.
He's carrying the mail pretty good. Yep. Second gear.
Yeah.
82 miles an hour.
85.
Giant.
86. 87. 88. 89. 87. Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to seeing this on the lake bed. Now, this is a car that we've seen do over 150 mile an hour before on this lake bed.
Not on this lake bed, but in Soggy Dry Lake at the Lucerne, I went 150 miles an hour, and I took it across there, and I kept going, and it got to 150, and I rolled off the gas. I'm like, that's fast enough. You know, but it was still pulling. That Gibbs motor, it just keeps going and going and going. Very, very linear power. But it revs like you can.
That's 100. That's 101, 102.
Yep.
Brian's had 160 on this thing.
Really?
In testing, yeah.
Wow. You're a BFG guy. What are the tires rated for?
162.
Ow! I just got stabbed in the eye by his nose.
Okay.
That was pretty,
101.
pretty quick, Bob. I got to give you credit on that one, buddy.
Okay, Tracy Graff has just popped through this timing loop at the Greenhurst pits, and he's currently lying in second in class in the all-wheel drive and 6th overall with a 6 hours and 37 minutes.
You know what's hard, guys? Being one of us commentators, we're not supposed to have favorites. We're not supposed to have this and like that. And it's like,
here we go.
Shut up.
Here we go. This is onto the lake bed now.
All right.
Come on.
Look at that
If we
plume
go back
of
to
dust.
INDYCAR, we'll be able to look at his dash and see what he's done. I'm going to say if we go back to that INDYCAR, he's up to 108.
This is interesting because I don't think he's actually going as fast as I was expecting him to. Yeah.
Well, you know, the dry lake too, and Ricky could probably attest to it.
Yeah, we're froze right now.
It's frozen.
First lap, second lap is going to be a lot quicker. By the time you get to the fourth lap, there's been so many tracks there, it gets softer and you don't have quite the bite that you do on the first lap or two.
Exactly. That's where you'll see the guys get off to the right or the left, which is the opposite down in Diablo Dry Lake. If you get off to the side, it has that fluff on top, and it just like, it feels like it throws the brakes on. So it froze on it. You can see that's where you see Ryan moving around trying to find that hard ground, because all of a sudden you'll hear the RPMs go up. You'll see speed jump up. But now we can see there's where the finish line is. That's the goal for all these guys.
Yeah, I'm just looking right now, and I believe that our current race leader, Carl Jurgensen, is actually in the speed control zone, making his way down through the solar panel area. We should be able to get eyeball on him very soon.
Gonna have about 5 miles left to go.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible stuff, and it is all about Carl Jurgensen. And we'll hopefully get some eyeballs on him very, very soon as he makes his way into, or back into Prim to complete his fourth lap. And the question is, have the cars behind him got enough to be able to catch him? And in all honesty, I don't think they have. I think this is going to be a tremendous finish. So the action keeps on rolling here. Let's not forget, nearly 70 cars started this morning. In fact, 72 cars started this morning.
We've had motorcycles, we had youth racing this week, and we've had a little everything out there.
Well, let's just talk about that, because yesterday we had over 260 cars take the start line. Today we had 72 cars starting in the unlimited race, over 120 bikes and also other cars, and I believe that was our speed zone for our leader we just saw there. Here we go. So this is Carl Jurgensen. What's he thinking right now, Bob?
Well, he's thinking he's got it, and all I can do is stay steady, don't change my plan. What got me here is going to get me there.
Okay, right, I can also tell you some news right now. Stephen Beal has fallen back behind the big trucks of Ryan Arciero and Brett Serapis and is running a 6:23.21 as he popped through the Gene Hurst pit.
Yep.
And when we saw him earlier, did you notice he just didn't seem to have that killer pace he had earlier? He seemed to be hitting the tops of those ruts. He wasn't flowing like we saw the other cars flowing.
Well, he's now through Gene Hurst pit. Their hood is off, so sometimes when you dig the nose, you get dirt in your face quite a bit more because you don't have the fenders to block. But he's still running at full pace. But now he's away from the sun. That's going to help him out quite a bit as we go back talking about Kyle Jurgensen, the man that just so smooth. And this morning he was talking to remote pit Tiff and just said, I have a plan. These guys are all running fast. I'm just going to stay in a good position and get by him when I can, and he's done exactly that. So I don't see a problem. I don't see anything wrong with his truck. I think he's right on track.
Yeah, this is an absolutely fantastic display of driving, but we've seen it from Carl Jurgensen for all throughout the years, whether he's racing in an unlimited class truck or whether he's racing in the limited classes. The man is almost unstoppable. He went to Parker, he was first across the line. There's some anomalies that put him into second place overall. And he's come here for revenge today.
Wow, so dramatic.
I know, isn't it?
Man, I'm excited. You're giving me goosebumps.
Sunsets.
I just got a text from one of our crew guys, and they clocked Ryan at 162 before we lost him.
Uh-oh. That's
Really?
a mile an hour over what the tires are rated, Bob.
No, he knows exactly where to stop. I said 162. He's trained. He's a BFG guy. We have him in the closet all the time.
Speaking of favorites, Bob.
Yes. I was going to say, let's come out of the closet. I'm not sure that's a place I want to be.
Exactly.
So are you going to make a call next week to tell him you need 163 out of the tires, Bob?
Why not?
So here we go. This is Carl Jurgensen, and he's making his way through the speed control area. And you might be wondering, why is there a speed control area? We can't race in every inch of this desert, and we have to respect other people's laws and areas. And he's just coming off of that speed control very shortly and will be coming onto the short course and making his way towards main pit.
He's going to Zigzag his way around here. Going to have a handful of miles left remaining.
He's probably hoping he doesn't dump it on the door on that turn.
Easy.
Oh, Bob.
Well, I said this is the heartbreak lap. You know?
He's got about 3 miles left remaining. He's going to have to go through that pit row area. Where
I can see that Arciero is literally just coming into the speed control section right now.
Well, and the good news for Kyle is that whoever's behind him at this point has to pass him to win. And Beal doesn't quite have the pace to bring up the distance, but you cannot relax. He's got to keep running because he doesn't know where Beal is or how much time he needs to have on him by the time he gets there. So that's the one thing about off-road racing. When you get to the finish, that just because you're there doesn't mean it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a race on adjusted time.
Yes.
And Brent Fox moves up into a 3rd place in class. And we've now got 10 cars that have passed through the finding time loop at the Genehurst pit. So in 10th, here we've got Tracy Graff. In 9th, it's Dane Miller. In 8th, it's Cole Hardin. In 7th, it's Tim Herbst. In 6th, it's Nick Whetstone. In 5th, it's Brent Fox. In 4th, it's Stephen Beal. In 3rd, it's Brett Serapis. In 2nd, it's Ryan Arciero. And right now, it's all about this man, Carl Jurgensen, on the last couple of miles of this, the 2026 BF Goodrich Mint 400.
trying to bring it home.
He's won here in the past in the Unlimiteds. He's won here before in the specs. And it looks like he's actually going to come home in a spec truck and take the overall. That is absolutely massive.
I was just doing, I just had a flashback when we had the situation with Luke McMillan and Rob Mack and how there was no wind whatsoever and the whole valley was full of dust. And now with the wind and it's blowing in the right direction, it's not on the highway, it's blowing everything away, and we can see all, like the distance that we can see right now, we couldn't see any of that at that finish, and we were wondering what was going to happen. And you know, talking to Rob, he was under the impression that he had to go because they were telling him that Abdali Lopez was catching him, so that's why he went for the pass on Luke McMillan, and then they ended up touching tires to going over. But so, you know, he was doing absolutely what he needed to do, and that's exactly what Kyle Jurgensen is doing. Now he's found his way. He's almost to the main pit. This is going to be a celebration with your pit, with everybody.
This is going to be absolutely incredible. Do you know what's even more incredible? If it does happen, we're going to have, it looks like we're going to have 3 classes in the top 3.
Wow. That's awesome.
So we're just heading back to Arciero now. There's Ryan. He's in the speed zone. Oh, this is all the patience in the world right now. You just want to bury that skinny pedal, but you can't. Just got to roll with it.
It's more like resignation at this point.
Well, but he's got to be proud of himself. Once again, he drove a great race and also getting to the finish. And that's what us as racers, you get tainted when you win. And the only thing that makes you happy is winning. It's a pretty sad way to live your life. You know, the fact that you get to experience this kind of stuff, come out here and race all day long in open desert and stuff like that. So you got to really count your blessings and be grateful. And on the other hand, it sucks to get beat, and it sucks to get second.
Well, it does.
You know, the lining here is he's actually getting a win. It's just not the win he wanted.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's got the class, but the fact that he's finishing, I'm just proud of that alone. Yeah. You know, he's had such a terrible last 3 years.
The thing that blows my mind is you look down through this pit. 6 hours ago, this place was absolutely rammed. Now there's great big holes in the pit where people have packed up and gone home.
Yep.
And he's making sure, you know, there's a speed limit. He's definitely not going to go above that speed limit.
Yeah, so here is Brett Serapis.
So it looks like Serapis has put
he's
put on more time.
Yeah, but he would have to pass him and put 2 minutes on him.
But on the contrary, that's awesome that he's able to pick up the pace and push on the last lap. That's great things to say about the truck, great things to say about him and the preparation, everything that they got going on.
So here we go. This is Carl Jurgensen making his way through. So he's getting the thumbs up there from other racers. And he'll be coming out the other side of this speed control shortly.
Yeah,
making his way towards the finish.
Yeah, things have thinned out a bit there. Well, in the case of Jurgensen, probably has some people waiting for him at the finish line.
All right,
okay,
Jim,
here we
take it
go.
away.
This is Carl Jurgensen, and this is the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. And check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Boom! Carl Jurgensen takes the line and is the unofficial first place here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. What a drive this man has done. He's won here in the past in Unlimited. He's won here in the past in Spec, but now he's actually winning in a Spec truck. It's all unofficial at this time, but this man is incredible, Ricky.
When you cross the line, it's like what they say, your life flashes before you, and all of us have been through that. All the things that could have happened, all the things that did happen, and everything for him. And what I love about this is that they executed a great plan. And after talking with Jerry Zeiden in the VIP area, talking about how excited they are about the shocks, and they had one failure last year. So this is their complete truck. And here we see Brett Serapis in second place. That is going to be, if it's unofficial, the winner in Unlimited four-wheel drive, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at the times here as we're watching Brett Serapis making his way around. But Carl Jurgensen crosses the line in 6 hours and 46 minutes. That's 11 minutes faster than Brock Hager yesterday. But here we go. This is Brett Serapis. He left the line in first place this morning. He's driven an absolutely incredible race, and he will be crossing the line here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Brett Serapis launches through the air and takes the checkered flag. Unofficially second overall here and first in class in all-wheel drive.
That's quite a feat given how long it's been since he's driven a race car. That's darn respectable there.
Well, I want to congratulate him.
You bet.
Also his dad, Steve, his mom, his brother, everybody. I'm really, really proud of Brett. He's done a great job. And here's our winner.
We're going to be waiting for Ryan Arciero to cross the finish line as well. So that is our Spec Truck winner, our four-wheel drive winner.
So Brett Serapis crosses the line in 6 hours and 51 minutes and 9 seconds. So a little under 5 minutes behind Carl Jurgensen. And here we go. This is Ryan Arciero making his way through the pits under speed control.
Pretty amazing. The top 3 cars are all finishing within 5 minutes of each other. That's pretty outstanding.
Yeah, now
Ryan 400 for Pete's sakes.
Now Ryan Arciero, he started this morning in 6th position. So he has adjusted time on his side against Brett Serapis, and it's my guess that he will actually finish in 2nd position overall, but we will see. There's nothing he can do now. He's just got to watch that speed limiter as he comes through.
There's Steve.
And there is Brett. Long day in the office. Nearly 7 hours behind the wheel.
He looks fresh.
And here comes Arciero.
Well, I'm stoked to see Arciero get to the finish line this year.
Yeah, he's driving it in, not towing it in.
And he's taking home a first place trophy as well.
You bet.
You know, this is a monkey that he needed to get off his back. You
Absolutely.
know, Ryan's got the monkey off the back, and I think next year he's going to come full force.
And look at these guys. They look so fresh. This is Carl Jurgensen, who crossed the line first today in that Camber Kinetics truck.
We got Ryan Arciero starting to bring it in almost to the end of pit road.
What's awesome is you see all the other pit crews with thumbs up, wanting, you know, because as you said, we are a band of brothers. We sometimes want to beat each other very badly, but we also are happy for each other when we do well, and Ryan has done a phenomenal job. So congratulations, Butch and Al and everybody, the whole Arciero family.
Here we go.
Ryan has done a great job.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ryan Arciero, the man who's dominated Vegas to Reno. He's done so much in his racing career. One final turn. And he'll be making his way across the finish line here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. Ryan Arciero, one more leap. He comes over the top and he takes the checkered flag. Look at that. And Ryan Arciero goes into 3rd overall.
Yeah, by 14 seconds, it looks like.
Yeah, it does indeed. So we've got our top 3 across the line at the moment. Now, of course, this is all unofficial. Don't forget there are other cars behind that can affect this result. But right now, we've got Kyle Jurgensen lying first overall and first in unlimited spec. We've got Brett Serapis lying in second overall and first in unlimited four-wheel drive. And we've got Ryan Arciero lying third overall and first in unlimited truck two-wheel drive. And we've got Tiffany down in the pits right now with Kyle Jurgensen, who just crossed the line unofficially in first. Tiff, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, Kyle Jurgensen down here. It is so good to see you. Unofficially, you are the first physical driver. We're still looking at times, but we want to look at this 6:47.44 for you. You know, you always talk about being able to qualify together, and earlier today you said you wanted everybody together, so you did not have to fight through what was going on. So tell me about your day so far.
Well, we actually had surprisingly a lot of dust behind Arciero for a couple laps, and Arciero's fast enough that we can't pass him, you know, so we have half the horsepower and half the top speed, so we would do what we could in the tight stuff, and then they just leave us in the, and our game plan was to let them make mistakes, and they all made mistakes, and we made no mistakes, no flats, no nothing. The truck was perfect, the team was perfect, and that is what won us the Mint today, is no mistakes.
Well, obviously, first overall and officially first in spec, unofficially coming off of that Parker first in spec there. So for the season, you're putting on some great numbers. Earlier, I talked to you about the spare tire rack back there, and I said, obviously, it's a new thing. You've got, you know, bearings on there to make it a little easier. You said, Tiffany, I haven't gotten a flat yet on these BFGs, so it's been wonderful. Let's just sum up, you know, the Mint 400 for you going into it. We're still looking at some numbers, but you got some great guys behind you.
I have the best team. I mean, right now, this Camberg team with Sean and I, we're going to look back at these times and go, we were fucking on our shit, you know. We should have got flats today, but our tires are tough. The course is the worst I've ever seen. Holy shit. I mean, I've done a lot of mints, and they've been rough. This was a new animal, so I'm glad we made it.
Well, before we started talking, you said, hey, Tiffany, did I beat Brock Hager's time from yesterday? And, sir, unofficially right now, 10 minutes faster than Brock Hager, so be proud of yourself. That's all that you said. You gave me that smile. So we're going to find out some more information, make sure all the times are correct. We've got some guys that finished right behind you. I'm going to talk to them. We're going to see what's going on. Once again, big congratulations to you, Kyle Jurgensen, first physical driver over here for the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. Back up to you guys.
Just wow.
Yeah.
Now, that's emotion there from Carl. When he's dropping the F-bomb, he's usually the most polite person that you'll ever wish to meet.
And he smiled once.
Do you know what I find really amazing? He didn't ask about who else is out on course. He wanted to know if he'd beaten Brock Hager's time.
Yeah.
How the world has changed.
Well, and appropriately, across his chest, a beast. And as he said, this, I mean, he's done so well here at the Mint, and he said that this is a whole new animal. And him and his co-driver, they prepare, the team prepared, so they did everything they needed to do, as well as this young man. It's great to see him back in the seat.
All right, Brett Serapis, we're going to talk to you physically right now. You are the second driver to finish the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. We're still looking at some times right now, but for your time, 6 hours, 51 minutes, 18 seconds. Obviously, we've got to look at everything to make sure the data is correct. You said the last time that you were a driver of record here was 2019. It's so good to see you back. It's so great to see you in this Coors Light truck. Talk to me about the day, because we just talked to Kyle Jurgensen. He said it was the roughest course he's ever seen here at the Mint. We went counterclockwise. We raced into the desert. Lots of wind. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every single year we race here, we say that was rougher than the previous year, but this was no joke. I mean, lap 4, you can't even get on top of anything. Actually, right when we finished the opening ceremony, I tried to shift the truck into first gear, and my paddle shifter wasn't working. I could only downshift. We were taking the steering wheel off at the start line, trying to figure out if it was a plug issue. Not entirely sure, but my right-hand man, Evan, here was actually shifting up for me the entire race. I could only downshift, so Evan had his hands full, got 4 well-deserved flats. It was super rocky out there, but all in all, we're here. I mean, unofficially second again here at the Mint 400, but we're happy to be here.
Well, let's also talk about that. You know, we were talking about racing in this, the wind and everything like that. How did that go for you, though?
Yeah, the wind actually helped a lot. I mean, once I got a couple flats or even past lap traffic, it was easier to get around people. The new track this year, there are definitely a lot more lines that you could take. So all in all, the wind definitely helped.
All right, and one last thing. We didn't see you pit at main pit, that you were at an alternate pit. Was that any strategy going into the race day?
It was more just for fuel mileage. It was about 100, 160, 170 miles, and we could go about 200 in this truck. So we decided to go to Gene pit and go a whole lap in 3/4, and then we just went back to short pit.
All right, well, best of luck to you. We're going to get some more numbers. Once again, a big congratulations, Brett Serapis.
So here we go. That is Nick Whetstone just crossing the line there, and he crosses the line unofficially in 4th and 2nd in class with a 6 hours and 58 minutes and 7 seconds.
Great run for Nick Whetstone. I mean, let's give this guy some credit. He put in some work today, ran a really clean race, and to be finishing still in the daylight for Nick Whetstone after some of the struggles he's had at the Mint in the past, great effort.
So yeah, as we watch Nick Whetstone rolling on in, we've got Tiffany down there right now with Ryan Arciero. Tiff, take it away.
Ryan Arciero, you were officially the 3rd physical driver over here. I know we keep talking about this, and I'm looking at some numbers. 2025 DNF, 2024 5th overall, 2023 DNF, 2022 38th overall, 2021 2nd overall. You've been having just a run for this Mint 400 each year. You seem great out there. You seem fast. Had a chance to talk to the team, said you were doing great. From your perspective in the driver's seat, how did today play out for you?
I mean, today went fairly good. We got 2 unlucky flats, and on the start of the third lap. But more importantly, I lost third gear. I lost our high gear. It started acting up towards the end of the 2nd lap, and so all the 3rd and 4th lap, I mean, the fastest I can go is like 90, 95 miles an hour across the lake bed. I think we touched 104, and then I had to back out of it. So we had no top speed, and we were just hoping for attrition at that point. And I know the Mint has it. And we saw Adam pull over the side of the road. I'm like, okay, we got that. I knew I had to catch Kyle and pass him since we started side by side, and that was going to be a tall feat. So the 2 flats got us back just a little bit, and we went into survival mode. So you have to at the Mint 400. I mean, that last lap was absolutely brutal, like it always is every year. Man, Travis and I in that seat, I mean, you can feel it in your chest. So we will be sore tomorrow.
All right, well, we're going to still look at some numbers for you, Ryan Arciero. It's always great to talk to you here. Nice job. Like we always talk about, finishing the Mint 400 is a feat in itself, and it's always good to look at that, especially with the numbers.
No, for sure. If we end up winning 2-wheel drive, I'll take half the checkbox, and I at least can put half a check in there. Next thing we do is the overall, so I'll take it for today.
Awesome.
And I got to say, too, it's my anniversary, so this is my wife's present to me. She's out here. Happy anniversary, honey.
I love that. Nice job, Ryan Arciero. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Now, you can see him. He looks absolutely gutted, doesn't he?
Look at the big smile. There she is.
But he looks physically just hammered. I mean, he looks tired. And you saw the look on. The only one that didn't look as so beat up was the youngest one, and that was Brett Serapis. But what I do like is that he said, hey, you know, and that's the thing that we didn't really emphasize too much with Brett Serapis, that you won. You did win the Mint 400, just not overall. You won your class. You're the fastest unlimited 4-wheel drive. And then, as Ryan Arciero says, this is half a check.
Yeah,
so I'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it.
But also only running in 2nd gear. There goes the advantage that he had over Jurgensen was gone.
Well, that's what we were looking at when we saw him coming across that lake bed there. We could see on the GPS it was only hitting 102.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, what's happening here? So, yes,
that's
very,
pretty
very
good
bizarre.
for 2nd gear, don't you think?
It's fantastic for 2nd. we saw him get over 100.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to run 2 laps that way, though, and still hold the position he held, I think that's a commentary on skill.
Well, definitely is, you know, and especially in a race like this with all the high-speed sections. Lose high gear, it's a testament to him. So we take a look here at the Unlimited Combined. Kyle Jurgensen at the top spot. Brett Serapis winning the 4-wheel drive class in the 2nd overall. Ryan Arciero winning 2-wheel drive and in the 3rd overall spot. And Nick Whetstone crossing the finish line in 4th overall.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere there. There's still lots more action to come here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. See you in a moment.
there's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne in the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the fire.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. The rides are really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
Back to the 26th BF Goodrich Tyres Mint 400. What a day of racing it has been. We saw that man who you can see on your screen right now crossing the line unofficially in first place, not only overall but also in the unlimited truck spec. What an incredible display.
Well, you know, you watching the fatigue, but also what I like to see, look at Jurgensen's truck. All the fenders are on there. Push the valance down a little bit in the left front. As he said, no flats. That was key. That was key to get him in the position to allow him to drive. Like he said, he could drive and be close enough, but he's not. You're not going to catch and pass, you know, Ryan Arciero. And so, great job. Look at that. The balance is still on there. As I said, pushed down a little bit, but the pace that he was running all day long, congratulations to him, the guys from Kinetic, as well as Camberg, Monster Energy, which is the beast strength that they have, as well as BF Goodrich Tires. So great job and congratulations to them.
You know, you're talking about it. They look tired, and everything else. I wonder if that isn't tired. I think that's probably relief.
Well, there's that adrenaline dump
Yes.
when you get done out of a race, and it's like you have to mentally be at a certain level for so long, and for him it was almost 7 hours, and then when it's over, you just have this massive dump of adrenaline, and it's just like it is relief. It's a lot of things. There's tired, there's emotion, physical, mental, exhaustion. It all lets go.
Those are all real.
Yep.
Yeah, so we can see Matt Martelli, one of the two Martelli brothers, and the mastermind of this race. They brought it back to us a few years ago, and it just grows and grows every single year.
As well as congratulations to them. This was a great race, a rough race. It's always, the guys say it, this is the roughest one I've ever done. So right now, get ready. They're going to pop a little champagne.
Yeah, one of the biggest Mint 400s in history.
We were talking about it earlier, trying to get some facts and figures. I think this could be one of the, if not the fastest Mint 400 in history. Sub 7 hours.
Well, sub 7 hours for both the limited and the unlimited classes.
Okay, so as we're watching down here, so we're going to cut down because Tiff's sitting down on the start line right now with Nick Whetstone.
Thank you guys so much. Nick Whetstone, it's over here. You got your crew over here. You've got everybody in the truck. It is a great day. We keep talking about how it is to race the Mint 400, not only to finish it, because that's a feat in itself, but finish in that top 5 spot right now. You are the physical fourth driver to make it through here. Everybody's celebrating. You got this little one hanging over here. You got someone in the driver's seat. We got all the guys in here. Tell me about your day so far, because it seems like for you, it's all about family. It's all about doing it for them as well.
Yeah, that's right. Got to have the dream team involved, but yeah, we had a bit of a pig of the day early on. We got a flat at like mile 3, and then kind of had some issues with the truck. It's not doing very well full of fuel, but other than that, we got going. Second lap, got another flat, and then we strategized. We actually ran the whole race with one spare to get some of that weight out of there. Which is a little bit of a daunting task, especially here with all the rocks. But, yeah, that's kind of what we did. And then, you know, we tried to run it home hard. And, there was a few other guys and some lap traffic that held us up a little. But other than that, it was a good run. It feels good to have the truck let us push. You know, we're able to push, and the truck's in great shape now at the finish. And some fine tuning on the suspension, and I think we'll be in good shape.
Well, let's talk about that. You know, the guys in the booth noticed that you were only running one spare, that we saw that you only had it on the right side, not the left side. As a driver, how do you make a calculated decision like that, knowing how difficult the Mint 400 can be? Obviously, there's some drivers that get no flats, and then there's some that get 3, 4, 5, and especially going counterclockwise this year.
Well, to be honest, it was actually my partner in crime, Brent, over here, that he was pushing me to do it. At first, I didn't want to do it. You know, it's like we're at the Mint, there's rocks everywhere, there's flat galore, and, you know, so we made the call. I was like, all right, let's do it, and it's just such a better truck. So I think it's a two-way street a little bit, but we took some weight away and took a little bit of risk, but it gave us the opportunity to drive, so it was good.
Awesome. Well,
Well, I got to say, that's some great thinking. And so maybe that first flat was a blessing. He's like, you know what? The truck is working better. I like the balance of it. I can drive it better. And so going back and forth, so it sounds like he needs to up his spring rate a little bit, increase ride a little bit at the back, maybe add a little bit more compression, a little bit more low-speed compression so it doesn't squat down. So I'm curious to why it was better. Was it better in the cornering? Was it better in the whoops? Was it getting to the point where it's bouncing down too much rebound, meaning it was slowing down too much and bottoming? So it'll be interesting to see. And here we also see Brent Fox has made it to the finish line as well. So we got quite a few more trucks that are making as we see Brett Serapis.
Okay, as we're watching, Brett Zarappas is coming up on stage right now. Well, we're just going to pop out for a short commercial break, and we'll be right back here to tell you who our winners and riders are here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? This is beautiful. Your ride is really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for my ride? We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback, they're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on four wheels, one wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching, this guy watching. Race you to the summit, maybe not that summit, to sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
The 2026 Mint 400 is brought to you by BF Goodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your professional parts people. And by MagnaFlow. Developed for the driven. Camberg. Race tested, race proven. Rugged Radios, stay connected and go further. Bilstein way ahead. And by Can-Am. Can-Am ATVs and UTVs are the proud sponsor of the Mint 400. Ford Racing, America's race team. Okay, here we go. This is the 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400, and nighttime has fallen here on the desert.
Is this Michael Scafuto or is this RJ Stedham? I'm not sure. Both have green. So this is the difficult part. Now you can see that there's still a little bit of sun on the horizon, but now when it's dark like that, you can see better than when the sky is completely light. So.
Yeah, this is actually my time. This is when I actually come alive. I love driving at night time, but that bit before, we've just got those slightly darkening skies and you've got those long shadows stretching out across those ruts. That's absolutely horrible. When it gets to this though, and your lights are working perfectly, bring this on. I love it.
Well, this is out at Gonzo Pit, so they still have a long ways to go. They're about a third of the way around. That's at just past race mile 30. So this driver right now still has quite a bit of desert out in front of them.
Does indeed. So that's Ryan Arciero. We saw him crossing the line earlier on today in third position overall and first in class. And I'm just looking down my list right now, and it does look like we have a nearly full podium as we work our way down through. Now, it's all unofficial at this stage, of course, but in spec, we're going to do this by class right now. So in spec, we've got Jurgensen, then Carl Jurgensen, then Brent Fox, and then Cole Hardin. Then in four-wheel drive, we've got Brett Serapis, Tracy Graffel. We're just waiting for a third to cross the line, but it looks like it'll be Michael Scafuto. But let's just come back here into our highlights, and off the line first, we saw, of course, Brett Serapis, and then earlier on, or after that, should I say, we saw Ryan Arciero,
Kyle Jurgensen.
and Kyle Jurgensen side by side. And these two will be battling all day long.
Kyle Jurgensen got out to the lead, was able to do the right thing, but at this point of the race, he was chasing Adam Householder. Adam had an awesome day all day long, but Kyle did everything right. He was patient in the dust. He charged where he needed to charge, but he also said, I couldn't do it on the big high-speed dry lake beds, but at the end of the day, he brought it home.
He did indeed. He was absolutely the standout driver of the day, just kept banging in those times. We saw those big monster all-wheel drive and two-wheel drive unlimited trucks doing great things. And here we go. This was our pole setter. This was Brett Serapis.
Yeah, and Brett put in a phenomenal effort today. Was just pushing that truck all day long. Got to be a great result. They got to be really happy with that in the Serapis family, seeing Brett back in the desert in an all-wheel drive truck, taking home the classic victory and second overall. What a great effort by that young man.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. And the bit that I really liked is that towards the end of the race, he was able to increase his pace and actually sneak back ahead in front of Ryan Arciero.
So he takes the big jump there to clinch a Mint 400 victory and second overall.
Then now in unlimited two-wheel drive, it was Ryan Arciero that ran strong all day long. He said he had a couple situations. Then at the end, he said that he lost that third gear, wasn't able to get the high speed, but obviously he was able to keep pulling, keep running strong, and that's pretty impressive. I mean, not pretty, it's very impressive to bring home that truck with just second gear. Benny Metcalf sent me a text and said that the top speed that he could go in second gear was 103 miles an hour. Not like the 106, what is it, Bob? 162 is exactly what the BF Goodrich tires are rated for. So Ryan Arciero has to be proud. He says he brings home part of the win, meaning he won his class, so he's bringing home that win at the Mint 400, but he wants that overall. So he comes across first in class, third overall.
But let's talk about the heartache on lap 4. We saw two-time winner here, Adam Householder, losing a lower A-arm as he started round. But let's come on to our main results. So in first position, and this is overall, it's Carl Jurgensen. In second is Brett Serapis. In third is Ryan Arciero. In fourth is Nick Whetstone. In fifth is Brent Fox. In sixth is Tim Hurst. In seventh is Cole Hardeen. And in eighth is Tracy Graff.
What a great effort by Tim Herbst, too. We talked about him a little bit. I know he split driving with his son, Thor. Thor doing the first 2 laps, and I got to tell you, that was a great effort, especially to get Thor back behind the wheel. And, yeah, you know, top 10 overall. Great run.
Well, I've had the pleasure of racing with my son. Obviously, you've raced with your dad. And Bob, you raced with Ben Hur, wheel to wheel back in the day.
The wheels were a little, wonky. They weren't exactly round, but they did the job.
No, but I think it's awesome for the effort that 19 Industries has put together, and also for Thor and Tim to get to race together. Congratulations to them. That's a great deal.
Yeah, absolutely. But just want to talk about that lap 4 again. We've seen so many stories out there, and one I want to talk about quickly is Stephen Beal.
Yeah.
We saw here he was running up in top 2, and I'm showing us stationary on the tracker right now. So you never know what this race is going to deliver, do you? It's absolutely incredible. But the big story today is Carl Jurgensen. The man is an animal. No, he's a beast. It even says so on his race suit. He's the man who's at the top of the box today, not only in spec, but overall here at the 2026 BF Goodrich Mint 400. That's a badge he can wear very proudly indeed.
So Bob, take it away.
Well, I'm just thinking, we talked earlier on about how fast it was going to be. Turns out it was a fast race. Now I'm kind of curious, how does it compare to the previous mints? I think this has to set a short record. Because I remember about this time of day, when I was running the mint, we were still working on lap 2.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
Well, yeah. Well, but you're talking about back over on the north side of town. Yes. Or did you run here as well?
No, I ran here as well.
You ran here as well.
Yeah. I didn't like it, but I did it.
Well, kind of a recap, Jim Beaver. When you think about back to this day, what are you going to remember about this Mint 400?
Well, I think it's a game changer. I mean, we saw Kyle Jurgensen with some of the best drivers in the world today take home the victory in the spec truck. I think it really has everybody go back, scratch their head, and it's going to reset things. And I think it really was a big moment for our industry.
Well, for me, I got to say it's Kyle Jurgensen and the Camberg team, because back when I raced for John Nelson, he was sponsored by Rancho, but he was building his own shocks. And then Robbie Gordon was building his internal bypass shocks. And so a lot of people have been inventing stuff, but I'm really proud of them from the ground up. I mean, the only thing they didn't build is the tires. So they've done a great job at putting the right driver, the right shocks, the right chassis, everything together, and then also showing that you don't need 1 million horsepower. If you drive smooth, you drive consistent. Now, when I say smooth and consistent, he's on the main jet very, very hard. But just goes to show it's about technique and not getting flats. He did not get one flat today, and I think that was the key.
Well, again, the spec class truck, it's easier on its equipment. It's not using that 1,000 horsepower. It's regulated to 525 or something around there, so it's not burning through those tires. It's not hooking up as it comes out. It's about consistency through the course and consistency through the corners, and nobody does that better than Carl Jurgensen.
Yeah. Well, and I've driven his trucks, and they're not easy to drive. He runs them very sprung, and he likes to jump stuff. So if you're going to take a motocross style, motocross suspension works more looser, less high-speed compression and stuff. He's more like a supercross setting. He likes his trucks very firm. As you notice, didn't blow the valance out. You don't see dirt coming over the hood, so he runs everything high. Now, a lot of people don't like that because it makes it feel tippy, but I think he is so good in finessing his way into the berm, around the berm, and out that he makes up his time down the straightaways as well. So, once again, what bad can you say about Kyle Jurgensen in that team?
There's nothing bad you can say about it, but I just want to run through this very quickly. In the two-wheel drive unlimited trucks, in first position, Ryan Arciero. In second, it was Nick Whetstone. In third, it's Tim Hurst, which is amazing to see. Then in the four-wheel drive, it was Brett Serapis. In second, it was Tracy Graff. And it looks like it is going to be Michael Scafuto who will come across the line in third.
Oh my goodness. Champion.
Then in the big battle today, it was in spec unlimited, with Carl Jurgensen taking the overall, then Brent Fox in second, and Cole Hardeen making up for his rollover earlier in the day, coming in third place. What an incredible day of racing.
Unbelievable.
It was the Mint 400. It's why we show up every year. It's why it's become the iconic race, and it's one of the biggest races in North America.
Why does it wear us out so much? All we did was sit.
Well, you got your pads going on. You got your he ladies and gentlemen, he has custom seat pads for himself. He's got Bob Bauer
right on it.
Are they beneath him?
Right on it.
There we go.
Are they beneath him?
They are. You know what?
That's another
they
pair
are
of
beneath
pants.
you. You should wear some.
They are layered below my buttocks.
Beneath your
Right,
buttocks.
gentlemen, let's stop talking about buttocks and talk about amazing racing. And the most important thing, of course, is being here just outside of Las Vegas in Primm, Nevada. And we come here every year for the pilgrimage that is the 2026 BF Goodrich Mint 400. I have loved being here in the booth with you. I've loved watching the racing, but today we have seen the start of something very special. Carl Jurgensen has overruled in a spec unlimited truck here at the Mint for the first time ever. Is this going to change the face of off-road racing here in the United States? Don't bet against it, but make sure that you come back next year in 2027 for the next BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400. The 2026 BF Goodrich Tires Mint 400 is brought to you by Bet Online. Get in the action with Bet Online. IBAC. Springs, shocks and performance suspension made in the USA and engineered to win. By VP Racing, the brand you can trust for performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives and so much more. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. By Toyota Racing, your race, your story. Powerstore Pros, PSP, outfitting your off-road experience. And by King Shocks, performance racing products for utility vehicles and professional racing.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. Still rides really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for the ride? We
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
There's no hotel with this many stars. This is the BF Goodrich All-Terrain KO3. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good.
I'll follow you.
Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Everybody getting ready for one ride? We are.
There's only one real question. How bad do you want it? Every challenge, every setback. They're gut checks, testing your will. The road ahead is rough. No excuses. Built to do it all. Unstoppable.
Race you. Race you on dirt, sand, snow. Race you through this, over that, all day, all night. Race you on 4 wheels, 1 wheel. How about no wheels? Race you with the world watching. This guy watching. Race you to the summit. Maybe not that summit. To sub 7. Any event, any terrain, any time. Race you.
the race without a second spare. We had one spare the whole day. So, you know, other than that, though, the truck was good and shit, the track was nasty, and you know, we went all out and had a good time.
Nick, who helps you out, buddy?
A lot of people helped me out. Shout out to Cheese. I don't know if Cheese is around here. He does all the prep on the truck, and he's been busting ass, and I think we finally got ourselves in a position where this, you know, the truck is in good shape. A little bit of work to do on the suspension, but that's not his deal. And so shout out to Cheese. Shout out to my family and my second family and my other friends and family that are all here supporting. Thank you to Anderson Lumber. Thank you to our businesses at home that allow us to do this stuff, Rubik and Senkow, and you know, everybody that puts on this event, Best in the Desert and Unlimited, and what's it called now, American Off-Road Series, and just everybody that tips in the work and all that stuff. So I appreciate everybody.
Give it up for Nick Whetstone right here, second in class. Tracy Graff and Justin Bean Smith, man, holy smokes. You were laying down some fire out there, my man.
It's nice to be on the podium this early in the night. This race has kicked my butt a lot of times, so it was fun. You know, Bean did the first lap and a half, did an awesome job. Pit one, we did a fuel and driver change on the second lap, so I did the rest. I got a couple deserved flats with rocks that were pulled down on the course, and we had no first gear for the last two laps, but only second and third, so other than that, things were okay.
Almost everybody had transmission issues of everybody I've interviewed all the way through here, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's such a grueling course on these trucks. You know, they take such a beating, and we're just lucky to get them to the finish line for sure. That course, it just deteriorates every lap. It gets rougher and rockier.
It does. It is unforgiving. Who all helps you out, man? This is a big deal.
I got to for sure thank Bean and all the guys at JBS that prepped the truck.